Good morning, Chatty House.
You took everything from me,
What's going on?
and now I'm returning the favor.
I guess Warren got the belt this morning.
Good news. An Avenger returns,
She's targeting
Hello,
every
ESPN.
planet we call home.
and a new team assembles.
We have to stop her.
Top of the morning to you.
Higher, further, faster.
The Marvels. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for
Yeah,
children
sorry,
under
guys.
13.
This is just how it's going to be
Saturday
when
on ESPN Radio.
the stack is messed up.
Oh, they're hearing
It's
that
Saturday
stuff
night in
again.
Death Valley.
Yeah, because this comes through the satellite, and so I can't turn that off.
With a night game here.
Oh.
The 19th ranked LSU Tigers welcome the Florida Gators.
Only 15 more
It
seconds.
will be Saturday night
Oh, he
in Death
does.
Valley.
The best part is
Dude,
how
y'all are on it. Dude, if I slip up even for a
Saturday at
second,
7
you guys
Eastern,
are on it.
with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern.
Okay,
on
here we go.
ESPN
Let's do a fun
Radio
show.
And on the SEC Network, presented by Dr. Pepper.
hey,
I got to tell you,
ahead.
my bad. I got to tell you, it is so much nicer getting ready to do a show after the Kings win than after they lose. I have some beef with how last night's game went down
Yeah.
and some of the individual and team performances that we will get into, but it's so much nicer having those beefs. Beefing. It's so much nicer having those
Beefuses?
having that beef, having various, having beef with multiple things when the Kings are showing up in the win column. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The Kings beat the Blazers in overtime last night, and I think one of the last things I said yesterday was, don't care how it gets done, run and go win. And they won. So that gets a thumbs up. A win is a win is a win, and being 3-4 with a win over the Blazers, even if it's in overtime, even if it's without their top three guards, is better than being 2-5 with a loss to that team.
Yeah. So Kyle, the way I look at it a little bit is, like I've got COVID kids, right? I've got kids who went through school during COVID times.
Oh. Okay.
So like, there's a problem that people like, we're starting to understand how bad it is now, but it's only going to get much worse. But when you take out like 7th and 8th grade math from somebody and they get to their sophomore year in high school and there are gaps in their understanding because, like math is such a stacked, like you need to know what happened here in order to learn and then take the next step and learn what's happening next.
Right.
So I feel like the Kings were a team that like really they had some major gaps in their understanding. And now they're trying to fill those gaps and they're trying to figure out how to get them up to speed on so many different things. And part of that process is going to be ugly. Sometimes you're going to fail a test or two. And so while I'm with you, like I would have loved to have seen them look like the 2022-23 Sacramento Kings last night. Sometimes that's not the way it goes. And sometimes you do face a team that has one guy get crazy hot and hit every shot he takes, like Jeremy Grant. Like that happens. So I get where you're at, but I'm also like, hey, a win is a win. Like this team,
you needed it
desperately needed a win. You could feel like the weight lifted off everyone when we walked in the room. Everyone.
Well, and I guess this is kind of where maybe my I don't even know what to call it. Gripe, nitpicks start is that game felt early on like, okay, this looks more like the Kings. The offensive pace is much better. Their pace for the game still wasn't awesome. It was 98.1, which would be like 27th in the league, but it's better than it's been the last couple of nights. And maybe the possessions weren't there because that's pace. It's possessions per 48.
Yeah.
Maybe the possessions weren't there, but the offense, when they got into their half court sets, there was movement and it was happening quickly and there was some urgency. And that is a stark contrast for me from what we saw in Houston.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, when you put Keon Ellis in the game, you know that you're not expecting like a major offensive boon from him, right? You're putting him in the game to reward him for what he did the game before. And because he's somebody who is going to bring energy to the court, right? But you're also not expecting him to run the ball up and down the court. You're not expecting him to be a true point guard and lead your team in pace and drive the whole entire offense. But overall, I thought he did well. And I thought that, again, it's not the way you wanted to win. But, Kyle, if Keegan Murray hits like 3 or 4 of his shots early in the game, that game is nowhere near as close as it is.
Yeah. But that's kind of what early on it looked like. Okay, the Kings, I think, got up, was it 10 in the first quarter? They got up like that. They got up multiple possessions in the first quarter, and you're looking at it and you're going, okay, they're going to pull away. They're going to win this one by 30, and the Kings will be back. And I think that's where a little bit of my skepticism.
It's all right to be skeptical.
I'm trying to figure out what to call it because I don't want to come across as though like it's bad because they won. That's the goal of every game, is to have more points than the other team, and they did it.
Mm-hmm.
But like you just said, I keep waiting for the switch to flip. And I guess this is kind of just where I'm at with the Kings after last year. Is an OT win over the shorthanded Blazers is objectively good, but big picture, they should be dog walking that team.
Yeah.
And they didn't. So I think big picture for what we've seen through the first 7 games, a win is better than a loss. But I think if they played the way they did last night against even a team like Houston, I don't know if they beat Houston. And that's kind of just, again, big picture. I don't know how many steps forward they took last night.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I always like the sample size is small still, right? So, and I love to see, that a team, what you don't want to see is a team playing to doing what the Buffalo Bills are doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Play to the level of the competition every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are certain times this season where, I mean, the Kings in 7 games, we see where they did not play to the level of competition with the Houston Rockets at all. They did with the Warriors. They came away with 2 losses, but they did. They did against the Lakers. They did against Utah. But you're hoping that you see them elevate their game where it doesn't matter who they're playing. They're going to come out and play Kings basketball. And we've yet to see like a signature, oh, that's Kings basketball. Mm-hmm. So right now they're grinding a little bit, but I'd rather grind with a win than grind with a loss.
Yeah. And speaking, hey, real quick, somebody Drew Down in the chat just brought this up. Houston might just be good. Houston beat the Lakers by 34 last night. Yeah. No Anthony Davis, but still, they mollywopped the Lakers.
Well,
so maybe picking Houston is a bad example.
Well, counter argument. Maybe the Lakers and the Kings aren't good.
No, stop.
Well, at least right now, at least for today. Maybe they aren't. Maybe they're not playing well. Maybe they aren't ready. I mean, like, again, as much as the Kings have issues, the Lakers are like the worst 3-point shooting team in the league right now.
Didn't get any better last night. They went 7 of 25 from beyond the arc. D'Angelo Russell had 4 of them.
That's 28%. And he's the dude who was shooting well below 30%. Yeah. He was at like 28, 29. I guess that's not well below, but below. Yeah, I think it's funny. Like, 2 things can be like, it's possible that the Lakers and Kings just really aren't, like, today, they're not very good. Like, where they are by the end of the season is something different. But, like, this has always been the problem with the Lakers. Like, since they got LeBron James.
Yeah.
Could you just go out and get 6 shooters? That's it. Just go out and do what the Kings did. Go out and get a Kevin Hurd. Go out and get a Harrison Barnes. Go out and get a Keegan Murray. Go out and get a Sasha Vezenkov. Go out and get
Buddy Hield.
Flat out shooters. Buddy Hield. Why didn't you? The Buddy Hield trade will forever haunt that team. But it probably is the best thing that ever happened to the Kings.
Dude, if Buddy Hield had gone to the Lakers, they'd have multiple titles right now.
Maybe. I mean, I guess
Buddy Hield being a huge difference maker.
He is the offensive version of J.R. Smith.
He's the kind of he's a better shooter than J.R. and not as explosive, but like,
well, he's not as good defensively.
Yeah, right. But they need Yeah, they need shooting. They don't have it. Again, I go back and I say, oh, the Kings lost these 2 games to the Rockets. Maybe by the end of the year, we're going, well, you know what? The Rockets are a pretty dang good team. But
It's
anyways,
possible. It's possible.
anyways, let's. Do you want to do? Okay, how do we want to do this? You have your 6 quick thoughts, and there's a bunch of stuff in your 6 quick thoughts that I want to get to, because while like I said, I have skepticism about last night's win, there are so many like good things, good individual performances that you can pull from it.
Yeah.
And say, this is more what this is supposed to look like. Because I think one of the things you have to note with the Kings, if you're going to say not Shaden Sharp, but Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons were out, and then Malcolm Brogdon got hurt 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
I think you also, De'Aaron Fox is out.
Yep.
But then it was a lot of Keon Ellis. It was a lot of
Kessler
Edwards. Thank you. It was Alex Len, no JaVale McGee. It was the Kings bunch of guys who don't typically play out there playing. So I think there's a little bit of a push pull with that.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Kessler Edwards though.
We will.
If you're on ESPN 1320, listen to the Insiders, watching the Insiders on youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and ESPN 1320 TV. First of all, hit like and subscribe, hit the little thumbs up. We'd appreciate that. But second, you're going to hear some Kessler Edwards propaganda today.
Uh-oh.
I am a full-blown...
Is he the new Colby Jones?
Well, no, nobody's the new Colby Jones. Come on, have a little respect. But no, I'm going full propaganda mode on Kessler Edwards. So let's take your 6 quick thoughts, and let's get to number 1 right now, and then we'll do the next 5.
Yeah. Okay. Stuff the stat sheet. Malik Monk didn't have a perfect shooting night, but he brought energy and a little bit of everything. 6-man, finished with 23 points, 10 assists, a career high 10 assists. First time in his career with 10 assists, 6 rebounds in the win. His free throws were the difference late. His free throws early hurt the Kings bad when he started, I think 1 of 5 from the line, and then hit the rest of his free throws. He was really good late, and him icing the game, and the Blazers talking trash to him, and him stepping up and saying, yeah, I shut them up. Yeah, that was fun.
It's the 10 assists for me. That I care about that more than anything. Okay. Because when De'Aaron went out, it was who is going to step up as a playmaker on the team, because Davion Mitchell is not necessarily that. He is not a guy who's going to break a defense down, get in the paint, and then distribute. That's just not his game. So who is that player going to be? Because I think it's such a fundamental part, a vital part of the Kings offense. And it went, hey, Malik Monk is capable of doing this. We've seen him go 6 assists, 7 assists, 8 assists. So last night to see him get 10, and then the free throw stuff for sure. You got to knock down your free throws. He did that late. He got to the line and forced the issue with Portland. Got to the line, hit the free throws. That's great. But being a playmaker like that is, I think, what he needs to do night in and night out, as long as De'Aaron Fox isn't playing.
I totally agree. The Kings offense is completely predicated on what they call paint touches. So you need to get to the paint to shrink the defense, to open up the shooters on the outside. And then they love the spray 3. Yeah. So they like to hit the corner. They like to hit the, wing. Hit everybody, right? When you don't have anyone who can get a paint touch on the court, there's a problem. And even the starting lineup, let's be honest, there's no one in there that's getting a paint touch on a regular basis in that starting lineup. You do have Domas, who, again, when we're not talking about like setting up in the paint, sometimes that does shrink the defense, setting up in the paint and putting your hand up and getting a pass. We're talking about like literally breaking down the defense, like being a force that dives into the lane, shrinking the defense. And that's what Malik Monk does. He did a great job. And like, look at the adjustment he made without JaVale McGee. He had no lob threat. So he had to, instead of throwing lobs, he had to throw these like, okay, you got that, Alex?
Yeah.
Now go dunk.
Yeah, right. Just a little inside dish. Love to see
catch it, and then 2-foot dunk. That's fine.
Hey, you'll take it.
It was an adjustment he made, and I was like, all right, I'm down.
Yeah, really productive game for Malik Monk last night, despite the fact that he didn't shoot it well. And finding ways to contribute without shooting well, I feel like has been a theme of the Kings season. Kevin Huerter not shooting well, how can you affect winning? Keegan Murray not shooting it well, how can you affect winning? You saw Malik Monk do that last night. 5 more quick thoughts of James Ham of the Kings beat, and of course of the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. 5 more thoughts on last night's game coming up after the break. We'll be back in 3 minutes here on ESPN 1320. My bad, dog.
Oh no, that was my bad. I looked at the clock. I saw it.
Oh no. The break is fine. I just I meant to get to quick thoughts earlier.
Oh, got it.
I think there's a play on words there that we can turn that segment into something sixth man.
Oh,
Six.
all right.
I'm gonna have to massage that a little bit.
Sass, he had 5 turnovers. I get that, but I'll take a 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio for a 6-man. Again, Domantas Sabonis had 6 turnovers too.
And a bunch of those were late, dude. Some of those turnovers at the end of the game were like, dude.
Oh yeah, the strips and stuff.
And then
He got hit so hard on the hand, man.
Yeah.
He was hurting, you could tell.
Yeah.
And then he was getting treatment late last night. Yeah.
The same hand that he had messed up last year.
Yeah, he got hit hard on the right hand. And completely fouled and nothing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The Kings probably should send a video to the NBA about him getting hit.
Can I separate from what you're saying, related but separate. I'm very glad that the NBA did not call a flagrant on DeAndre Ayton last night. I did not think that was a flagrant foul.
Okay, so that's the problem with being at the arena. I didn't see the replay.
Oh, at all. So basically, Ayton has his left arm up like this.
Yeah, no, I saw the play and how it materialized, but we never saw the replay of whether he got him or not.
Oh, he got him, but it was he just happened to be switching to this hand as Domas like dove in to like get a hand in.
Oh.
And it was such a,
got it.
It was the most just bad timing. One guy going up to just going like this to this, and him trying to shoot for a steal in case the pass was coming. So I would have understood because it was contact to the face. Like he definitely got him. He for sure got him in the mouth.
Yeah.
And if they had called it, I would have been like, well, I guess it's a rule. But I'm glad that they used like discretion in that instance to be like, well, he wasn't throwing an elbow.
Yeah, we should probably talk about the other moment where they used discretion in this game, which I thought was very strange because late in the game when they reviewed the charge call against Malik Monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that the Kings didn't have a review left. They didn't have
the refs did it.
Yeah, the refs did it. So interesting play.
It was the right call. Well, I mean, it was they got the right call after the review.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. 5 seconds, coming back. I almost came in extra early today just to get a bunch of Stray Kids rejoins. Stray Kids is my favorite K-pop group. They have a new album dropping tonight at 9 p.m. Pacific.
Oh.
Or a comeback, as they're known in the K-pop world.
Okay.
And I'm very excited for it.
Now I'm learning more terms, more K-pop terms, a comeback.
The first time because in my mind, I have the sports brain. So a comeback is somebody was losing really bad and then came back and won.
Or it's a pitcher gets a ball hit right at him, a comebacker to the mound.
Or a player got hurt or is bad, plays well the next year and is the comeback player of the year.
Okay.
So the first time it was like, oh, this comeback. I'm like, what happened to him?
They left?
Right.
I didn't know they left. Did they break up?
No, it's just an album is coming out. It's a comeback.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Shout out Stray Kids. Your boy's going to be on one tomorrow. I'm going to be very excited.
All right.
I might have some new rejoin music tomorrow.
I'm
Sorry
in.
to the chatty house. You're not going to get to hear it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to this Kings win over the Blazers, 121-118 in overtime. Getting to your 6 quick thoughts. Malik Monk was our first one.
Yep.
What was the second quick thought? And this is one that really stuck out to me, and I want to hang out on this one for a second. So
yeah, took it the right way. Mike Brown chose to start Keon Ellis over Davion Mitchell. Mitchell didn't pout. He went out and had his best game of the season. Finished with 16 points and 3-4 from long range. Chipped in 3 assists. He's aggressive and played with pace. Bravo. I thought he was so much better, Kyle. And I know he was not happy about how the last week has been.
I'd hope not.
There's been, yeah, but I think there's been some discussions behind the scenes. This has not been a smooth week or so for Davion Mitchell and the coaching staff. I don't think that they've seen eye to eye on some things. And to have him come out and, first of all, lose his starting job, which isn't really his starting job, placeholder job for De'Aaron Fox, but to lose that and to be sent back to the bench, you don't know how someone's going to respond.
Mm-hmm.
And he showed right from the jump,
Mm-hmm.
oh no, I'm here, I'm ready.
Yeah, he looked pissed.
Yeah, he looked pissed and he looked aggressive, and he looked like he was ready to go out there and earn his minutes again. And of course he did. He played 27 minutes, which is one of the higher minute totals of the season. 28 minutes, 6 and 9 from the field.
Nice.
He turned the ball over 2 times, but he did have 4 assists. I missed up that stat, or they added one late. But quality game for Davion Mitchell.
Yeah, the 4 fouls, he was a little bit over aggressive on defense, but I think because he was a little bit amped.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, that's good. But now do that without getting benched. That's the I want to see that from him. He's not going to score 16 a night. That's not going to be a thing that he does. But I want that assertiveness and that aggressiveness on both ends of the floor all of the time.
Yes.
That. I think if you're the Kings, if you're Mike Brown, you're going, hey, what you did tonight was perfect. If he contributes that way, and again, he's not going to score 16 every time, but if he contributes that way every night, that is A, going to keep him on the floor.
Yep.
And B, that just gives the Kings so many more options with what they can do defensively because of how effective he is, particularly as an on-ball defender. So you love to see that from Davion last night. I joked with you yesterday. Mm-hmm. Or a couple days ago, after Keon Ellis came in and laid against the Rockets and had a good, fourth quarter, had a good stretch in that blowout. Hey, is it time to start Keon Ellis? And Mike Brown went, bet. And I respect the hell out of that because there are so many coaches in this league who would be terrified to do that. Because if you start Keon Ellis and the Blazers go out and go on a 10-0 run to start the game and you wind up losing, that is all going to come back on the coach.
Yep.
It's going to go, what the hell was that starting lineup? But they had to do something. I love that they did something so dramatic. He just went in and just flipped the table and just went, Keon Ellis starting. Kessler Edwards, you're in the rotation. JaVale, you're out. Alex Len, you're in. Freaking thank you.
Yes.
They needed to do literally anything with their rotation. And it wasn't just, we're going to play Davey on this many minutes. And actually, we're going to move Malik Monk's minutes up a little bit. No. Flip the spread, man. And he did that. And I love it.
You didn't single out one player. You singled out a group of players.
Yes.
Who were part of why you think things weren't going well.
Yep.
And I think that there's more tinkering that could happen that way. Because they aren't the only ones that the guys that sat out, JaVale McGee's been hit and miss all season long.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but again, he's been the guy who scored 10 points and 12 points in the last 2 games when you couldn't score at all.
Sure.
Sasha Vezenkov had a good couple of games to start the season, and he's been really, really struggling since then. So that one made sense. The Davion Mitchell one made sense. And I think you can't completely dump Davion out of the rotation now because that's not who you are as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But to see him respond was hey, there you go, man. That's what we want to see.
I don't want to step on any of these. So let me just look real quick. Okay, no, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it later. What's your third quick thought?
Yeah, my third one is there he is. Domantas Sabonis had a completely forgettable 2 games against the Rockets. He came out clearly with a sense of urgency. He have 6 turnovers? Yes. But he nearly posted his first triple double, finishing with 27 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. And look, DeAndre Ayton has always given him fits. This is a player that he's one of those guys who is strong and big and doesn't play above the rim. He's not someone you can push around. I thought Domas went around him. I thought he was really good. He pulled up and he hit that 16-foot jumper at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that Domas did in that game outside of the turnovers, I thought was really, really good.
Yeah. Again, you're not going to get 27 from him a night, but he shot it 14 times. Good number.
Amen.
You like the 11 boards, love the 9 assists, and I think the 9 assists are more of a product of Kevin Huerter getting going,
Mhm.
Harrison Barnes knocking down a few shots, and that's great. You love to see the aggressiveness from Domas on the offensive end, and that's another thing that when De'Aaron Fox went down, it was like, okay, here's your second best player, go get it done offensively, and he hadn't. He took 4 shots in the last game.
Yeah.
Like that's not an acceptable thing for a second best player on a team to do, and last night was a little bit more like it for me. So good for Domas for showing up. What's number 5?
So close. Kevin Huerter slowly finding his game. You can see it like piece by piece. He's putting it together. And I thought he was really good in this game. 4-9 from deep, 17 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds. So, this was a performance he can build on.
Mm-hmm.
And talking to him in the locker room after the game, Kyle, like the weight has been lifted off of Kevin Huerter's shoulders. You can just feel it. Like he has a smile on his face. He was excellent in the locker room. Like very, very good. Very like introspective and like gave us great answers. You can feel that like he, along with others, even the Keegan Murray thing, like he was asked specifically about how do you get Keegan? You've started to go now. You've started to hit your shots. What do you do to help Keegan? And he said, hey, look, Keegan's going to be fine. Like he's a great shooter. He's going to be fine. Like we just have to have patience here and we'll figure it out.
Are we sure Kevin Huerter isn't just fired up because his guy Tommy DeVito is starting a quarterback for the Giants this weekend?
I did mess with him about his quarterback situation, which I always do.
Okay, good.
And I think that he's concerned like everyone else. Like,
yeah. I'm glad that he's knocking down shots. Like that's one of the biggest keys to what's been ailing the Kings is their shooters not hitting threes. And he did it last night. So again, building block. I hope that he continues. What's number 5? That was number 4. Now number
5. Number 5. Let's see. Let me turn the page. Brick Purdy. Yeah. Playing against his twin brother, Chris, Keegan Murray struggled with his shot. 9 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. Killed me. He was the lone holdout in my prize pick poll.
You love prize picks.
I do. 4 out of 5 on my prize pick last night. And I needed 23.5 points, rebounds, and assists combined. And he got to, I think it's 19, right?
Yep.
4-17 from the field, 1 of 6 from long range. He got blocked by his brother. He's way off. We're going to keep saying this. He's drifting on his shots. He's not squaring his hips. He's not getting his shoulder squared to the basket. He's trying to do some things where he's not sure if he's going to pull up from 16 feet until he starts pulling up from 16 feet. And then he's starting to twist his body in the air while he's trying to pull up from 16 feet because he wasn't sure if he was going to do that or not.
Yeah.
Like there's an indecisiveness to his game right now that needs to be fixed.
Aggressiveness, good, but that needs to come with decisiveness.
Decisiveness is
you can't
the
aggressively get to a space where you're not knowing what you're doing.
You can't run there and go, I think I'm going to do this. And that's where we're at with Keegan. I think he'll be fine.
We'll dive into all these a little more later, but what was your last one?
Trying something new. Keon Ellis wasn't the only player in the rotation. Kessler Edwards backed up Harrison Barnes. Alex Len took JaVale McGee's minutes. No Sasha Vezenkov, no JaVale McGee. Edwards was active defensively. He actually probably could have been our player of the game because he had some defensive stops late on Jeremy Grant. And then Alex Len, 10 points, 6 rebounds, 2 blocks. It ain't always pretty, but man, he is a huge man in the middle of the key. And he is an impactful player. And again, I think both of those guys are holding the spot for Trey Lyles. But I'm happy for Alex because he's a guy who's put in the work and been a leader behind the scenes. And he had a good game.
Yeah, Sass in our YouTube chat said Alex Len is better than McGee. I think in that role last night, in a game like last night, and I think just kind of in general, I think I might agree. And he may be the better long-term answer for the Kings. But again, we'll dive more into that. And I think the Kings might have found another potential long-term answer with some of their changes last night. And we'll talk about what that is coming up a little bit later on. On the other side, though, we're going to put a pin in Kings Blazers, and we're going to talk a little NFL Week 10. Scott Branson of the Silver and Black Today podcast. It's an Odyssey original podcast. He is going to join us after the break. We will dive in to Week 10 of the NFL season before getting back into Kings and Blazers. Do not go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. I hate that.
I love it.
I hate it so much. We're the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. And we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
I love listening to Gary Gerald still. Like the way he used to call a game.
Yeah.
Like moving left to right on your dial.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh, it's so good. So you know which way that they're going down the court.
Well, from his perspective, yeah.
Yeah, just like absolutely beautiful the way he paints a picture. We do have breaking news. The Sacramento Kings have sent Philip Petruchev to the Stockton Kings.
That's big time for Stockton.
And so it begins. Let me see. I worked with Sasha Vezenkov on this last night.
Hey, I've got to edit a couple things real quick, so
Yep.
I'm going to bail.
Petruchev. There we go. That's how you say his name. Sasha is our linguistic expert in the building. He does speak Bulgarian, Greek, Espanol, English, of course. He speaks some Serbian. Yeah, between him and Domas, they speak a lot of languages. Yeah, we'll see. Rob W asks, is Philip with an F? Is he this year's Kada? I don't know if we're ready to make that decision yet. Like, I think the Kings are open into whatever happens with Petruchev. Like, they may or may not keep him long term. They want to get a look at him, and they certainly want to get him in shape and running up and down the court with the Stockton Kings as they're building up towards our season. Yeah, Petruchev. There we go. Yeah, like Khrushchev. That's like the old Russian president. It was funny. He was trying to explain the little U shape, the little thing over the S. And he's like, okay, so that's like Serbian. And he's going through what that means. He said there's also like a different one that's like down. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Adam, I don't do like Kyle could go to the Stockton Kings games. I don't. It's really far from my house. In a weird direction that takes forever. So you likely won't find me in Stockton. Did we get Scott Goldbranson a link? Oh, I think Kyle is still away. It takes me, so Casey Tucker brings this up. It takes me about an hour and 45, hour and 50 to get to Stockton. But that's with no traffic. And when there's a 7 o'clock game and I've got to be there like 5:15, 5:30, like that's really, really difficult time to get there. Soren, how do I think Harrison Barnes played last night? Not well. I mean, he's a -1 on the night, 12 points, 5 rebounds. The rebound number is much better, right? 5 of 8 from the field, 2 of 5 from 3. But the guy he was defending scored 38. And that was a tough matchup for the Kings for some reason, because I don't believe that Jeremy Grant is like all that impressive of a player. But for him to have 38 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, and 3 blocks, like that's a little extreme. Yeah, Brian Goodner, Kessler got deflections that aren't a category in the box scores. Yeah, Kessler was actually really good. And he's a good kid. Like, he really does mean well, and he wants to make it. And he knows when he gets on the court, it's his job to like do the little things. I know he had a turnover last night and it was very uncharacteristic. He was at the 3-point line, caught a ball, and then stepped back to like go forward and stepped out of bounds. And like, what were you doing trying to take the ball to the hoop? I'm not sure what you were doing there. But 16 minutes, I'll take a +4 in 16 minutes where you don't score. Kyle's back.
I'm back.
Hi, Kyle.
And so are we. Here we go. We're back in here.
We are back in here.
I'm Kyle, and that's James.
And
that's what we sound like.
We're all alone. We're all by ourselves.
Yeah, still waiting on Scott Branson from Silver and Black today. I'm sure he will be with us shortly so we can talk Raiders Jets. Talk about the upstart Raiders. Are they back?
Are they back, Kyle?
Are the playoffs back in the picture? We'll talk with Scott.
I'm back.
We'll talk with Scott. That sounded like Robin Williams. We'll talk with Scott about all of that. The Raiders facing the Jets on Sunday Night Football. The 49ers also back in action on Sunday after their bye week. They take on the Jacksonville Jaguars in, I think, a pretty significant game for the 49ers. That they need to win.
Yeah, Kyle.
It's a classic, like not literally a must win because they're not like eliminated if they lose, but kind of a for the vibes, you got to go beat Jacksonville. A, because you need to get in the win column, and B, you need to beat a good team.
Yeah, because this isn't like, again, like going up against Portland Trailblazers. Although the Portland Trailblazers coming into the game last night had a winning record, right? Or were they 500?
They were 3-4 going into last night.
Okay, so now they're 3-5. Okay,
I believe so.
So they're at least they've got 3 wins on the season. They're not horrible, but Jacksonville's a quality team. But this feels like one of those games where if the Niners win on a field goal at the final seconds, you'd be okay with that. Like, Jacksonville's a good enough team that you're okay with that. Like, Trevor Lawrence has played well.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some nice like specialty players. I think this is a game though you got to have.
Yeah, their defense is playing really well. Trevor Lawrence is, I think, ascending to be one of those top 5 type of guys. I don't know if he's there yet, but he's obviously really good. Calvin Ridley, Travis Etienne, they have a ton of good weapons on the offensive side. The thing that concerns me the most for San Francisco, and I know we'll do more of a game preview tomorrow, but Trevor Lawrence has the second quickest time to throw in the league. And that's not like he's getting pressured. It is he gets the ball out quicker than everyone in the NFL except for Tua Tagovailoa.
Oh.
So with a Niners pass rush that has struggled to affect quarterbacks, now they go up against a quarterback who gets it out quicker than anybody except Tua.
Well, and Tua has to throw the ball so quick because if he doesn't, his receivers are so fast they will run out the back of the end zone.
They're just out of range.
Like, oh man, that's an 80-yard play. Like, yeah, well, you could throw it that far. You got to get rid of the ball quick. Yep.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Mike McDaniel is on this podcast that he did with the Jordan Rodriguez from The Athletic did. She covers the Rams. She did this big play callers podcast. It was the Kyle Shanahan tree. Yep. Kyle Shanahan, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, and Sean McVay. And she did this whole story. It's really, really good. You should check it out. But Mike McDaniel basically got asked about like his offensive philosophy. And he was like, we have fast as S receivers and we're going to get them the ball however we can. That's it.
Run down to the Cadillac and take a right.
There it is. And so the Jags have done that a little bit with Trevor Lawrence. It's just, dude, get rid of the ball. Just get it out of your hands. Let your receivers make plays. Don't get hit. And the Niners are going to have an adjustment to make for sure. If they're going to go knock off Jacksonville. If they lose, they're in a bad spot. Especially if they lose the way they've been losing.
Yeah, Kyle.
Dude.
It's not good. It's not good. I mean, like, look, if you're going to drop to 5-4, that's a problem. But it's a big problem because you have Baltimore still on your schedule. You have 2 against Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 1 on the road in Philly.
Yep.
Like, okay, if you somehow lose all 4 of those and you lose this game, that's a lot of losses. You're up to 8 losses right there. And that means you have to win every other game and hope that somehow you squeak in.
Right. You need to win out or win all your other games and get help. So I
Yeah.
think they need to get back in the win column, because if you're not beating Jacksonville, I not that they can't, but when you talk optimism, pessimism, if
Mhm.
they're losing to Jacksonville, all of a sudden it's like, man, at Seattle on Thanksgiving, don't feel good about it. At Philly the week after, don't feel good about it. Home Seattle the next week, don't feel good about it. Okay, at Arizona, okay, fine. But then home Baltimore on Christmas, not
Yeesh.
great. At Washington, yeah, probably fine. And then home against the Rams. So
Yikes.
yeah,
Boy.
they gotta win on Sunday.
Yeah,
Boy, they gotta win.
You gotta get that win. You gotta get
Even-
that dub.
I'm not even gonna say. I usually do the.
Is
Hey,
it
as long as they look.
Is it a
good.
must win,
Dude,
Kyle?
it's close.
Is
It's
it
as
a
close as you can
must-win?
get. It's as close as you can get. I'm gonna say that every week moving forward. No, but seriously, I'm not even at the point where it's like, well, as long as they look good, even if they lose, if they look better doing it, now you have to go win. You got to go get a W. in
Yeah, I
Jacksonville.
agree. You need to look like a championship contender right here.
Mhm.
Like, this is it. Like, show that this is who you are and that you can be that team.
Mhm.
And if you can't, then like there's gonna be some major questions moving forward.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I'm excited to see Chase Young.
Me too, man. I think he's gonna be a good addition. I don't know how much impact he has in this game specifically, though. If Trevor Lawrence is getting rid of the ball.
Eh,
And again, this is where the whole Steve Wilkes thing comes in, right? Because you've had 2 weeks to game plan for this.
yes.
And you know that this is a quarterback who likes to get the ball out. So how are you adjusting coverage-wise? How are you ensuring that, has to hold on to the ball for that split second, allow Nick Bosa to get home, allow Chase Young to get home, allow Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave to get home? That's going to be on Steve Wilkes. And Steve Wilkes coaching from the field, that was the big story yesterday, is that Steve Wilkes is coming down out of the coach's box. He's going to be on the field like Robert Sala and D'Amico Ryans. Okay. I guess.
You don't buy it. You don't buy it as the answer to every problem.
I get it. I get it a little bit. Like I get. Okay, now he can communicate directly with Fred Warner when Fred's coming off the field, or when Nick Bosa or Hargrave or Armstead or Talanoa Hufanga or whoever it is.
Yep.
Tayshaun Gibson. When they're coming off the field, he can talk to them directly. What did you see? What worked? What didn't? On this play, what happened? And you're going to get feedback from those players. Hey, let's do X, Y, and Z instead. Let's try this. And you can't do that when you're up in the booth, because you can't be in the booth. I learned this yesterday from Nick Wagner of ESPN via Josh Dubois of the AP. The coach in the booth, I didn't know this, doesn't call plays directly to the field. Coach in the booth has to call play to coach on the field, who then relays to player.
Oh.
So there's no direct line of communication there. So maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. There are so many different schematic issues with the 49ers right now, though, that go beyond where the coach sits or stands. So
Now here's the
that was
question.
the big thing yesterday, but I don't care that much.
I have some more questions on this, Kyle. First of all, is someone else going up to the booth with Steve Wilkes going down to the field?
Probably not. I mean, maybe, but it would be like a analyst or position coach or something.
Okay, so they're not going to have somebody who's scouting from up there to give Steve Wilkes information.
There's still people up in the booth.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's got like a team of people up there with him.
Okay.
They'll all still be up there.
Okay, cool. So there is going to be some sort of like backstop. Well, whatever he was doing up there. Okay.
He was just up there to call plays.
Yeah, that seems like a really strange thing to do. Like, I get it. You want a bird's eye view, right? But at the same time, like, a defensive coach is supposed to be like, like rallying everybody. He's supposed to be like in your face. He's supposed to be like, gearing up. Like, I can see Robert Saleh like headbutting a guy wearing a helmet. Like, that's the defensive coordinator type guy that he is. Like, and then you have another guy who's like up in the booth. He's not even, you're like, where is the dude?
Yeah.
Like, we're getting killed here. Where is that guy?
Yeah. And that's so Steve Wilkes is known as like a player's coach. Players just love to play for Steve Wilkes.
Okay.
We had on Candlestick Chronicles, the 49ers had this offseason a player named Miles Hartsfield. He ended up not making the team, but he played in Carolina the first couple of years of his career. And so last year was with Steve Wilkes, and just gushed about how awesome Steve Wilkes is.
Okay.
Just couldn't say enough nice things about him as a coach, how much they love him, the way he teaches, the way he they're just over the moon about Steve Wilkes as a coach. So maybe him being on the sideline, there will be that. I don't think he's going to be as rah-rah as D'Amico Ryans or Robert Saleh were.
Yeah.
But maybe being on the sideline allows him to, I don't know, connect with players in game and make it. Again, this is all so, it feels like a fairy tale. Like that's why I don't care that much. Like, what did you do to make adjustments over the bye week? That's what I give a damn about.
Yeah, like you have to be able to schematically change this thing, and like there are so many holes in their defense. And at first you're like, oh, players are just playing bad. That doesn't feel like what it is all the time. Yes, Nick Bosa needs to get to the quarterback. Yes. Yes, Charvarius Ward needs to stop like holding and getting a PI in every other play. But at the same time, like it feels like something's been wrong with this group the whole time. Like,
yeah, it's not felt right for sure. And maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's Steve Wilkes on the sideline, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just like, sure, man.
Yeah,
I guess
as long as he's playing chess at this point, because I felt like he wasn't.
And quick injury update, by the way, before we get to some numbers about Kyle Shanahan after the bye. It looks like Trent. So it does. I shouldn't say looks like. So Deebo Samuel's back. He's a full participant in practice. He told Kay Adams on Up and Adams with, I think it's FanDuel TV, said, "Hey, I'm back. I'm ready to go." And that has buried itself out over the last couple of practices. Trent Williams didn't practice in their bonus practice on Monday, and then did not practice yesterday. And then Kyle Shanahan, after practice in his press conference, basically said he got asked if Trent Williams was closer to playing if it was a low ankle sprain still, because they originally ruled out a high ankle sprain.
Okay.
And Shanahan just stumbles over a bunch of words saying like, well, it's not a low ankle sprain. There was some old stuff in there because he has some history with that ankle. And we originally thought it wasn't a high ankle sprain, but it's not a low ankle sprain. Not great. Like, it did not sound like, oh yeah, he's back this week or he's back in a couple weeks. It was like, oh, this is way worse than we initially thought it was.
That's the biggest on this team. I told you at the beginning of the season, that is the number one guy for me on this team. Can you keep Trent Williams healthy? Because if you can't, then you worry about whether you can keep Brock Purdy healthy. And if you can't keep Brock Purdy healthy, then Sam Darnold is waiting in the wings, waiting to lead this team, Kyle.
Yeah, and then you got to worry about keeping Sam Darnold healthy.
Do you, though?
And it's not even...
Do you?
Well, I mean...
Yes.
So my whole thing with Trent Williams specifically is like Jalen Moore has been mostly fine, especially as a pass blocker. It's not like Brock Purdy has been getting crushed every week. So Moore has been fine, but he is significantly worse than maybe a top 3 left tackle ever.
Yeah.
Not my thoughts. That's anybody you ask who knows offensive line play will tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, he's walking in the Hall of Fame 5 years from the day that he retires.
Correct. He will get a massive gold jacket.
Yeah.
Jalen Moore probably won't. So it's their run game is the issue for me with Trent Williams being out. Like, they've just not been able to run the ball the same way. And I think that is where the whole Brock Purdy thing comes back to the fore is, okay, they can't run it, and they're now leaning on Brock Purdy, and they haven't been able to necessarily do that.
You know what, Kyle? I'd even point this out. It's not just that Christian McCaffrey, like, you always have this like asterisk by Brock Purdy. The only reason Brock Purdy was so great was because, it all happened after they got McCaffrey, right? Well, no one can run right now with Trent Williams out. It's not whether you have McCaffrey or you have Mitchell or you have whoever else they're Mason or whoever it is that's going to run. No one can run right now on that left side without Trent Williams in the game. And that's a problem.
Yep.
Like you're going to have to figure out whether you got a tight end that you can slide over there that can help out, whatever it is. But like, you're schematically not able to run your full playbook. And it doesn't matter whether it's McCaffrey or whether you go, sign Jeff Wilson back, trade for Jeff Wilson. It doesn't matter.
Sure.
You don't have the horses up front to make it happen.
And maybe Deebo Samuel coming back does that. maybe it warps defenses enough and they can do enough
Yeah.
stuff with motion. And he's a good run. Deebo Samuel himself is a good run blocker. So you can get some of those these blocks where the receivers like come down the line and they hit the defensive end. I forget the exact specific football term for it, but
Ship blocks.
that is something, but it's
Okay.
there's a specific thing they call it, and it's not crackback, but it's something. Anyways, doesn't matter. That he can do that. So there's little different things they can do. So maybe that helps, but I just don't think that their run game is going to get to what it was as long as Trent Williams is out.
Okay.
And now you're putting more onus on Brock Purdy, and okay, that's fine, but can he avoid the late game turnover? And now we're back into the whole quarterback discussion. But
yeah,
Deebo Samuel being back is better than Deebo Samuel not being back. He'd prefer to have Trent Williams. I don't think they're going to have him this week. More good news for the 49ers, though. And we'll go back to Kings Blazers here in a bit, but they have been awesome after the bye under Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Like really, really good. So I went over at NinersWire.com and I did some research on this. So the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan before the bye in his entire tenure. So again, there's context required. 2017, they were god awful. 2018, they were god awful. 2019, they were really good. 2020, they were mediocre to bad. 21 and 22, they were bad early, better late. And now this year. Under Kyle Shanahan, before the bye week, they are 16 and 30.
Oh,
16 and 30. That's a 347 winning percentage. That's bad. After the bye week, under Kyle Shanahan, 36 and 16. That's a 692 winning percentage. That's crazy, man.
that's good.
It's really good. Like ideally you'd be better before the bye. This year they're 5-3 after 8 weeks. That's their second best record after 8 weeks under Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, so project it out. If they, would you say 630? And how many games do they have left? They have 9 games left.
9 games.
630, which means they win
7.
Yeah. No. Yeah, it'd be like 6.5. So yeah, 7.
Yeah, and
7. That put them in 12 wins. They're in.
Oh yeah, that gets them into the playoffs. Is winning the division. TBD. Seattle's pretty good, but yeah, you go back last year, 4-4 pre-bye, 9-0 after. Whew. 2021, 2-3 before the bye, 8-4 after. 2020, weird year, 4-6 before the bye, 2-4 after. 2019, 3-0 before, 10-3 after. The 2017 one is the wild one though. 1-9 before the bye, 5-1 after the bye.
Oh,
Shout out Jimmy Garoppolo. Came in and ripped off 5 wins to end the year.
That's right.
Yeah, that was wild.
Well,
that feels like a million years ago.
It does. I mean, time goes by so quickly.
Yeah,
it's so crazy. Watching these guys, you watch a player come into the league, and the next thing you know, they're out of the league again. Like I broke into the league with DeMarcus Cousins, and DeMarcus is no longer in the league. Actually, last night it was really fun. I walked out onto the court in pregame, and it's just completely sidebar. I'm going sideways with our conversation, and Pooh Jetter walks up to me,
dude, big Pooh Jetter guy,
who's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Wow, you remember?" Like, gave me a big hug. Like, I broke into the league. Pooh Jetter, my first year was there. His only season in the NBA. What a nice dude. And then like that whole entire coaching staff is former Kings guys. So Jonah Hershkew is there, who was part of Luke Walton's staff and like a really bright young mind in the game. Scotty Brooks is on that staff. Like there's a whole bunch of former Kings guys there. So kind of interesting, kind of fun to watch. Again, I don't know how I got sidetracked, but there you go.
That's fine. I'm here for it. Shout out to Pooh Jetter.
Yeah.
I'm down for a Pooh Jetter mention every show out moving forward.
Okay.
Not Ham in the chat said, if anyone looks up Christian McCaffrey stats in all the games as a 49er, it's simple. He puts on numbers, rushing, receiving, and touchdowns. 49ers win. If he gets shut down, the 49ers lose. It's that simple. Yeah, when a team's best player doesn't play well, it's harder to win. I agree with that analysis.
Science.
Bang on. Couldn't be better.
It's science, Kyle.
All right. I want to shift gears. We can talk more about the 49ers tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh dang, I didn't have my buttons up. Okay, hang on. I want to shift gears. We can talk more about the 49ers tomorrow. All right. The Insider sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Speaking of Jiffy Lube, our Kings Fast Break, our Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game will be coming up a little bit later on. We will have a keyword for you. and you can enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We will be doing this after every single game this year.
Every game.
So if you don't win today, try after next game.
Yeah, but
Or after the
everyone,
next game.
everyone out there, you need to like go log on and do this. Like $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube is amazing.
Yeah.
Like you all have to have your
free
oil
change, basically.
Yeah, it's a free oil change. I don't know. That will cover everything.
I shouldn't say a free oil change. I don't want to throw Jiffy Lube under the bus like that. That could put a significant dent in whatever repairs or maintenance you need.
Yes, there you go.
Anyways, so $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate up for grabs today at ESPN1320.com. You go to the Jiffy Lube promo page. It's right there on the front. You click on it. You enter the code word that we will give you a little bit later on.
The password is... No, I'm not going to say it. The password is... I'm not saying it.
We're still not going to say it? Oh, that's a...
I
boy.
love it.
Right,
I love
later in the show.
you
We'll
with
give you
your
the cue.
buttons, man.
Yeah, I'm so here for the buttons.
Did I get a button yet? Did someone give me a button?
No, I didn't give you any buttons.
I'm a winner.
Is that the button you want?
Yes.
You got to tell me what sound effect.
I want that
really
button.
Think about this.
I'm a winner.
Okay.
And you will not be slept on. Both of the Giannis Antetokounmpo buttons.
No, you will not be slept on is Michael Parsons.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
That's Michael Parsons.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Talking about Brock Purdy, oddly enough.
That's right. That's right.
The Kings starting lineup change that I wanted to get to.
Oh, okay.
The Kings need to change their starting lineup.
They need to?
They don't need to. The Kings should.
Okay.
Because I've been operating under the assumption this whole year that the Kings do not have a replacement for Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes has to play. They just don't have a... But
I see where you're going.
And it's not Colby Jones. I know there's plenty of people going, Kyle is the Studio One where I reside is the official clubhouse of the Colby Jones fan club.
Yeah.
But it's not Colby Jones. I don't think Colby Jones could play the three. I mean, he could, but I don't...
No, not full
I don't
time.
think that's ideal.
Well,
I don't think that's
especially
ideal.
against Jeremy Grant. I mean, Jeremy Grant would be like, what, 6 inches taller than him.
I was so certain that first three was going down last night.
Okay.
When Jeremy Grant tried to tie the game late, it just felt like one of those games. It's like he's going to hit this.
I thought I was going to be there all night long.
And then they get the offensive board. They get it back to him. Another pretty good look. It's like, that's down. Now this one's going down.
Oh,
and he missed. Oh, thank God. Having to do a show today where we're like, wow, could the Kings lose and Jeremy Grant scored 40 would have been miserable.
That would not have been ideal, Kyle. That would not have been ideal.
No, dude, I'm in on Kessler Edwards.
I get it.
I'm so let him play. Maybe starting is too strong, but I'm here to be a propagandist. So we're gonna go to the extreme. Okay. No, you just look.
You're the Kessler Edwards propagandist.
The first time I saw that he was on the floor. He looks massive. He looked.
Well, he's yoked.
Right.
Yeah. He didn't miss leg day.
No, he's just
or buys and tries. Yeah. I mean, he's out there like
right. So all of a sudden, I'm looking at him going, dude, you got a guy that can defend like 1 through 4, and if he's on a 5, you don't hate it. If he can just knock down a corner 3, can he be 37% from the corner?
Maybe. No, I think
I'm kind of in. I'm kind of in. I don't think he can. Harrison Barnes can put the ball on the deck and go create and get to the line and do all that. And I don't think Kessler Edwards can do that. But Harrison Barnes doesn't do it often enough for me to be like, oh man, they'd miss it. What is Harrison Barnes? I'm asking you this genuinely. Right now I'm not doing a bit.
Okay.
And maybe you can answer this after the break because we have to go. What does Harrison Barnes do on the court that you would miss dramatically if you removed him from the court or put him, I shouldn't say remove him from the court. That's not what I'm trying to do, but put him into a role off the bench. And you can answer that. You can think about it and answer it after the break.
Okay.
I'm sure there's an obvious answer and I'm just way over my skis right now, but like I said, I'm being a propagandist for Kessler Edwards. So I'm asking the tough questions today.
All right. The tough questions.
Right.
I will answer that tough question.
Should Kessler Edwards be in the Kings starting lineup? We'll tell you next on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320.
I'm going to stand up for how long's the break?
Our break is, it's a lot of spots, but I don't, At least 3 minutes.
Okay. I just need Kleenex. I like also my nose started running out of nowhere.
Gross. You got time. Let's see. 30, 130, 2, 2.5, 3.5, 4. Oh, yeah. You got like over 4 minutes. All right. I'll be right back. Okay. Hi, Chatty House. I said on Twitter last night. I know not everybody on here follows me on Twitter, but I said on Twitter last night I was going to do some Kessler Edwards propaganda, and we're doing it. Hang on. You guys are going to hear me edit sound real quick. Kessler, or maybe a space note. Hey, it's Tom. Hell yeah. All right, we back. That's the end of hour 1. I'm walking you guys through my editing now. I'm sure that's enthralling. 1 second. Let me get caught up in the chat. I'm mostly I'm 98% joking on the Kessler Edwards stuff. 94% 80 I'm mostly joking. Do you have another lunch scheduled to juniors anytime? I mean, 2 things. One, just so everybody knows, it's junior, no S.
Junior.
We don't currently, Russell, have a lunch scheduled, but
We would come have lunch with you, Russell. Just you.
Wow. Oh, I mean,
Just saying.
I don't know Russell like that.
No, I'm just saying. Well, like Kyle and I would be willing to go have lunch with any and all of you. No, I'm just trying to look. When do the Kings play? Let me look at the schedule.
You mean Alex Len? You need me to be a propagandist for Alex Len as well? I can do that. Although, dude, this is where I'm at. What was I going to say? Although that would mean I would have to like talk bad about my guy JaVale. And I can't in good conscience do that. 2 minutes, James.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, so the Sacramento Kings are on a break. I mean, they're on a road trip starting next Wednesday. Like Kyle, we could fit in another Tuesday. I don't know. I'll let you think about it,
dude. I'm going there for you can get me 2 tacos for $5 and a margarita.
Oh yeah,
I forget what that was, like $7. I'm in there. I'm in there all the time.
Yeah, we would definitely be willing to negotiate this, but we need more people to show up. That's the plan. Everyone's got to show up. If we're gonna
shout
be
out to
there.
Ramsey.
Shout out to Ramsey.
Ramsey pulled up. Ramsey had a long drive ahead of him, and he pulled up and got some tacos and sat and talked some ball with us for a while.
That's right.
Now we also didn't. You know what? I shouldn't say we. This is my fault. We also I shouldn't say we. We also no. I did not promote that well enough. That was like, hey, if you want to put no, we need to make it a everybody pull up type of thing.
Yeah, everybody roll up.
Speaking of, I need to. I don't know. You want to do next Tuesday? Can we do next Tuesday?
I think I can do next Tuesday because, well, I might have practice. They don't do Taco Wednesday, right?
No, it's just Tuesdays.
This college football show is strange, and I don't know why it keeps ending up on this college football show, but every time I look up, their cast of characters are like very dramatic.
Oh, nope. Turn that off. Don't like that.
What's happening?
I think I have a screenshot. Oh, I do. I did take a screenshot. Look at me go, man.
Uh-oh.
Look at what? Come on, Will. Let's go, baby. Oh, here we go. 5 seconds. We're back. One hour down, 1 hour to go. I'm Kyle. He's James. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're leading you right up to D-Lo and KC. That's coming up at noon. Talking a ton of Kings today after they got their third win of the season. They beat the Portland Trailblazers 121-118 in overtime. Last night at Golden One Center. What?
No, go for it.
You just did like a side eye, like I did something wrong.
No, you did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay. I thought you were side eyeing.
No, Michigan, the Big Ten is about to announce their disciplinary action over allegations of sign stealing for.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah,
We got to get that breaking news on air.
most of this is going to be aimed at Jim Harbaugh, and then we have
As it
this
should
like
be.
the war of the words. You know, like don't you dare discipline our guy, or we're gonna tell everybody the secrets.
I don't want to dive super deep into the weeds on Big Ten football.
Yeah.
But here's my thing with it. And then we'll get to the Harrison Barnes, Kessler Edwards discussion. But I get punishing Jim Harbaugh, the coach who set up this scheme to send a guy to steal signals of opposing teams.
Yep.
Cool. Suspension, fine, whatever that is, great. I don't think I heard them talking about this on Carlin versus Joe, which is a show that leads into ours on ESPN radio. And basically talking about the idea of, do you punish the players when it comes to like are you vacating wins?
Mm.
And then on the flip side, are you saying, hey, well, I'm not going to vote for JJ McCarthy for Heisman now because he was playing with a stacked deck? Because he knew what the defense was going to be doing. Or the Wolverines got into advantageous game scripts because their defense knew what the opposing offense was doing. And I would not personally.
Yeah, I'm confused. How do you even accomplish this? Like, how do you does the guy like buy a ticket, and then when security's not looking, he sneaks down onto the field? Like, I mean, I've seen this, like, Where's Waldo, right? Like, you use like nondescript white guy with mustache and glasses wearing beanie.
So funny.
As like your plant.
Mm-hmm.
But how has he gotten into all these? Because like, look, I'm media, and I can walk a lot of places that other people can't. But I can't go stand on the sidelines right next to the Kings bench and just sit there and watch and record plays.
Nope.
And like, oh, look, they're going into the huddle. Hang on, I'll be right back, and go hop in the huddle and like, oh, all right, you're running horns. I see. All right, like that's not like I'm watching it like, how does the guy get there? Like, there is security measures in place. Not any rando is not allowed to go walk in and stand amongst other people's teams.
Well, no, I know, but if it's a little bit different in basketball, right? Because it's not players on the sidelines holding up signs to say, hey, let's run horns or elevators, whatever.
Got it.
Like, that's something that the coach has a clipboard and he's drawing stuff up in the huddle.
Yeah.
At the timeout. Right. But if I buy a ticket to a college football game and I just go in there and I'm like, hey, I'm sitting front row on the 50 on the opposite side of Michigan's next opponent.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there filming their signals and then just going back over them after the game. Like, who's going to stop me? Who knows? Who knows that I'm there?
I feel like if you're a school like Michigan, then you should be able to elevate your game. So if this is what you're doing, if you decide you're going to cheat, right? Like, you should have a whole fleet of like you should be able to do much more covert operations. Should be like,
I actually kind of respect the simplicity of it.
I guess, but you could see like
bug the sideline.
Yeah, like a defensive coordinator's like hanging out at like a hotel bar, and you could see someone like hanging out with them, and like somehow getting his playbook from him some way, or like using a thumb drive to copy everything off of his phone. There's some. It seems
you want a Mission Impossible style
Well, you're Michigan.
Michigan,
You
you
have
want-
hundreds of millions of bucks. Like
you
should,
want Michigan possible.
yes. What I don't want is where's Waldo, Michigan, Wolverine style. Like,
Sure. Sure.
it's really strange that this is what we're dealing with. It's like they should have like MI6 people working for them, not nondescript, guy wearing like basically the mustache and glasses with the big nose.
Yeah, the
combo.
Groucho Marx glasses.
Yeah, like like a really bad like. Oh, I wonder who that guy is. I don't know who is this guy. Like no one on the sidelines goes, "Hey, who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah.
Like why is he like looking at someone's armband every time he peels the little thing back? Like, why is he like
It's just like no
snapping
reason.
pictures
Yeah,
of our plays?
yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah,
it's pretty nuts. But hey, like I said, I kind of respect the simplicity,
I guess.
I genuinely hope that no players are punished for Jim Harbaugh being frankly a world class weirdo and maniacal competitor,
Maniacal.
a Sean maniacal competitor.
That's a very good way to put it. And I will throw this too.
Jim Harbaugh's a weirdo.
You do know that Michigan, of course, is where Chris Webber like took cash and had all of the wins vacated, and like Steve Fisher like probably doesn't make the Hall of Fame because everything he did at Michigan was washed away by Chris Webber, which is why there was a huge rift between the Fab Five forever. Like that was a big riff. And I'm not to like disparage Chris Webber. He was a young man and whatever happened, parents, whatever, whoever took money, they took money. It is what it is. But
did Jim Harbaugh put him up to it?
But no, I just think it's funny because this is Michigan. Like that's who you are. This is sort of who
it is kind of weird how they're the ones that get embroiled in this stuff. Although Ohio State had their whole thing with the tattoos and Terrell Pryor and stuff.
Okay.
But maybe Jim Harbaugh had a hand in that as well.
It's possible Jim Harbaugh also did that.
I'm just blaming Jim Harbaugh for everything. All right.
That's right.
Let's get back to the game. That was our college football talk for the year. Not for the year. That's a joke. That's a joke. When punishment comes down for Jim Harbaugh and /or Michigan, we will make sure that you know what it is, because we need to talk about the Kings and Kessler Edwards and Harrison Barnes and just kind of I think I picked out Harrison Barnes and Kessler Edwards, but I want to kind of crack this egg open on the different rotation that they had last night against the Blazers. I guess let's start with my question that I asked you at the last break. What does Harrison Barnes do to you that if they put him in a bench role? And again, like I said, I'm not trying to take away all of his minutes or anything. I don't want him to get traded or cut or anything. But if you didn't start Harrison Barnes, what do they miss?
Okay, so first of all, you miss the stability that you should have of him as a scorer.
Mm-hmm.
And like while we want to talk about how he showed up in the first game and then he's just vanished the last like handful of games, that's not necessarily the case, right? Like I haven't looked at the game breakdowns I do every single game, but like if I'm looking at his game breakdown and I instantly see that he's scored 33 and then 10 and then 8 and then 14 and 13 and then he had a 3-point stinker and then 12. So of the 7 games this season, Harrison Barnes has scored in double figures 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
And one time he had 8, right? I don't think Kessler Edwards can give me double figure scoring in 5 out of 7 games. I don't think he can do it in 5 out of 12 games or 5 out of 20.
Okay.
It's possible he can score in double figures, but he's not going to consistently do that. So whether you think that's a big deal or not, I will tell you this. Teams around the league understand that Harrison Barnes is an exceptional 3-point shooter, that he has been his entire career, that he's a 38-39% career 3-point shooter, and you have to defend him. Teams would not defend Kessler Edwards.
That's a good point.
They would back off of him and say, go ahead. The other thing they would do is if they did defend him, they would just go have a guy stand by him
and probably their worst defender.
Yeah. Oh, no, it would be their worst defender. They would just have him go stand by Kessler, because then Kessler can't beat you off the dribble. He's not going to back you down. He's not going to do a post move. He's not going to blow by you. If he does have a play where he goes to the basket, it's someone flying out to swat at a 3-point shot and he runs by him and goes to the basket. Right. So like, it's not just that Harrison Barnes is a more consistent scorer, but he's a more versatile scorer. He can get to the free throw line. He can get to the basket. He can do these things. And the other thing I would point out is if you had last year's team, right, And that's what you're basing your idea off
Mhm.
of, that we could remove Harrison Barnes and we could put in Kessler Edwards because our offense is so good that we can withstand someone not scoring double figures all the time. Okay, I get that, right? That has some merit, like
Yeah.
but what you aren't is a team that has, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, James Harden, and oh, by the way, we throw in PJ Tucker. It doesn't matter what he scores. It doesn't matter what he does. We have and Tobias Harris.
Mhm.
We have all of these other players that can do this, right? And you can't do this. So I think that's the problem. Like if Keegan Murray became the 20-point scorer, Keegan Murray, then Kessler Edwards can slide into your starting small forward spot.
Sure.
But that's not where we're at yet.
Okay. That's fair.
I went longer than I thought. I
No,
looked
that's
at the
fair.
clock
No,
and I'm
no,
like,
that's a good answer. That answer it satisfies my question. I do want to continue talking about the expanded rotation for the Kings last night and figuring out what does that exactly mean going forward. Was this a one-off? Is it something where you're going to start seeing these guys get more minutes moving forward? Let's discuss that next here on The Insider, sponsored by JP Lube on ESPN 1320.
Did that answer your question fully?
Yeah.
I don't know how that segment went away. Like we must have.
No, I know. I did. I was ready for a follow-up and then it looked, I was like, oh.
Yeah, what happened?
I was going to make the joke that can Kessler Edwards get me more than 2.7 boards a game, but
yes, he can. Can he do
no,
it?
you laid out. No,
yes,
you
he
no,
can.
you made, and that's when I said it was, and this is where we're gonna. I want to kind of take this next. Is
Yeah,
obviously came in hot with, he should start, but I want to get into, is that something where, hey, you know what, he earned more minutes last night. Keon Ellis earned more minutes last night. So what does the rotation look like? Let's assume De'Aaron Fox is back. I'm so excited for tomorrow, dude. Okay, see.
Yeah, but De'Aaron Fox has got to be back. We should open up with the player of the game
In this segment.
Yeah. That way we can let's see if we can get people. That way we can promote it one more time towards the end.
Okay.
Does that sound fine, everyone?
Hey, if you're in the chat right now, I'm just dropping the. Oh nope, that's not our station.
Uh-oh.
I was at ESPN 1230.
Oh.
I just put the link in the chat.
Okay, everyone go there right now, and we're gonna give you the keyword in just a minute. So go there.
I'm gonna make this. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna make this even easier. I'm just gonna drop the exact contest link.
Oh. Oh, look in. I am not ham. Just incorrect. Oh, that's so sweet of you.
I mean, maybe we haven't decided yet.
We haven't decided yet.
Russell, okay, Russell, we can go to lunch. You get me.
The password is not Kessler.
I can't see. So the ESPN 13 joke you can do, because that's just clearly ESPN 1230. Legitimately, like that's just saying the wrong radio station.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone go to the contest link right now.
It's right here.
Everyone in there.
It's right here.
You're going to go there. You're going to hit the contest link. And then when we give you the password, the password is
Michigan.
Then you type it in. It's not Michigan. The password is khaki pants. No, it's not. It's not khaki pants.
The password is who's got it better than us? Nobody.
Yeah. Wow. This is amazing. The anticipation. This is
great
intense.
point. Hey, great point by George in the chat. JaVale McGee, no turnovers last night.
That's one way to get a player of the game.
You know who was awesome last night? De'Aaron. I thought De'Aaron did a great job of being supportive on the bench.
Yeah.
And as a person who rode the bench in every sport I ever played, I respect those guys.
All right.
You don't know what they go through. Is there an update on Fox? Actually, you know what? Oh, we're back. That's the update. Good Kings discussion today. It's so much nicer when they win because it's nitpicky and it's okay. This didn't go right. That didn't go right. But hey, at least they got a W. At least they're 3-4. They beat OKC on Friday. It gets into 500. They've beaten a good team that they are definitely going to be battling for playoff position with down the stretch, and everything's all right. Now, James, do you know anything, or have you heard anything that you can divulge, of course, about De'Aaron Fox's potential availability for tomorrow night?
No, we continue to hear that he's getting close. I wouldn't be shocked to see him on Friday. And then, Friday and Sunday. But you got to remember, we're just like 8 days in to the injury. Like everyone wants him back so quick because he's such a quick healer. When was the injury? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off by a couple of days. I'd have to. He hurt himself at the end of the Lakers game.
Yes.
And was that on a Sunday?
That was.
That was on a Sunday. So we're 10 days in. Like, look, this is a 1 to 2 week injury.
That's it.
Depending on how fast he heals.
Well, and that was when he first got hurt. The conversation was, well, he had the bad ankle injury and came back super early from that. Ergo, he might not miss any games.
Yes, but I also try to remind people that he was 20 or 21 when he rolled his ankle the first time, and now he'll be 26.
The ripe old age of 25.
Yeah, he's 25, but there is a difference because
way more miles.
He was not he only made way more miles, but you can look at him at that. He was a kid. He still had a young man body, and now he's an adult. He is. Yeah, he's a grown ass man, Kyle.
He is.
I mean, he is. And as you get older, whether that's going from like 30 to 40 or it's going from 20 to 25, like again, ligaments, everything gets like tighter and doesn't want to move nearly as well. And he does have more mileage on his body at this point. It takes a little while. And he went with the team to Houston. He flew, and that's usually like it's a bugaboo when it comes to ankle injuries and stuff. Like you're worried about swelling, and then what that means. How long does it take to get it out? How long does it take to get to process the fluid accumulation and everything else in ankles? So, yeah.
So fingers crossed. No updates yet, but
not yet.
Maybe ideally he's back tomorrow, but we don't know.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I did hear yesterday that he is like getting much, much closer. I also knew at about 3:00 that Keon Ellis was starting, but I couldn't get it confirmed. And so that was something that like started to leak out a little earlier in the day. And me and Brendan Nunez, my good friend Brendan, were sitting there like, okay.
Who's that?
Brendan.
No,
yeah. We were sitting there like, we're looking at, I'm like, I have the same thing you have. And he's like, I knew you did. And I'm like, I do. So we were waiting and pushing media relations to like confirm or to give us like the starting lineups because we knew, but we had to wait until 6:30 when they actually, and it wasn't until like 6:38. They were like 8 minutes late to putting it out, the starting lineups, but we knew the whole time and we couldn't get it confirmed.
Is this something that we're going to see more? Not Keon Ellis starting necessarily. Well, okay, let's start there with him.
Okay.
If De'Aaron doesn't play on Friday, and again, we don't know, but in the world where De'Aaron Fox doesn't play against Oklahoma City tomorrow, is it Keon Ellis?
Yes. I would assume it's going to be Keon Ellis. Yes. Oh, and Kyle, we made everybody like log on to the ESPN 1320 website because we were going to give them the Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game, and then we didn't do it.
Oops.
We went right in.
It's a buzzer for us.
You are not a winner.
No, I still am. All right.
Here we go.
You said
the password is Domas. 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 Domantas Sabonis is our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. The Kings 121 to 118 victory in overtime over the Portland Trailblazers. So if you're in the chat right now, if you are out there driving in your car, don't pull over. Just go ahead and type it in while you're driving. We're okay with this. And just put right in there, Domas. DOMAS.
That's it. It's nice and easy. ESPN1320.com. Hit that contest page. Enter that code word Domas.
$100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube.
So you'll enter to win. We're giving away one of those after every single Sacramento Kings game this season.
That's right.
So get in there. Get your chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. Thanks to our friends at Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube.
Yeah, Domantas Sabonis last night was really good. 27 points, 11 boards, 9 assists, 11 to 14 from the field. He did have the 6 turnovers, but for the most part, I thought dominated that game in a way that, frankly, I've wanted to see more of since De'Aaron Fox went out. And we're 7 games in now, and that's his first Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game honor.
He set the standard of physicality. And you know, like, look, we have I am not Ham in the chat saying Sabonis still is not playing defense.
Well,
no. Like, Domantas Sabonis has limitations on the defensive end. Like, he's not a shot blocker, but that doesn't mean he's not playing defense. Like, he's a perfectly fine man on, like, doesn't get pushed around defensive player. When his teammates let a guy get through, yeah, he's not going to block the shot. Sorry. But, you know, neither does Kevon Looney. Neither does, like, Steven Adams. Like, these guys aren't shot blockers. Like, there's a lot of big men that just aren't shot blockers. And so for me, it's okay that that's who he is as a player, because he's a super strong defender, man on. Like, and you also have to understand that his responsibilities aren't just to play defense on an individual player. It's also to clear out the key so he or someone else can get the rebound at the same time. He's, you know, again, averaging 12.9 rebounds per game. He's one of the best defensive rebounders in the game. He is the guy who is ending the possession most times for the other team with a rebound. And so, like, look, is he an all-world defender? No. And he's not even that bad in space. You don't see him get drawn out onto the perimeter and they pick on him time and time again. What you do see is that other teams are able to break down the Kings guards and forwards on the perimeter, get into the inside, and then Sabonis is not a shot blocker. Sorry. It is what it is.
Yeah, he's definitely not that. Yeah, looked more like himself offensively last night.
Yeah. I
think maybe I'm missing one, but it feels like the first time all season where it just kind of looked like it did last year from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, he had double doubles like the first week of the season. Like, it wasn't until the second Houston game.
I'm talking about adding the assists in too, though.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's really hard to get assists when your 3-point shooters won't hit a shot.
Man, they made this play last night where the Blazers switched the dribble handoff. And so Domas got a smaller defender on him and just ran him basically back down into the post. They get the ball to Domas down low and basically let him operate from there. But before the Blazers could collapse on him like we've seen teams do, he just kind of in one motion swung it out to the corner. And it was funny. The defender coming down from the corner to crash down on Domas, the ball just goes by him the opposite way, open corner 3. And that's more of what I want to see from him in those spots, and how I would like to see the Kings run that more. If a team's going to switch a dribble handoff, let Domas be bigger than the guy defending him. It feels like they don't do that often enough.
I get you. And I will also tell you that, like, if we'll just rewind to the first minute and a half of the game, Kevin Huerter bricked 2 layups. Right? Everyone remembers Kevin Huerter breaking 2 layups right off the bat.
God, dragging Kevin Huerter, Jesus.
Well, no, my point is that was the 10th and 11th assist for Domantas Sabonis, both of them. They're running a 2-man game with Kevin Huerter, and I thought it was like spectacular because not only was Sabonis clearing space, but Huerter was flying on the cut to the basket. And you're like, look at Huerter go. The fact that he missed him, like, no one's more pissed than Kevin Huerter is. But, you know, again, how do you get 10 assists when your power forward is 3 of 16 from the field? or 4-16 from the field, like Keegan was.
Yeah.
It's really hard to accumulate assists.
Let's get into the good, bad, and ugly of last night's game. And I think we're probably going to argue a little bit on this because I was not as satisfied with how last night's game went, but we'll dive into that, into the Kings win over the Blazers after the break. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
The password is Domos.
I love the idea of the person in the chat who is I am not ham.
Yeah.
I love the idea that they just disagree with everything you say.
Yeah. Well, they definitely have a because it's not just here. Like I get it on Twitter too. This like that Domas is like the worst defensive player ever. And it's not the case.
I do think he gets targeted defensively a lot, though.
Well,
I didn't want to dive into a whole Domas defense discussion when we got other stuff to do, but
I get you, but he gets targeted because his outside guys are so bad that he's on an island against these guys all the time. So, yeah, I mean, is he perfect as a defender? Absolutely not. I'm not saying that, but like the Domantas Sabonis is the worst defender in the NBA thing is like, okay, so per Basketball Reference, he's a 118 offensive rating and a 111 defensive rating on the season. Last season, he was a 132 offensive rating, a 114 defensive rating. Like per their offensive defensive rating, he was a plus 18 net rating. Like this is not a guy who is just a sieve. The fact that he can't block shots, like makes him look like he's not doing his job, but he is. He's not a horrendous basketball player. Even defensive win shares, he had a 3 in defensive win shares, and for his career, he's right around a 3.
How do defensive win shares get calculated?
They are an estimation of the number of wins contributed by a player due to defense. Now, how they get like calculated, it's their secret formula.
That proprietary DWS formula?
Yeah, that proprietary Basketball Reference formulaic things that we don't know and we can't figure out.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Kings have much bigger issues than anything that Domantas Sabonis does, except for when he takes 4 shots in a game. Four-time NBA champion Andrew Iguodala is expected to be named the new executive director of National Basketball Players Association, replacing Tamika Tremaglio, who is stepping down. Iggy. The other thing we missed, it happened. Mason Plumlee's out. I think they said 2 months.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's out long term. And
You
then
got a classic who he play for. Who does Mason Plumlee play for now?
the Los Angeles Clippers.
Oh, of course he does. Hell no. I don't know if there's a player in the league I want on my team less than Rudy Gobert.
There is not.
When you factor in money and fit and everything like that, like Minnesota's figuring it out a little bit, but I'm just out. There's definitely, I think every member of the Wizards, except for Tyus Jones, is probably on that list. Dude, did you see the Wizards box score last night?
No.
So I'm not going to sit here and lie and act like I watched the whole game or anything. I just looked at the box score. We got 30 seconds. So they beat the Hornets by 16. Okay.
Okay.
Kyle Kuzma is a starter, was a +8, and he was the best among the starters. On the bench, DeLon Wright, +26. Bilal Coulibaly was a +23. You had Landry Shamet a +24, all dudes off the bench.
Oh,
Jordan Poole -5. Okay, here we go. Whoops. Re-upped on the on the Stray Kids rejoin. We listened to this one earlier.
Oh yeah.
That's my bad.
All right.
I have a couple in here, and I meant to play both of them, and I played the same one twice. My bad.
It's only like a 20-second clip or 15-second clip. So
Yeah, it's fine.
it's not like, and it's not like the chatty house can hear it anyways.
Just to finish up our chat real quick.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole -5 and a 16-point Wizards win last night. Good for him.
Oh, I will honestly tell you, I did not know that Danilo Gallinari was on the Washington Wizards.
I had no idea either.
How did I miss that? And he ran a plus 18.
Plus 18 last night. Corey Kispert +6.
Hey, I've never understood the DeLon Wright thing. DeLon Wright, he always plays well. And he's gotten paid multiple times. But I'm confused why he moves from one team to the next. I mean, he was a King for like 3 minutes, and then he was really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then they traded him for Tristan Thompson, who was really bad.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes. He said all the right things, though.
Yeah. I think he had more court cases while he was in Sacramento than he had rebounds. Ba-dum-bum.
We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Let's run through some of the good, bad, and ugly from the Kings at 121-118. Overtime win against the Portland Trail Blazers last night. We've talked about Domantas Sabonis. Let's move to Malik Monk, who I think if you just looked at the box score, if you watched 0 seconds of that game last night, and then you looked at the box score, would you say Malik Monk had a good game or a bad game?
Well, shooting wise, he wasn't good, and he turned the ball over a bunch.
Right. And that's what I think. If you looked at the box score, you're going, oh man, no wonder the Blazers stuck around. Malik Monk couldn't hit the broadside of a barn and turned it over a bunch of times.
Yeah. No,
but that's super not how it went.
I think you definitely could initially feel that way about what how he was playing.
Mm-hmm.
But man, Malik Monk just came up so big down the stretch. Again, he had the take to the basket that it looked like the Kings were going to lose the game because they didn't call a foul. And then all of a sudden, Bill Kennedy and his officiating crew decides to do a replay and to see whether someone was in the restricted zone in the final seconds of a game with the Kings out of challenges. I thought that was an interesting thing. And I think that that's a possibility that you can look at that.
Well, I think it is restricted area. I think you can look at.
I think it's that and the goaltend thing you can look at the end of the game as an officiating crew, which
only if they call it.
Only if or only if they still don't give it to the team that if they do review it and Draymond Green did hit the rim, they still don't care.
Oh, yeah.
Let's be honest.
Hey, it's okay. Hey, if someone's worried about that, the Warriors got one back last night.
Yeah.
Good. Aaron Gordon got away with a significant goaltend in that game. If you go watch the highlights, but
okay.
Everything evens out all the time in officiating. That's my take.
Yeah.
But Malik, just to your point, not shooting it well down the stretch, the team needs him.
Yep.
In a big spot, no De'Aaron Fox, who has the ball in their hands, who's going to go score and make a play. It's Malik Monk.
He was the De'Aaron Fox of the game.
That's it.
Yeah.
And so he knows he's not hitting, so he goes and gets to the line.
Yep.
And then he hit the free. That kind of stuff matters. And you look and you go, wow, 4 for 16. He was terrible. He had 5 turnovers. Ideally he's hitting more than his 4 of his 16 shots.
Is that what it was? It was 4-16?
Yeah.
Wow.
Really bad. 0 of 7 from 3. But when you know your shot,
0 of 7.
When you know your shot is not going down.
Yep.
How else can you contribute offensively? And so he broke down the defense and he got to the line, and that kind of stuff matters. So good game for Malik.
All right.
Overall.
Hey, our guy Cam Thomas is expected to miss 2 weeks with a left ankle sprain.
Yeah, he probably sprained it from carrying the Nets offensively.
Or from going off of one leg to shoot too much.
Okay, well, hey, you know what? Relax. Dude.
I love it.
Trista Crick, who's on with D'Lo and Casey every Tuesday.
I was on her, what's it called? The Heat Check. I was on that yesterday, which will come out on Friday.
So I'm a terrible friend, and I had not subscribed to Heat Check yet.
Oh,
but I did recently.
Terrible friend too.
I did recently. It is super fun. It's the first one I listened to was 6 minutes. The next one was 20 minutes. And it's just Trista going, here's this NBA headline. Here's my take on it. And just running through it. It's a really great time. And she did a whole 6-minute spiel on Cam Thomas the other day that was really, really funny.
Okay.
Highly recommend the Heat check. Not only because Trista does a great job with it, but James, you're going to be on Friday's edition.
I am. I enjoy a good podcast where somebody like throws F-bombs at you all the time.
1000%, dude.
And you're like, oh, this is fun. I'm in.
Right. It's just a conversation.
Yeah. No, I thought it was good stuff.
Davion Mitchell, getting back to Kings Blazers from last night. Davion Mitchell had a game he needed to have. He was good off the bench last night with Keon Ellis starting in front of him.
He played angry. And good for him. Like, be angry.
As he should be. Somebody in the chat asked when the Davion Mitchell trade request is coming.
Hey, look, I'm not going to say that's, I mean, who knows? Like, he's a team player, but at the same time, like, I think he sees the same thing that we do. Like, hey, like, I get it. I don't really fit here. So what are we going to do about that? Because that's not really fair to either side. If you have a player that doesn't fit and they know it and you know it, then at some point you probably need to go in a different direction. But I also think that, like, when you look at what he brings to the table, he should be a guy that fits Mike Brown's system. He should be a guy that, like, Mike Brown would rely on. And he just has to figure out how he can be more productive within the Kings offense. And it doesn't matter about scoring. It doesn't matter about how well he shoots the ball. It really does matter about whether or not he can fit into the flow of the offense and like play the way that they want to play.
And I think in the chat, I am not Ham says this is not you, confirmed. Although I would love if it was you. And it's you just arguing with yourself.
This is like the fourth time today we've gone to him out of the chat, him or her, I'm not sure.
No, they are making good points.
Yeah.
Davion played really good. He is better off the bench. He is not a starter, though. I think I agree. I don't think him with this starting unit is the right thing, because with the second unit, it's a little more go and create instead of get it. Like, the offensive hub is Domas. With the second unit, it's a little more like ball in your hands. You go make a play.
Yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to say this, though. Like, just because Davion Mitchell isn't a starter in Sacramento, like, even, I mean, whether De'Aaron Fox is here or not, whether he wouldn't start here for this team because his game doesn't fit this team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I could easily see Davion Mitchell starting for the Toronto Raptors over Dennis Schroeder. Like, so that's what I'm talking about. Like, I do not have any dislike for Davion Mitchell at all. I just, like, when I look at a player, I can see whether they fit or not, and that's it. Like, I feel for him because this is not his style of basketball.
Like,
go ahead.
Like Securing the Beam says in the chat, he fit perfectly last night. If he plays like he did last night, every night, then I think he fits fine off the Kings bench.
Yeah.
But if he wants to start eventually, I don't think it's here.
Well, no, it's not here. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, you can't start a 6'3" and a 6 tall point guard,
Nope.
at like 2 point guards next to each other that are a 1'6" and 1 6 foot tall.
That doesn't work.
No.
No matter how good they are defensively.
And I like whatever the height is, like, he is not 6'2". Like, I stand next to Davion Mitchell all the time.
Definitely not.
He's not 6'2". He's not taller than I am. Well, maybe he is my height with shoes on, but at least I think.
Like, what was Isaiah Thomas listed as? 5'9"?
5'10".
My man was not 5'10".
Yeah. No, he's
No
more
chance.
like 5'8".
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah.
Who else? Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter was good last night. We talked about him a little bit earlier. It's not so much that, Kevin Huerter had this huge game, but it was, that just looked like Kevin Huerter. And he has decidedly not looked like Kevin Huerter for this entire year. So seeing one game like that is not great. Satisfied, he's back. But it is, for me, a sign that it's still there. Like, Kevin Huerter didn't forget how to shoot.
We saw it on Monday. He started to look like Kevin Huerter on Monday. He started to look like himself the last couple of games. But you saw it, like, of all the people that were at fault for what happened in the Houston Rockets game, I did not think it was Kevin Huerter. Like, he was moving, he was flying around, he was playing with the intensity, but no one else was. You're like, what's happening here? Like Kevin Huerter's a very good basketball player.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to listen to his interview from last night, go to my Twitter handle at James_Ham NBA, and I have video from him last night in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a very, very good interview, very like introspective and really, really on point. And like, look, not every they messed with him and shook his psyche in the preseason, and he's coming out of it. And
As you
he's
should as a professional athlete.
yeah, he's going to be a better player because of it.
You hope so.
Yeah, he's going to be more resilient because of it.
But it goes back to everything that we talked about with him before the year. It was, or not before, but during the preseason, and then when he was struggling early in the year, it's like he needs to figure out ways to help out, whether it's assists, rebounds, picking up the defensive intensity, because then the shot will come. The shots will start to fall. And I think that's what we've seen. So all the credit to him for not just disappearing because his shot wasn't going down.
Yeah.
He started pulling down more rebounds, started dishing out a couple assists. And then lo and behold, look, he remembers how to shoot.
Yeah, it's pretty miraculous that a career like near 40% shooter can shoot the basketball.
It is stunning.
Like just everyone just stand back.
The analytics didn't predict this.
Yeah. No, I mean, just like there are matchups that don't work against certain teams, certain players. Like there have been some matchup issues here. There have been some like, again, tinkering and some things that knocked Kevin off his game. He somehow didn't come in with just shooting the ball like he normally does. Like there are a lot of things. And I know a lot of people are, oh, he wasn't right after the All-Star break. It's like, go back to the month of March. He shot like 48% from three. He was right.
Yeah.
It was that he fell apart in the playoffs. And again, he's got to be better. And I'm not making excuses for the guy. He does. He's got to be better. But at the same time, I think the demise of Kevin Huerter was grossly exaggerated.
No doubt. And he was good again last night. Alex Len and Kessler Edwards, they get into the rotation. They contributed. And this is something I wanted to ask you earlier, and then we kind of got off topic. But did you see enough where, okay, so you said saw enough from Keon Ellis. He should start tomorrow if De'Aaron Fox is out. Okay. Is it now Alex Len over JaVale McGee for that second center spot until Trey Lyles is back?
I think you're going to go a 10-game stretch here or a 5-game stretch where Alex Len gets a shot.
You have to.
I think you
do.
do.
He was really good last night.
He was really good at the end of last season too.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, they signed him quick, which I was surprised that they signed him so quick, but it's because he was impactful for them. And he was a good teammate, and he showed up every day, and he was a big leader behind the scenes about maintaining your body. He's a player who's had health issues, who's had a bunch of like lingering things throughout his career, and that's not who he is anymore. And so I'm really happy for Alex when he gets an opportunity every time, because again, there's something about being a good teammate, about having the right perspective, and about being, like a good soldier, because behind the scenes, when you're not playing, it's really hard. He works to get better every day. He works with Jay Triano every single day on those passes that Malik Monk hit him on during the game last night. Jay Triano throws those passes to him every single day in warmups and in practice, like trying to make sure he's ready to catch all kinds of different looks. Like these are things that, like, even though he's a veteran, he knows he can get better, and he goes in there and, whether he got in the way of Shaedon Sharpe or if he blocked a shot, I don't know, whatever happened there, because we didn't get a good review of it, a replay of it. But you need a guy who's willing to, like, okay, here's my body, I'm going to throw it on the line, and whatever happens. I'm gonna go in there, and a guy's trying to catch a body. Okay, I'm gonna give it my best, and whatever happens, I'm okay with. And of course, it becomes a huge play in the game. So yeah, I like what Alex Len's doing, and for right now, like, give him 5 games. Like,
you have to. You can't be like, oh, hey, good job. That just sends the wrong message to me. And that's a little bit what I think about Ellis and Edwards and Len last night. They all played, and they played well enough that if you go, okay, now back to the end of the bench with you, that just sends the wrong message, I think. Because you had these guys go out, they did everything you wanted to do. It was energy, they were fine defensively, they didn't mess anything up colossally. That's what you want. That was the goal of putting them in. And it can't just be, hey, did you see what they did? Okay, now here you go. Everybody else, JaVale, you're back in there.
Yeah, I would say this.
Sasha, you're back in there.
Adding De'Aaron Fox to that mix, like makes those players even better because they're players who need big time scorers in order to disguise some of the things that they do. And that goes for Keon, it goes for Kessler, it goes for Alex Len. If you have De'Aaron Fox in the game, that's why it makes it easy for JaVale McGee to be the player he is, right? So I think that if you're gonna like give these guys a shot, Keon Ellis is a guy who's gonna lose a minutes first because he's basically just filling in for Fox at this point. And Davion Mitchell went out and played 27 minutes, had his best game of the season. So he's holding on to his spot as long as he's gonna like give that type of energy and be that type of player, like be forceful. But with Alex and Kessler, like why not? Like I'd also point out, I think it's really interesting, Kyle, that your 3 acquisitions in the offseason, Sasha Vezenkov doesn't play, JaVale McGee does not play, and Chris Duarte played 11 minutes. Those were your 3 acquisitions. Great. Yeah. Like Mike Brown has to go with what he knows and what is working and not worry about politics inside the office or anything else.
That's it.
Go out there and put the best, like 9 or 10 guys that fit what's happening and let it roll.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm doing the exact same thing against OKC. De'Aaron Fox or not. Well, check that. Keon Ellis isn't starting if De'Aaron Fox is healthy.
Yeah.
So that's not what I meant by I'm rolling with the same thing. But Kessler Edwards, I'm giving some burn. I'm finding a way to get Keon Ellis some burn, and same thing with Alex Len.
Yeah.
That's kind of where that's at. Let's talk about some of the bad. I don't love that they had to take the Blazers to overtime.
No,
I don't love that.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Kyle. Like you and I had this
You called
discussion.
them marginal. I think they're less than marginal.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. I don't love that it took overtime either, but this team needed a win so desperately.
100%.
And they're not playing that well right now. They're trying to figure out why they're not playing well. And like I talked earlier in the show, like this is kind of like, like math in school where, you take 1 year of math, but then the next year it's really based off of the previous year. So if you didn't do what you're supposed to do in the previous year, and then you're going into year 2 and you have problems, you're going to have problems because you skip some steps. Right. And I think the Kings skipped some steps, and I think Mike Brown is going back and he's trying to clean up some of the steps that they missed as they jump from a 30-win team to a 48-win team. And sometimes that's painful. Sometimes you're going to fail tests.
Yeah.
And that's okay. But at the same time, I would rather fail a test and still win the game.
Sure.
Than fail a test and lose a game.
The Kings got the arrow pointed the right direction last night.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and go, the Kings are back. That's disingenuous to them. They were so much better last year than they were last night. And so to sit here and say, hey, that overtime win against a beat up Blazers team, even without De'Aaron Fox, is they are here, baby. Like, no, they're not.
No.
Last year's Kings team would have beat the team that played last night at Golden One Center
by 25.
At least.
Yes.
So that's what I want to avoid. I don't want it to be, hey, whatever happened last night was fine. Like Malik Monk can go 4 of 16 every night. Like, no, he can't. Keegan Murray has to continue figuring it out. They can't turn it over a bunch of times late.
Yeah.
You can't have 11 combined turnovers from so there's all these like little things that, again, they're not there. But to your point, and I think the overarching most important thing here is 82 game season. They were heading the wrong direction going into last night. And last night at least pointed the arrow back the right direction.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I said about Kevin Huerter. Like, I don't think Kevin Huerter had a perfect game. But what Kevin Huerter did do is have a game that he can build on. And Kyle, you cannot build on the game they had on Monday. No, you cannot build. There is nothing there. You take that, like Mike Brown needs to see the game film. No, Mike Brown needs to burn the game film and move on and forget that game ever happened. Scrap it and say, how do we get better? And then I think that last night's game, it wasn't great. It was a win, and you can build on it. And you're starting to see games from players, individuals that you can build on. And once you start getting everybody back up to speed and learning all their algebraic formulas and understanding, the principles, then you can start moving forward again. But for right now, everyone's got to catch up.
Last couple things here, and these tie together. Jeremy Grant goes for 38 points.
Yeah.
Like, sure, man, whatever. And then the Blazers shot 50.6% from the field.
Not good enough.
It's definitely not good enough.
It's not good enough.
You don't love that.
Nope.
What was his name? Something Mays? What is it? I had never
Skylar
I had
Mays.
never heard of Skylar Mays in my life until last night. And he goes for 18.
Oh, and then they put Moses Brown in. I'm like, oh no, Moses Brown is
It was so many.
Please don't hurt somebody, Moses.
It was so many dudes last night who I've never heard of in my life.
Yeah, that's like 2 years ago, OKC. You're like, who in the world is that?
The only reason I know who Tumani Kamara is because my buddy covers the Suns.
Okay.
And when they let him go, he was like, I think this is a mistake. I think he can play a little bit.
Oh.
And sure enough, he can. He wasn't bad last night. Shout out to Monty
Kamara.
Ugly from last night. Keegan Murray's game. 4 of 17 from the field. 1 of 6 from 3.
Make a decision.
Just whatever you're going to do.
Stick with it. Make a decision and stick with it because that's what I feel. He's tentative.
If being aggressive right now is going to hurt Keegan Murray like this, then go back to whatever he was doing last year. Go hang out on the perimeter and shoot threes.
Until he builds his confidence?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have to go backwards to take a couple steps forward, that's fine. But whatever he's doing offensively right now isn't working.
Again, he's a player that's going to look a lot different with De'Aaron Fox on the floor.
Yeah, you're right. And then 21 turnovers is a no-go. That's too many. They've been really good taking care of the ball this year. 21 is too many. You're not going to win a lot of games where you're giving the ball away 21 times. If they cut that number to 15, they win last night by multiple scores.
Yes.
So cut down that number. That was ugly. You know what else is ugly? Bears, Carolina. Bears, Panthers. Thursday Night Football tonight. I was going to ask a prediction, but instead I'm going to ask, how much of this game are you going to watch?
That would be not much. I might spend evening with the wife, especially with all the games we have lately. Yeah.
That's very good for you. A good decision. It's going on my laptop and will be up. And when I walk by, I'll look to see what's happening, but I'm not dialing into
It's 2-7 against 1-7. You couldn't have flexed this. You couldn't have found a way to get something that someone would watch.
You can't flex out Thursday night.
Oh,
not at this point of the year.
Goodness, horrible.
All right. We got to go. D'Lo and Casey are next. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. We've been the Insiders. He's James. I'm Kyle. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
The password is Domas.
Domas at ESPN1320.com. Click that Jiffy Lube contest page. Enter DOMAS for a chance to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. D'Lo and Casey next. See you.
Give us that thumbs up, everybody. Oh, you didn't say clear. Did I just say that on the air?
Oh, no, we're clear. Sorry. I meant to go check and see how long this break was because I might have just hosed them.
Everything good out there, people? We're out of here.
2, 3, 3.
We have been the Insiders, everybody. Thank you. Have a good night.
Did we decide on Tuesday?
I'm down for Tuesday.
All right, Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Taco
Junior.
Tuesday. Junior restaurant.
Junior restaurant.
Out here in Roseville, right off 80. Sunrise and Eureka.
North Sunrise and Eureka. Yes, so you get off on Eureka,
Across
take
from
a
the Auto
right, like you're heading towards the Auto Mall. You take a right on North Sunrise, and it's right there.
Yep.
It's a great spot. What a great,
Get tacos, get a couple margs. We're going to have a great time.
Beautiful interior. I love what they've done there. The bar, huge bar. Absolutely spectacular.
Ladies' night tonight, by the way, and some Thirsty Thursday specials. $30 pitcher of margs, $30 pitcher of Palomas, $30 pitcher of mojitos, $40 pitchers of botanical squeeze. I don't even know what that is, but I want it.
I want is that a spicy Paloma? I
it.
like a spicy Paloma.
I love a botanical squeeze.
You can give me a whole pitcher of spicy Palomas?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. All right.
All
I'm
right.
gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
see everybody next Tuesday. 12:30. 12:30 next Tuesday.
Bye, friends.
Later, everybody.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad. Oh. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, I got it set up. You can stop it.
Stop it.
Smart ass. Hammer.
What's happening? Oh, I'm creaky. Sorry. Whew.
Shout out Doug Christie. Cheers.
Oh, nice. I love that stuff.
That's good stuff.
Did they change your bottle?
They did. I couldn't find it. I'm like, man, where is this stuff?
It's the same, right?
It's like, oh, it's a different bottle. Yeah, it's the same everything. It's just a different bottle.
Who's this we got walking down here? We just walked by.
Are you on a break?
Hey.
Okay, can you do bath fitters like a read? Do you mind?
Do what?
For bath fitters, they need to know talent for KSFM.
Like, you want me to do it on the radio?
Yeah, well, not right now, but urgent talent requests for bath fitters. These are reads only and will run this month.
You can pay for it?
Yeah.
That didn't sound convincing. I'm confused. You want me to do it right now, or you're asking, will we do it?
Yeah, will you do it? It's just a talent request.
Sure.
Okay, because I've already submitted your name. Thanks.
Oh, good.
Wow.
I've been saying for 2 years I need a goddamn new bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Not you. I'm not saying that to you. I'm talking to you.
Unfortunately, nobody listens to us, so
I need a new bathroom for 2 years.
in this building, at least.
I fixed my own bathroom, so no, I'm not in. All right, friends.
All right, thank you.
I'm gonna warm that for you.
Thank you, sir. Where are you going,
brother?
Are you done? Are you going home?
I think I'm going home. The Kings are doing like their feast thing, so they have practice, but then they're going straight to that, and their media availability will be more based on that.
Okay.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not like my back is teetering on the brink.
Check 1, check 2.
Rehab day. So I didn't tighten anything.
No, that's okay. I just move it. I just move the mic around.
Cool. All right. I'll be home.
My man.
You guys need anything?
Appreciate you, Hammer. Thank you, brother.
Oh. Screams.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo! What's good, baby? Come on, man. Vibes are different today. Y'all know what it is. Yeah. Come on, man. Let's get it in.
Yeah.
It's that boy Young Zell. Come on, Kings.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning.
That's right.
This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Down
now.
the lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's
16 now.
Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam.
Hey. What's good, baby?
Yeah,
Shout out to that
yeah,
boy,
yeah.
Young Zell. Welcome in here.
Shout out Young Zell.
To the November 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I am Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And
Hey.
I'm just gonna.
Well,
we didn't.
it wasn't a Drake Bars
Well,
game,
no,
but Drake Bars have been submitted.
Okay.
Drake Bars have been submitted. You know, people's like, yo, I know this ain't a certified Drake Bar game from UKC, but Drake Bars have been submitted.
So I saw all the tweets, and I was like, oh no, he didn't say nothing.
No.
And then I saw you retweet it. I was like, oh, well, maybe he feels good, and he's just gonna.
Here's the Drake Bars rule. You're on a non-certified Drake Bars game, you won't get Drake Bars from me.
Okay.
But if anybody wants to submit Drake Bars on any given day, they are eligible.
Okay.
So we have some that have been submitted. You know, if hey, I'm down to throw them on here, man. Whenever we get a chance, but they have been submitted.
We'll do it at 12:20.
Yeah.
Are they on Twitter or they get sent to your
on Twitter?
Oh, okay.
The show got that. We out here. I think I
Okay.
retweeted it. So
Okay.
yeah, they've been submitted. Man, shout out to Young Zell.
You know what makes me happy?
Huh.
Watching Young Zell dance.
Oh,
You ever go through like Young Zell's IG? Young Zell dances with like such happiness.
He has a great time, man. You love that energy. But we love Light the Beam.
Mhm.
Just imagine if there was no beam to light ever. I mean, how crazy is that? Hey, we wouldn't even be able to have that song. We would if and they just say get rid of it. We wouldn't even be able to have that song.
Just a quick note to anybody begging for attention. The beam isn't a stick. You feel me? And it ain't just them. I saw a handful of some messages we were typing. The beam isn't a stick. It's a thing now that's part of the Sacramento Kings.
Out of towners.
That's
bro.
what it is.
Out of towners.
Y'all keep bringing in
a lot of Boston energy in that, man.
Man, y'all keep bringing in these out of towners to talk about family business. Y'all keep bringing in folks that ain't family to talk about family business. Come on, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? But that's all right. That's all right. Because like I told Jesse, woo, it's a bloodbath, boy. It is a bloodbath.
Oh, it's nasty. I snuck the picture in.
Good, bro. He ain't lying. He did. He's over here taking pictures of the screen. Hey, Kings get a win last night. I think I wrote the score down wrong. Did I get the score? Oh, no, I did. It was 121-118.
121-118.
Yes, indeed. They get a win against Portland. Hold up, man. Did you zoom in on the picture?
I mean, I left that up for whoever sees it. If they want to zoom in, they can zoom in. I'll leave that up to whoever.
Yeah. I'm gonna be looking at this like it's the Zapruder film.
You can see it.
It's like it's a little grainy.
It's clear as day.
So you know what it was.
It's clear as day. When you zoom in.
That's when I took a picture of Kenny signing his contract and realized, we'll just put this into the profile. Let's just put this into the profile right here.
Don't ever talk about the beam, bro. Don't do that.
Not on your second day on the job. Don't do that.
Don't do that. What does Shaq always say? G14 classification. Mm-hmm. Don't have G14 classification to do that.
No, bro. You still on the basement floor. And Chris Watkins, when you rebuke something, rebuke it with your damn chest.
Say it with your chest.
Like, stand up and say, no, sir, we're not doing that. Chris is my guy. Come on, man. All right, Kings
Allen's
get a win.
my guy, too, dog. I ain't going to be like that. I like Allen, but he's just wrong. He dead wrong.
Allen's a good dude.
He's my guy. He dead wrong.
I met Allen for the first time at the Laker game. I don't always agree with the way that he tweets. Yeah. He be tweeting a little crazy.
He good people though. He good people though. I'm having fun, man. He good people. I ain't got nothing bad to say.
I ain't even told you this. We hanging out Friday with some people from over there.
Oh, word?
But it's the ones you already know. It's our people. Yeah, they coming through. I told them hey, we're gonna be a Tiger after the game on
pull up on us.
Yeah, they want to come hang out.
Yeah, let's go.
Come hang out.
Yeah.
All right. There is a lot to discuss. Shout out to Kenyon Murray, by the way.
Yeah, big ups.
Kenyon was going to join us. He was actually going to join us right now. But we decided we'll talk to him at a later time because he is very, very literally boarding a plane back home right now.
Yeah.
And we thought that could be a little messy for him. That could be a little messy for the audience. Let's just hold out. But shout out to Kenyon. Obviously, he was all over the TV last night. He was on the post game show, and he was kind enough to agree to come onto the show today. But we just couldn't get the timing to work out. So he's going to get home. He's going to get settled, and we'll connect down the line and have him on the show.
Absolutely. What a moment last night, man. What a moment. I was so happy to see that. Not only for anytime you see that, man, and because obviously I've got a son that plays basketball and has all these hoop dreams and stuff like that, and who knows where it's going to take him. But I mean, that's a common story with any parents, or especially the fathers. You know what I mean? I really look at the fathers, and just I could imagine Kenyon having flashbacks to when they were 10, 11 years old and learning how to play the game. And you heard the story about them. These guys weren't like unbelievably recruited out of high school. You know what I mean? Like, they were just hard workers. They like the game. Let's see where it takes them. And now here you are with two sons playing against each other in an NBA game. It was a great moment to see. I love to see that.
It was, and Chris got a little block on Keegan. Keegan came back and hit a three. And Keegan's team gets the victory, thankfully, for all of us. And as we mentioned, man, there is a lot to discuss. We'll lay the groundwork for you today. Coach David Patrick going to be with us here this hour. Excited to kick off another season of Sac State basketball with our coach. Again, he'll be with us coming up here in this first hour. And then Matt George will close out the show with us in the 3 o'clock hour. Lots of Kings talk. Lots of Kings talk in between. The phone lines will be open for you, 916-909-1320. Shout out to Malik Monk, Domantas, Sabonis. They anchored what was a very, very different rotation for Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings last night. As we alluded to at about 3:30 yesterday, a lineup change did happen. And Keon Ellis got the call. I was watching Davion's minutes very closely, but I didn't have to. That man was cooking. And he played 30 minutes. He was phenomenal. If there was a challenge thrown down to Davion Mitchell at any point over the last couple of days, he answered.
Absolutely.
We saw Alex Lynn. We saw Kessler Edwards. We did not see Sasha Vezenkov. We did not see JaVale McGee. A very, very different approach from Mike Brown into this game against the Portland Trailblazers.
Man, I got to be honest with you. When I heard Keon was starting, I was surprised like everybody else, and I didn't like it. Not necessarily because of Keon, but I didn't like the move to not start Davion. I would have kept it the same way. But Keon, he played his ass off last night. He doesn't have a whole lot of stats to show for it or whatever, but he was out there doing whatever needed to be done. And, you know, he helped the team get off to a good start. I like the minutes that he played. You talked about Davion. That situation reminds me a little bit of when I was playing at Cal State, and I was a starter for the first year and a half that I was there at point guard. Then I got hurt, and I missed like 2 or 3 games. And we always had a good record. But the guy who was my backup, shout out my man Scott Vos, I was hurt for 2 or 3 games. He played really well. And when I was healthy enough to come back, coach was like, he's like, yeah, we're going to keep Scott starting for a couple more games. He's like, you're going to come back or whatever, but we're going to keep Scott starting for a couple more games. And I didn't like that. I didn't like tell him, but I was upset. I was hurt by that. I did not take that lightly. And I remember I talked to my mom before one of the games, and I told her, you know, my frustrations or whatever the case may be. And she said, well, next game, you're just going to have to make every shot. and I said, I guess next game I started the game like 7 of 8, had 15 points in the first half or whatever, and got the starting job back that way. But long story to go around saying Davion's mom might have told him, you're going to have to make every shot tonight. And that's what he did. He was cooking in that first quarter. I loved the way he played, not only then, but the entire game. He there's some things I want to talk about as well, about maybe the approach to everything that went on, and maybe we're all a little off on it. Davion, I loved his game last night. He did a great job.
Yeah, I did too. He was 3 of 4 last night from 3, 6 of 9 from the field, 16 points, 4 assists for Davion's 27 minutes of play. And that's as Kenny and I were leaving the studio last night. You know, the change had been made. You know, the game had already started. And it's like, man, I'm watching Davion's minutes tonight, because if we don't see him play a lot, I think there could be a bigger picture issue here. And that didn't seem to be the case. Davion's mom told him to make every shot, just like Cheryl and Elgrove did. And he went out there and cooked. So I think with the way the last half hour of our show went, it was kind of like, this might be happening. Like, you know, brace yourself for it. Like this could be a really interesting night. I wasn't ready for Kessler Edwards to take the floor.
No.
That kind of, I was like, oh, this is what we're doing. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mike, I see you. And I won't front. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell you about everything I was thinking when we get back. I was just getting ready to cut a promo and looked up at the time. Let's get this. Let's get this out the way. We'll come back. As Kenny said, there's a lot to break down in this game. There's a lot to break down to the approach of the game. And I had a feeling, about 2 minutes in, I knew what I was going to say today. And then Malik Monk was like, hold that thought, player. We got a game to win. So we'll dive into all of that. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours.
We got Drake bars coming up too, and it ain't from your boy. They've been submitted.
I'm with it. Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, there they are right there. All right, I got them. My man Profound. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you, Profound. Hang on. Oh man, I don't have nothing to say about bad about Kessler. I just didn't expect him to play. Actually, his stat line doesn't really give a good indication of what he did yesterday. Doesn't mean I wasn't surprised to see him, but I definitely was. Definitely was.
Hey, Michigan, don't worry about it. We already let them boys know. Tread lightly. Watch your mouth.
Oh.
Can you imagine the Big Ten puts out a statement? We're sorry.
Yeah. They need to think about it. They need to think about putting out that statement. We ain't playing with these boys.
We played investigator. We don't want to play that game no more.
Like Razor Ramon used to say.
For a second, I thought Xfinity had gone in cahoots with NBA.com, and I was about to be pissed off because I got all the games set to recording on my DVR, and typically you go to the Xfinity app to stream. You can watch your stuff on your DVR on the stream. And lately, in the immediate, hey, these are things you just recorded, the Kings game wasn't on there. So I was like, I know the NBA did not get with them and make it a 3-day wait for my goddamn recordings too. You got to go through a couple different steps now. That kind of pisses me off too, but it's still there.
You got to go through a couple of steps to find something you recorded?
On the app, on the TV.
Oh, on the app.
It's right there. But on the app, it used to be right there on the app. Now I got to go to the actual DVR, your recordings, all that other stuff. It's 2 or 3 extra pushes of a button.
It is, John Poles. It is. Hell of a job by the Nuggets. We didn't really. We saw it. We had it. We just didn't really do anything with it because we were so embedded in the Kings. But Jamal Murray being out for a month or so, the rest of the month, and it was a good win for the Nuggets. I think the Warriors played without Draymond last night. Pretty crazy finish. There's some good games, some big-time performances in the National Basketball Association to talk about, which we will as the day rolls along. We're going to talk to our man, Coach David Patrick, coming up here in about 30 minutes as well. He's going to squeeze in a little time with us before going to practice. But we got Kings basketball to talk about. In fact, we got a Kings win to talk about.
Hey.
And that means we got Drake bars.
Hey, we got a submitted Drake bars.
Man.
Like I said, for me personally, this wasn't a certified, verified Drake bars game. But like I said, That doesn't stop you guys. If it's not verified by me, you can submit your Drake bars, and we got them. You know, we celebrate wins over here all the time.
Means the people who can rap can get in on this, and this our man Profound 9.
I mean, you know, I'm one of those people.
No, for sure. I meant that. I meant that too. That's what I meant. Profound 916, our brother, back with Drake bars in 2023.
Yeah. Kings finally woke up. They put up a fight. Domantas and Malik had a hell of a night. Yeah, ugly wins are better than pretty losses. We got beams to like. That's a hell of a sight. Like Keegan and Chris, we got the better brother, and it's not even a diss. Keegan's in a slump, and it sucks seeing a miss. But shooters gotta shoot, so shoot. Eventually, he'll be seeing them swish. Yeah, shout out to Keon. Got the starting role, blood coated and free on. Next man up is the type of stuff that we on. Love the response from Dave Beyond. The night sky turned purple and neon. That's right. We blaze the trails they want to be on. Keep sleeping on the Kings, yeah, dream on. When Fox comes back, the Kings are going to be a problem. And I think that's something we can agree on.
Yep.
Much love, D-Lo and KC.
Hey,
yes, sir. That's our brother right there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Profound 916. What's good, baby?
Yeah, man.
What's good, baby?
What do you say? We blaze trails they want to be on. Oh, that went over a
fire.
couple of people's head. They didn't hear him. He said, we blaze trails they want to be on against the Trailblazers. Stop
you think that really went over people's head?
I think it did. They wasn't ready for it.
Kenny's explaining other people's bars now. I'm with this. I like this new show idea. Kenny explains other people's bars.
Profound. He always has, Hall of Fame status because of his classic bar with Draymond I-80. What did he say?
Wait, what was
he said something to the effect of like Kings Warriors rivalry is like the road we drive on, or Draymond is like the Kings Warriors rivalry that we drive on I-80, like his stat line is I-80.
Oh.
Saying I-80. I forgot exactly what he said.
We gotta dig up some more old Drake bars. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Shout out Profound 916. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for the Drake bars. You could submit Drake bars every time the Sacramento Kings get a victory.
Still looking for Sean P.
Man, Sean P's scared. Oh! Well, you know what the great part is? You know what the great part about Sean P's fear is? Like, he's going to blame it like on the wedding. He's going to act like he didn't hear. And then he's just going to pop up in the chat like nothing happened.
Yeah, like we ain't been calling for it.
We've been calling that man's name for 2 years now.
Come on. Man, Lee, get your man.
I've seen that man at the airport at ungodly hours of the morning. Hey, you got nothing to say. Nothing to say. All right, brother.
Yeah, that's what it is.
We're going to keep saying Sean P. Your name is in these streets.
Come on, man. Come on. That Brand asked the question. Curious, what makes a certified Drake bars game for KC? Just if I label it one.
That's it.
If I don't label it one, it's not a certified Drake bars. I know when the next one is. It's coming up soon. I know when the next one is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's coming up soon.
I guess it's a mystery. We'll all find out together. As is Mike Brown's approach moving forward. It's a bit of a mystery that we're all going to find out together. We saw Keon Ellis start last night. Keon played 21 minutes in the game in which he started. Davion played 27. Of course, Davion answered the call going back to the bench. I believe Davion and Malik came in at the same time. Malik played 29 minutes. What an incredible job from Malik Monk last night. De'Aaron Fox's absence in the fourth quarter again was glaring. And I did not think the Kings were going to win this game. I didn't.
It looked bleak, and I ain't talking about Memphis with like a minute and a half to go.
They were turning the ball over like crazy. Like, the game was sloppy. I think our man Brendan called it chaotic. Like, it was a mess.
I'm not trying to blame him at all. I swear. When Harrison had that turnover, I said, because I saw what he saw, but by the time I got the ball, I said, no, don't do it. It's too late. And he throws it anyway.
I couldn't believe Harrison threw that pass.
Oh, man.
Absolutely could not believe it. It gets I'm like, well, if that's what we're doing, if that's where we're at, where the most rational guy on the floor does that, All right. It ain't our night. And I started to worry too with the way the lineups were going, because I told you I had a thought on Mike, and my take was going to be clear. Mike, you did too much going into this game. Way too much. And we could argue whether Mike did too much or not, but it's a lot more fun of an argument when the Kings get a W than if the Kings lose. But this was about Malik, and credit to Malik for, in my opinion, making sure the Sacramento Kings won that game last night. He shot terrible. He said, that's fine. I can't make a shot. That's all right. I may not be able to make a shot. I'm going to score, though. I'm going to score. Yeah. And that man was 15 of 19 from the free throw line.
Missed his first 4 free throws.
I was going to say, those missed free throws were early.
I couldn't believe it. We out here missing the first 4. I said, Malik, what's going on? He couldn't believe it either.
23 and 10. And you can hear, if you didn't get the opportunity to see his post-game press conference, James Hand posted it. Of course, the Kings post the media availability as well on their YouTube page. He was very happy to have gotten to 10 assists for the first time in his career.
Yeah.
23 and 10 for fourth quarter Malik, who made sure the Sacramento Kings walked out of the Golden One Center with the purple beam in the sky and a victory.
Big ups to Malik Monk, man. He's that dude. He's that dude. He is the dog that we've always asked for since we've been doing this show. When we had to go through Buddy and take your pick, Glenn Robinson the third, Whiteside. He's like, where the dogs at?
Yeah.
And Malik is that. Malik is that. And at the end of that game, if there was an opportunity to win, he was going to make sure he brought it home.
I did not catch this until this exact moment. You know how many turnovers Harrison had?
1.
He had 1.
Oh, that was it?
He had 1.
Man. And like I said, when I bring up that play, it ain't even to get at Harrison like that. I mean, anybody could have threw it and I had the same reaction. But I saw it, like the ball gets poked away, and I think Malik is leaking out, and I'm like, hey, get that, throw it up. And if somehow it got away from like another guy and rolled a little further, and Harrison got the ball, and I said, no, it's too late, it's too late. Sure enough, Harrison heaves. I said, no,
man.
What are you? No.
And it was just a clean little pick. Boom, got it off the other way.
Yeah.
Harrison's only turnover of the game.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
At the end of the day, like you talked about, though, Malik Monk made sure that he made the plays down the stretch, big time free throws, big time free throws.
Yep.
Those free throws are not easy, and especially with the free throw struggles he had been having before, they were not easy, and he handled it like a true champion.
And Malik, I wasn't going. How'd you feel going to the line? You gonna miss them free throws? Were you worried about missing them free throws? Hell no. I ain't gonna miss those. I ain't gonna miss those.
We got to hear from our guy, man. We got Malik talking again, man. That's what you called for yesterday. We got to hear from our guy, and he delivered.
And he said, he
delivered.
He said some of the things that we were looking for.
Yep.
He said some of the things that we talked about today. And man, Malik did everything we asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Every single thing we asked for. Mm-hmm. Malik did it yesterday, as did.
Yeah, we got to talk about it. We got to talk about this guy. Because this guy set the tone when we heard from him at about 2:30 yesterday.
The big fella, Domantas Sabonis, 40 minutes, 11 of 14 from the field, 27 points. I think 10 in the first.
I think 11.
11 in the first, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. 5 of 7 from the foul line. He was dominant. He was fouled repeatedly. The Lakers need to send video of Domantas Sabonis and the way he's officiated to the league office, because they would be really upset if his name was LeBron James, because my goodness, man, he takes a beating on a night-to-night basis, and he gets out there and gets the job done again. 27, 11, and 9 for Domantas Sabonis.
So I kind of hate this. I love the phrase. I hate where it came from, but it applies in this situation. You'll understand when I say this. Domantas Sabonis was pissed off for greatness.
Mm.
He was pissed off.
Mm.
It seemed like since Monday. We heard him talk
Yeah.
to the media. He was not in a good mood.
Yep.
He was not here for all this other stuff. He came and did his job to talk to people, but he didn't want to hear what anybody had to say. He wasn't happy with how things went down over the weekend. And he came out at the start of this game saying, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but I'm not shooting 4 shots,
Mm-hmm.
and we're not going to get pushed around again. It was a leader-like performance from Domas. He's not necessarily going to get that type of look because Malik is the guard handling the ball, in crunch time and making those type of decisions. But Domas, he set the tone. He was a leader last night, all day yesterday. And hell, probably even the day before when he talking about we had to have some conversations.
Yeah.
He was a leader last night.
He was a leader from the second he told Matt George to mind his business. Which isn't at all what he said,
Right.
But that's how it came across. Hey, what'd you guys talk about? Well, that's going to stay between us.
Yeah, no, his leadership,
And he
was on
said that
full
sternly,
display.
by the way. Like
Yeah.
he said that with force because you notice no one followed up.
Right.
No one tried to be. Sean Cunningham is great at that person wasn't able to get their question answered. I think if I reword it, I can get it answered. No one tried. They're like, all right,
Well, know
we
your
heard-
role.
we heard you. We heard you.
No, I loved everything about what Domas did all day yesterday. That is what was needed in that moment, and he delivered. And it seemed even when they talked to him afterwards, he's like, it's whatever. Like we still got job's not done.
Mhm.
Job's not done. We had to take care of business tonight. We did that.
Mhm.
And this goes into what I asked yesterday and what I talked about. Win or lose, it didn't really matter. We wanted to see them compete at a high level. We wanted to see them play with more intensity and more focus. They did that, but everything's not fixed. Everything's not fixed just because they got a win or just because they, scored some points or played a little better. There's still a lot of work to do, and you heard that. At least I heard that from Domas when he spoke after the game. He's like, yeah, it feels good or whatever. We did some good things. We still got a lot of work to do.
Mhm.
I love that. I love it.
Domas, phenomenal, man.
Mm.
Absolutely phenomenal. Keegan found ways to contribute. Keegan's cold shooting run continues. 1 of 6 from 3, 4 of 17 from the field. And that's the part I think you like. He didn't curl up in a ball. He didn't, retreat back to a shell.
Yeah, man.
He's like, nah, I'm open. I'm gonna shoot it.
Keep shooting the rock.
And he kept shooting. And more importantly, he didn't remove himself from the game, right?
Mhm.
He's missing shots, but he's staying active.
Mhm.
Mike got on him last year about rebounding the basketball. Mike has not had to get on Malik Monk one time. Has not had to get on Keegan Murray one time about rebounding the basketball.
Yeah. When it comes to Keegan Murray, I'm taking what was he, 4 for 16, 4 for 17?
4 for 17.
I'm
yeah.
taking 4 for 17
Mhm.
over 2 for 7
every time.
day.
Every
Shoot
time.
the ball.
Yep.
Shoot
Every
the ball.
time.
I need you to shoot the ball. This is your greatest talent in this league right now,
Mhm.
and you're too good of a player, too good of a shooter. It's not gonna last. So keep shooting so we can get past the rust spot, and then you can start hitting shots again. But to your point, him continuing to do other things out there on the floor
Yeah.
and contribute in other ways, it's just adding to his growth, really, to be
Mhm.
honest with you. So obviously want him to have better numbers and execute better or anything, but I love the way Keegan is playing. I love it.
And if Gorilla Monsoon was here, he would say, that's Kevin Herter's music.
And look, Keegan could take a page from Kevin Herter because Kevin Herter
Keep
wasn't
shooting.
hitting shots.
Yep.
And he's still not like all the way back, but I said it.
I'll take that 4 and 9 from 3, though.
Man, but
I'll take
look,
that 4 and 9.
I'll definitely take that 4 and 9 and 3. But I said it. The Warriors preseason, one of those games. I think it was a preseason game. I said, man, Kevin Huerter playing his ass off. He's trying.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying
Mhm.
everything he can to not only get his shot going, but if the shot's not going, contribute in other ways. And he's hopefully, it looks like he's worked himself out of that by just working.
Yeah.
Like he's just been working, grinding at it, keep shooting the shots, finding other ways to contribute, working on the defensive end, working on the boards. And now it seems like he's coming out on the other side of this whole thing. And like you said, I'll take the 4-9. I'll take 17 points from Kevin Huerter. I love the way he's played since the starting lineup controversy, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Since then, since the day he was kind of shocked and James and them talked to him in the locker room, he's done nothing.
Oh, he looked different last night.
Oh yeah,
he looked different.
Yeah.
We'll have to find that. I think James
has
had
it. Yeah, James had it.
Yeah, well, he again we analyzed his video pretty closely. He doesn't like smile and get excited and all that stuff a lot, but he definitely looked as James I think notes in the description, like a weight had been lifted off his shoulder a little bit. You can even see a smile.
Oh, look at him! Look at him.
Just how much was this needed for you guys? Yeah, that don't want to think on the other side of it. I think us coming back at home, these are the type of games we need to win, especially in this building. So it wasn't pretty, but we found a way to get it done. Is that sometimes the best way to remedy struggles is to win ugly? Yeah, I mean, I'd rather win ugly than lose pretty. So these are the ones you need. You're going to look back on this game, and it goes in the win column. It's kind of all that matters, and you move on. And we got another one Friday, but this was a good one to get.
Now he's settled into regular Kevin Huerter, where he's just very, very.
He said, "Oh no,
calm,
let me get back to it.
Let me get back in character here. Let me just mellow it out here." I don't know if you caught what Malik said. It was towards the end of his media availability, but I'll admit it got my attention. I was watching these videos at 4:00 in the morning. I couldn't sleep for nothing.
Uh-oh.
So I was up watching these videos, and I'm just sitting there listening. And Malik said, because there was something about winning, ugly. He was like, all we're thinking about is April.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I see you. They're still on the bigger picture outlook here.
Yeah.
And, we were dealing with text messages last night. Oh, we're struggling against a lottery-bound Trailblazers team. All right. They won. And that's all that matters to them. And that's all that matters to Kings fans.
That's all that matters. They got that W. And then also having the foresight and understanding, like, we still got work to do.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be ready to play. We're gonna be ready to compete, but we still got work to do. See, even the best teams, and I'm not saying the Kings are the best team or whatever, but even the best teams go through spots throughout the season where it just don't look right. Remember that 2 week span Denver went through last year?
Yeah.
They were like,
was it at the end of the year?
It was like, I'd say it wasn't the end. It was like
fell asleep.
Yeah, it was like in February.
Okay.
Where it was like 2 weeks where, remember, Coach Malone was pissed off at his team.
Yes.
He was so hot. Like, they were the number 1 seed at the time.
Yep.
That's when we thought, as Kings fans, we were like, yo, Denver's slipping. We might be able to get that 1 seed.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
that was cute.
You go through these moments. Every team goes through these moments where you're just not playing good basketball. And it doesn't matter who you're playing. You could be playing what they call them, the blind sisters of the poor.
Well,
they're going to take you to overtime.
Well, they might.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is. So the Kings are kind of in that spot right now. I don't get caught up on who they're playing and all that other stuff. I look at how they're playing and can they kick out of the slump that they're in. They're not all the way out of there yet, but they started making strides last night to kicking out of it and just playing in a better fashion, better brand of basketball.
Yeah. They definitely did that in you got You got a 34-point quarter. You got a 29-point quarter, which is, you want 30s. You got a 29.
I'm about to keep. I'm getting my own Will Z on. I'm keeping track of this stuff.
Shout out Will Z, because I think Domas heard him yesterday, and Domas, I think he, after his 20th point, said, "The hell with Will Z," because Will said, don't hang.
He said, "The hell with Will Z."
Don't hang too much on a big Domas game, because him and Ayton, that's a battle there.
Yeah.
Domas said, "Huh, I got your numbers here, William," and went out there and had himself a little game. Hey. Jeremy Grant cooked last night. My God, man. Goodness
good
gracious.
ball player.
He was bless you. He was the one on that squad last night.
He was balling, and I'm gonna need some apologies, bro. I'm gonna need some apologies. Like, it's not he didn't play, and put up the same numbers that a Jeremy Grant put up. But some of y'all, not everybody. Some of y'all got to apologize to me about Shaden. Y'all see what I'm seeing. I look at Shaden Sharp is Anthony Edwards when he was that age. Shaden got it. He got it all. He got it all. And y'all was talking about Jaden Ivey, and I like Jaden as a player too. And they're like, "You crazy, KC. We only seen him play these high school games. Yo, you crazy. Jaden Ivey's the way to go, yada, yada, yada." Shaden way better than Jaden Ivey. And he's going to be way better than Jaden Ivey.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I remember everything. Thank you, Aldrin. He said in the chat, "Yeah, you were right, Casey. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you, Aldrin." Because I told y'all about Shaden. Y'all was talking crazy about me. They was talking crazy. Sean Cunningham was talking crazy about me. James Ham was talking crazy about me. Told y'all Shaden was that dude.
You think I'm going to say, "Yeah, you were right, Casey. You can kiss my ass"?
No, you just said it.
That ain't happening. That ain't happening. There ain't no way. Jaden is close to being Jordan Poole right now.
Oh.
I need Jaden to settle his ass down. He out there right now. All wild NBA team is Poole, Kuz, and Jaden Ivey. Y'all brothers need to chill.
Is Dylan on that list? He's on that team?
Yeah, he might be the captain of that squad.
Did you see his standoff with LeBron? Yo, he be going too far sometimes. So that was funny.
Yeah, like, bro, you don't do okay. Whatever, man. Do you? If it works for the Rockets, if it works for Dylan Brooks, do you, bro? But
Dylan,
you are
funny, man.
Dylan Brooks and LeBron James is like me trying to fight Mike Tyson. That's
what it is, but a lot of people be scared to fight Mike Tyson. I do salute somebody that's not afraid to fight Mike.
Isn't it funny how LeBron's all like biggest rivals are like Deshaun Stevenson?
Yeah, that's
like
Dylan Brooks, Lance
Stevenson, yeah.
Nah, hey,
Paul Pierce.
Hey.
Oh, my bad.
No.
Wow.
Why did you do that?
No.
Why did you do that?
That's the first time Hall of Famer right there. You have that coming. You got to wear that.
No, I don't. Why?
Because what'd you say yesterday about you got to be old enough to?
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah.
That was respect. I was respecting you right there. That was out of respect.
Jesse stood up.
I think
it's the first ballot Hall of Fame you're talking about right there.
I think it was about drinking alcohol neat, and he was like, "Nah, that's what older people do."
That was funny.
I said sophisticated people out there.
Sophisticated, yeah. There it is. That's pretty wild too. Kieran Devine brings up Shaden's 20. Oh, Shaden! If that team, because if that team can like zero in and work and build and not be too like out of the box for too long, yeah, man.
If they keep the situation with Scoot, Shaden, Jeremy, DeAndre, and then you kind of find one or two other pieces. And hell, get put what's my man's name last night? Put him in
the greatest shooter of all time.
Oh, that's I got to talk to Coach Patrick. That's a Coach Patrick product. Said he coached him. I said, bro, what you teaching this dude?
Is it Skylar Mays?
Skylar Mays. That's what it was, man. Yeah. Damn.
We'll come back.
He almost hit the game winner too. That was close. Oof, that was close.
We'll talk to Coach Patrick, actually, and we'll talk more Kings basketball. Man, that Trailblazers team is good to me. I don't know.
No, they're a cool
that
team.
feels like a good team to me.
They're a cool team. I think people kind of they're not gonna have a great record or nothing like that. Like they're gonna be a bottom. Yeah, they're gonna be a bottom 5 team.
Is it because Scoot's young and
yeah,
Shaden's young?
the youth of it all? There's still a lack of depth there. Like once you get past like 4 or 5 people, you got some journeymen on there. But I like what's going on in Portland.
Malcolm Brogdon played 5 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, I said, oh yeah, Malcolm Brogdon would be great on the Kings. This is not. He's gonna have a big game. He lets me down yesterday. Pulls it, not even pulls his hamstring injury 5 minutes in.
Yeah,
classic Malcolm.
It's your boy. We'll come back.
Malcolm.
Coach Patrick joins
the
us.
Blazers won because they got Malcolm. You know, they won the Dame trade. That's what they tried to tell me.
Who told you that?
The streets were saying
what?
that.
What? Why are
they told me they got a good haul for Dame.
Okay. Stilo and Casey on ESPN. I don't know what to say. Stilo and Casey on ESPN. Kenny's talking to the streets. He wants apologies. I don't know what to do with any of this.
Acknowledge me.
No. Are we in commercial? All right.
Blazers will be bottom 5, but they got like a foundation. It's not just a collection of young players.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alfonso. He did clip it here. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, got you all on Alfonso. He said, yeah.
Oh, go to hell.
Thanks.
Go to hell, Alfonso.
I can't lie. That's tough.
Y'all can go to hell.
Straight to hell.
Oh, it's our man. What's up, Coach?
What's up, fellas? How are y'all?
We good, man. We good.
We in commercial on the radio, so we just hanging out with the streaming crew right here.
I like it. I like it, man.
I like that shirt too, Coach.
Yeah.
I like that shirt.
I have to
You
get
see,
y'all
I was rocking my Sac State Authentic the other day. You know what I'm saying? Had the jersey on, had the KC in the back. And I was ready to go.
We got yours too, Dick. We got yours.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate
man.
it.
What, did y'all go to the game or no? Last
Nah,
night?
we was working a little Wednesday. Wednesday's a late day for us, so we was here for a while, so we didn't get to make it out there. We'll be there on Friday though.
Tomorrow, yeah. We leave today, otherwise I would love to be there.
Yeah, we gotta. I'm gonna save it for the radio. We gotta talk about that game, man. Talk about what we saw on Tuesday, all that stuff.
Oh man, yeah. They're good. Nevada's a good team, but I think we hung with them. They let the bats out, so that would tell you.
I'm gonna talk about that, Coach, man. I'm gonna talk. It was what a coinky dink, as Cameron said. You know what I mean? When the bats came out, I'm gonna talk about it.
I think it's happening a lot there.
Yeah.
Oh, team's making a run. Send out the bats.
Man, come on, bats.
Yeah, they asked me before the game, was I scared of bats? I'm like, you know where I'm from, man. I'm good with bats. So, because it was like three of them. And then during the game, it was like 40. I'm like, man, that's a big difference. I can do with 3 or 4 of them, not 40 of them. That was a swarm.
Yeah, it was a gang of bats.
Yeah.
Okay, I said,
I hit the referee in the back. I was like, yo.
Oh no. If I was a ref, I'd have been like, hey.
No, it's over. It's over.
It.
No, I'm not even gonna lie. I thought for a second, for like maybe a second and a half, I said, yo, Nevada might have to forfeit this game, bro. We ain't playing with bats around here.
No doubt.
Not doing that.
I should have done that actually. Now I think about it.
We're not playing with bats.
Like we got phobia. I was like, man, we got phobia.
Coach Patrick gonna send him one of them University of Michigan letters out. Hey, y'all been warned.
Yeah, let them know, Coach.
Hey, tread lightly, Nevada. We watching this bat thing you got going on.
Man, I'm watching the game, and I heard a screams in the crowd, and I saw one of your players react. I said, did somebody rush the court? And then the announcer's like, uh-oh, the bats are out here. I said, oh, no, whoa. What's going on?
You've seen Bird, you've seen all that, not bats.
Did you see that? I don't know how old the video is, but it came across my timeline of the game playing in a basketball.
Oh, when
game,
he socked up his
and he
teammate.
punched his teammate.
Yo, the game he's a menace.
Yo, and then the dude tried to square off against him. It's like, bro, don't square off against the
Then he
game.
got jumped.
You got punched. Just take the punch and leave. You still live to fight another day. Oh man,
Game is a menace. He used to come up to Hacks all the time and like play pickup. Every time he came up there, he get into something with somebody. I'm like, yo,
Hey, hang on, coach. We're coming back right here. All right, we're back, man. We're having some fun with our coach, Coach David Patrick, coach of the Sac State men's basketball team here with us. David Patrick joining us unofficially, presented by Urban Roots. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll show some love to our squad. Yeah.
Now we thinking. Now, we thinking.
Show some love to our people over there at Urban Roots. Coach, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. Thanks for having me on your show. New season, and glad to be back on your show.
Yeah.
Coach, you a fixture here, man.
Absolutely. Hey, we talk about the game on Tuesday against Nevada. They're coming off making the tournament. Hey, I got to say, Coach, I text you about I like the way your team looked. I hope you understand what I'm saying and you take this the right way. It was one of the first times in a while I saw Sac State go up against, a team like Nevada from, I think they're in the Mountain West or something like that. And physically, just looking at it on the court, y'all matched up. Like, it didn't look like, oh, little bro or lower D1 going up to play. It was like, no, this is a regular college game. They got, a guy that's 6'9", you got a guy that's 6'9". They got size on the wing, you got, like, it looked like a real game. And I like that squad, man.
No, I appreciate it, man. And obviously Nevada's a great coach team and good team, but they got NBA size, 6'7" point guard, 6'6" wing, 7 footers off the bench. And I think I agree. The way we made up the roster going into year 2 was to try to compete against those type teams and be able to, if you want to play in the NCAA tournament, which is our goal, you don't want to be in there one round and get out. You want to have a team that looks like those teams. And I think we're slowly doing that here at Sac State in year 2.
Coach, we've been telling as coach a year in, he already starting to sound like Doc Rivers, man. In about 3 years, your Doc Rivers is gonna sound like a Coach Patrick impression. Coach, I feel like this happened last year, but we've been telling everyone, hey, D'Lo and KC, we coming out to the Hornets Nest on Tuesday. If y'all want to see Sac State this month, y'all might want to come out because y'all are on the road a lot this month.
No, I'm telling you, man, it's part of they called guarantee games in college basketball. So you got to go raise some money, but you also want to go play against good opponents. And I think obviously we go to Stanford tomorrow, which I don't know if the listeners know that. And so another tough challenge for us, a Pac-12 opponent, but a team where we want to go. We got to be able to compete against those teams. And so hopefully you guys can get out and see us on Tuesday night, which will be here at Sac State.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but hey, Coach, you know what? I'm gonna say we. Even though I'm not an alumni, it's family now. Sac State. You know what we do when we go to Stanford. You know what we do when we go to Stanford. So it's already written. It's already written. Look, Coach is like, Kenny, what you talking about, man? Shut up, man.
No, that's right. Hey, we'll tell you like we told Coach Thompson. Hey, go in there and beat their ass, Coach. Just go in there and whoop their ass.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like I talked to the Olympic Club a month ago in San Francisco. Andy didn't set me up real good because they ain't sleeping on Sac State this time. I don't know if they were the first time. I think Andy did a great job and really outcoached them and outplayed them. But I don't think we'll be sneaking up on Stanford tomorrow. But we want to get their best shot and try to see where we're at in round 2 of our short young season.
And games like that, going up against a Power 5 team like Stanford, and while I'm dead serious when I say I think you guys absolutely can compete in that game. Usually it's set up for a Power 5 school going up against a school like Sac State. Oh, easy work. But not only are you guys trying to win, there's a lot that you can take out of that game about who your team is, who are some of the dogs, who are the guys that aren't afraid of the moment. Is that something that you're also looking at while trying to win the game, but just kind of getting a feel of, who's not afraid of them lights?
100%. We played 4 freshmen the other night who hadn't even been in a college game, let alone on the road in a tough environment. And so how they responded, I thought was great. Obviously, going into the second game, you're playing against a different opponent. It's the first time we were out rebounded the other night. We played 2 scrimmages, which aren't real games, but we kind of were able to see where we got to get better at. We talk about as coaches at every level about not fouling for whatever reason. We fouled a lot the other night. The other team shot 28 free throws. We shot 8. And so we've got to get over that and see if we can, be better tomorrow night against Stanford and keep them off the line and try to out rebound them to then give ourselves a chance to win.
Is it tough in these games where you're going against like such difficult opponents like Nevada, Stanford, and not just that? It's like it's really, really early in the season, so you guys are trying to figure a lot out. Like, is it tough to keep everybody like locked in and like, hey, what we're doing in practice is working. Like our game plan is there. We just, we're going against some tough opponents.
I think it's tough, and it's even tougher in this environment, in this day and age. We have 11 transfers, and so now you're talking about guys that have come from other programs, different terminology, coming in with a sense of what they did at their last place. Can they do it here? And so you're working through that dynamic, as well as trying to get your team together. And so I thought this group's played together well in terms of the camaraderie off the floor. But there's still a learning process of how I play with with my teammate on a nightly basis.
I forgot. I got a bone to pick with Coach Patrick. Man, he almost cost us that Kings game last night out here teaching Skylar Mays. That dude couldn't be stopped last night. I said, my God.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. Skylar committed us to LSU like in the 11th grade, but Dr. Mays, he's a doctor. So I turned on the TV because I forgot, he's been in the G League, he's been here, he's been there. And I said, man, the Joker's playing.
We almost got beat by a doctor last night. not Dr. J. We almost got beat by Dr. Mays last night. Yo.
Yeah, Dr. Mays, not Dr. J. But
that man sprained his ankle and fixed it himself and then come beat you. Like, damn. That's crazy.
Coach, we've kind of glossed over a little bit, man, but you're going into your second season here at Sac State. The Hornet community night was phenomenal, man. I appreciate you for having us be a part of it and help out with that. But, how are you feeling a year plus in being here at Sac State? Obviously, there's a lot of things that you want to achieve. Now, I think you're going to achieve, but I think you guys have already made a whole lot of strides already in your short time. How are you feeling coming into the second season?
Look, I think in any program, the foundation, I think, was set last year of what's expected on and off the floor for my guys. I think I know the league better this year. So when you look at our team makeup, we have returners in Austin Patterson, Nicole Moween, who know what the standard is. And so the guys that are coming, you have somebody in your locker room that can speak for me as a coach. I didn't have that last year, and I feel like that's helped us kind of take a step forward this year. I think the talent level, knowing the league now and knowing how good a talent you need to be in this league, I think that's taken a step forward. And then I just think the community and the campus itself has got behind us. And I just think I think the program's on the rise, and for the right reasons, because we've got the right people on the bus, so to speak.
Coach, we know you got a practice coming up here real soon. We're gonna be out at we're gonna be there on Tuesday to support you in that home opener, man. So good luck at Stanford, and we'll be there at the Nest on Tuesday.
We'll be there on Tuesday. Coach, we're gonna talk to you soon, dog. I ain't even gonna say that. No, I'm just saying we're gonna talk to you soon, dog. I ain't even gonna put him no time. Well, I'll just say we're gonna talk to you soon, man.
All right, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
We appreciate you. Thanks, Coach. That's our man, Coach David Patrick, right there, off to practice, get that team right for that matchup against Stanford.
Yeah, I gotta be easy. I got my Dana Falk on yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I got my Dana Falk.
Easy, Tiger.
Hey, man, just
easy.
Hey, Aldrin was, he had a comment. I ain't even gonna put it up there, but Aldrin just.
Well, it's not like it's not on Twitter. You put
that
it
is
out
true.
there. You put it out there.
And look, it was on Twitter. It was I didn't even start it. It was I got it from the newspaper, I think, at Sac State. There's talks about an agreement being made on a basketball, volleyball, gymnastics.
Sounds like
facility.
there's more than talks.
It sounds like it's a done deal, but I don't want to say nothing. I don't want Andy and all these. I ain't saying that. I'm just saying I read the letter, and the letter is saying they're gonna convert the well
Kenny
into a
finally
facility.
ponied up the money to get this done, man. I don't know what the hell it took so long.
And it actually, the well, have you ever been to the well?
No, I don't think so.
That place
I
is
might have.
dope.
I might have. I can't. I might have, but I don't. If I did, it was a long time ago.
When I went there kind of when I first came back to Sac, so this was 4 or 5 years ago, and I was like, man, this is dope. It's like a student union thing where they got
You
like
haven't been back in Sac 5 years?
About 5, 6 years.
Man, you an
2017.
outsider. You damn. What you want to do? Get rid of the beam next? You got right back. You got back here right before we started the show. Wow.
Hey man, you know I'm out of towner, I guess, man. That's how they doing me, man.
We got Kenny. We got outsiders talking family business here.
Casey, Leezy said Casey a Boston guy. Come on, man. I don't know.
Kenny gonna move to be closer to his family any minute. Jeez, I didn't realize it was so close to the time we started the show that you got back.
I've been here about a year and a half before we started all this, man. So
we linked up right after you got back then.
Yeah, I've been here, I said about a year, got J Street vibes.
Yeah.
And that didn't make it through the pandemic. I got back in 2017, late 2017. Pandemic happened 2020. So I was here. It's almost 6 years.
Okay.
Almost 6 years. But the whole thing is I went and, just coaching the kids in some tournament at the well. I was like, damn, this is kind of dope. Like the facility is dope. They got like 3 or 4 courts in there and they got a track upstairs and stuff like that. Like it's something that you do for, the student body population.
Yeah.
Workout, gyms and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And what's going on now is they're going to convert and make a whole nother section as a part of the well facility, gym, an arena, so to speak, for basketball, volleyball, and gymnastics, man. And this is when it really comes out the way they want it to come out. We'll really dive into it because this is major. This is something we've been talking about in these parts for 3 decades.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? This is huge. To finally get this done. It's going to be great for Sac State. It's going to be great for the city of Sacramento.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live on 1320 TV as well. That's available on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and the app formerly known as Twitter, wherever you are. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, letting us be a part of your day. If you want to join in on the conversation, Chatty House is a great way to do it on one of those video streaming platforms. Or, of course, you could hit us on the phone lines at 916-909-1320. So the Kings get the win last night. And, again, good luck to our friend Coach Patrick in Sac State tomorrow, heading into that game against Stanford.
That's on Pac-12 Network. Anybody wants to watch tomorrow night at Stanford.
Kings get a win last night, 121-118. It's been all good vibes. It's been lighting the beam. It's been fun. But, man, that game was far from perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And winning sure does cover up a lot. Let's start. You stated how you felt about Keon Ellis. We talked a little bit about that yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about it today. You didn't agree with the decision to take Davion Mitchell out of the starting lineup. Of course, Davion responded beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
Keon played well. What'd you
I was going to say, can I talk a little bit about that in a way that maybe I was reading it wrong and maybe everybody's reading it wrong? I don't know. I just want to throw something out there.
Okay.
When we talked about Davion coming out of the starting lineup, we looked at it, and understandably so, as a bit of a demotion, right? Like that's kind of how we talked about it. Like things aren't right. We got to get Davion out, get somebody else in so we can get things right. Something I thought about last night. What if Coach Brown looked at Davion and the way he was playing and looked at him the way he looks at Malik Monk and said, you know what? I think his comfort zone is coming off the bench. And this isn't a demotion. This isn't everything is wrong because we don't have a good point guard. It's to get him back in a spot that he's more comfortable with and he could be productive with. I don't know if that's the case. I'm just kind of throwing that out there, though.
It's fine. It's a fine idea, but why did Mike develop it now?
Because it hadn't been working. The starting thing hadn't been working.
But he started last year.
Yeah.
To a certain level of success, or sure, a certain level of success. It's a fine theory. It's just a weird time for that idea to hit you, because Davion, and so we're focused on the last 3 games without De'Aaron. The first 3, Davion wasn't super successful coming off the bench.
Right.
Malik has been that dude, for better or worse, in this role now, going into this second season, in his role coming off the bench. It's why when we knew De'Aaron was out, he's not going to start Malik. That's what we know. He will not start Malik. We ran through all of the different players that got injured last year and all of the different players who started instead of Malik Monk. He wasn't going to do that because he is so confident and so sure of Malik's importance in that role that he has with the second unit, and his role coming off the bench, not just with the second unit, but as we saw at the end of the game, the role that he has with the starters as well. Davion, I feel like Mike is still searching for Davion, and maybe his thinking yesterday was less of Davion he's good in this role. This is where he should be, and more, he's not good in this role. He's not doing what I need him to. I'm going to find someone who will. He's still going to play. We're still going to have a place for him, but I'm going to have Keon try to lead this group first.
Yeah, and that could be the case, but I also think possibly it could be twofold. I'm going to have somebody in his place as a starter, and I'm going to help him get back into a position that he's more effective in. And when I really started to think about this is, and some of it had to do with the way he played, the end of the game. Keon started. There was never any doubt that Davion was going to finish that game. And that's when I thought, well, it's not necessarily that he thinks Keon is better or anything else like that. I think it might have been he looked at this as, how can I get Davion back playing at a high level that I need him to? This doesn't seem to be working with him in the starting unit. But if I ease him into the game and let him get a feel for it, I'll finish with him.
Yeah. And here, we're talking about all of these substitutions, all of these, different rotation things that Mike did individually. And we might need to be looking at them collectively, because I don't think Mike made the decision 6 minutes into the game or 5 minutes into the game. Hey, Doug, you know what I'm going to do? Kessler, get on in there. Like, he knew.
What do you say? 6 minutes into the game.
He knew going into that game he was going to play Kessler Edwards that night, right? He probably knew he wasn't going to play Sasha or wasn't going to play JaVale. He was going to try something different. Looking at these moves all together rather than individually, he may have thought, I'm going to need Davion with Kessler. If I'm going an unsure route, I'm going to need a little bit more of a stable, because I don't want to go Kessler and Keon. I'd rather go Kessler and Davion with Malik and Alex and whoever. It could have been a collective. How can we try different things? How can we try different energy while still having like a good product on the floor, rather than a product where it's Malik, Alex, Keon, and Kessler Edwards. 3 of those guys hadn't played meaningful anything but garbage time in a Rockets game.
Right.
So your theory is absolutely plausible. There's probably multiple different things at play here. I'm just glad Davion played big minutes last night, because my number one concern was Keon was going to start, Malik was going to do what he does at the end of that game, and Davion would see something barely cracking double-digit minutes. Then I was already preparing a thesis on long-term concern regarding Davion Mitchell, and that got eliminated almost the second Davion entered the game because he, I don't want this to come across like being like overly negative towards Davion, but like he looked completely different.
He did.
He looked completely different when he got into the game.
I mean, there was a concerted effort by Davion, and it was clear to me, concerted effort to be aggressive, and even more than that, touch the paint every time. Like he was trying to get in the paint every single time on the offensive end. And I don't know if it was getting back into the role of coming off the bench. I don't know if there was a talk that happened with him and Mike Brown. I don't know if it was one of those things Sabonis talked about where it was hard truths need to be said. But whatever it was clear he was going to be aggressive. And part of that aggression was, I'm going to touch the paint as many times as possible. And it was great. It was absolutely what you want to see from Davion. I hope it continues. It's something that I think we all feel like he has the ability to do. He just hadn't been doing it consistently for whatever reason. Hopefully, this is the spark that he needed to continue to do this on a consistent basis.
How do you feel about Mike going to Kessler?
I thought it was fine.
Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry, because I don't want to make this about Kessler Edwards. How do you feel about the sweeping changes that Mike made? Keon, Kessler, Alex Lynn, no Sasha, no JaVale. JaVale shot one too many threes from
Well, the funny thing about the Alex thing, and I'll answer the whole sweeping thing as a
50
whole.
50 Cent was in attendance, and so he wanted to see his favorite.
Yeah, like Alex. Alex. He just always has that demeanor. You don't really say nothing.
What? Alex Lynn hadn't played a minute of basketball.
You imagine Alex went home that night, like told him, like, dude, 50 Cent, like I'm his favorite player.
Could you imagine being Alex Lynn's family at home and like, what? That's cool. All right.
Yeah, he just always has this stoic demeanor. Like you can never really get him going. Like I like Alex, but it's neither here nor there. I like Alex.
It's like you had to snap out of the impression. Like, okay. I got it.
I like Alex too. And you know what? This isn't even anything towards JaVale because I like JaVale. I don't think he's played bad minutes at all or anything like that. He's been fine.
Well, of course not. You're not James Ham.
Well, that's true. But aside from a game last year where Alex Lynn came in after not playing for like a month and a half, and Rashawn Holmes came in, they were playing Utah, and neither one of them looked very good.
Okay.
I hadn't seen Alex Lynn play bad in a long time.
Yeah, and I think
he never plays bad, it feels like.
I think it was the next game we wondered if Mike was going to go away from Alex.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
Yeah.
He was like, no, go play. And he was phenomenal.
So I say that to say, I'm not going to say I was calling for it, but when Alex Lynn got in the game, I was like, oh yeah, he's going to play good. And if we're being honest, like I personally like JaVale McGee. I personally like want to see him succeed with his team. But if we're being honest, maybe Alex is the second best center on this team. Alex almost never plays bad. He doesn't dominate, but he never plays bad. And last night was just another night where he did his job. You know, he contributed off the bench. I think he had 10 points off the bench. He just does his job. He's super, super solid. And maybe the ceiling for what JaVale could give you is higher, but Mike might have looked at somebody like Alex and was like, you know what? I need solid. Like I don't need great.
I don't need card.
Possibly bad.
Yeah, I don't need a wild
I need card. Just consistent. And he went to Alex that way. And you know, with the other guys, maybe that's how he looked too. I know what I'm getting from these guys. I'm getting hard work, you know, and I'm getting these guys that will go out there and do what I'm asking them to do. And I'll take that and see where it gets me.
Going back to your question, Damian, do you guys think anything was figured out yesterday? Like they got the win and all that, but they did, like you said, they made the sweeping changes. Like is Keon Ellis the new backup or the starting point guard with Fox? Like, did anything get figured out yesterday?
Don't answer that. We'll answer it together. When D'Lo and KC return here. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. I gotta go grab another juice.
Woody, what's up, man? You locked up, bro? You doing a bid? Damn, fam. I appreciate you watching us from the pen.
He's doing that Kai Cenat stream right now.
I haven't heard that. I can do some digging, but I haven't heard that. They don't need to leave boxing. They need to leave Eddie Hearn.
What do they do besides boxing?
They do like soccer. They do darts.
Oh,
they were trying to like boxing was supposed to be like the springboard into other sports. Like they wanted to be part of the NFL, NBA, all this other stuff. And the zone in general, I like the idea.
It's a failure.
I mean, but I think they got linked up with the wrong people.
Yeah,
like if they
Eddie
got with
Hearn's-
PBC or Top Rank, I think it would be a lot different. Like the idea of the zone is great. And you can even have Eddie Hearn and Golden Boy together. But if they're like driving your platform, gonna be trash.
Well, yeah, the thing is that they're trying to make money for themselves.
Right.
And nothing to do with the platform.
So I hope they don't leave boxing. I just hope they get a different affiliation.
If they leave boxing, what the hell are they?
Bankrupt in a year.
Sports app.
What else do they air?
Soccer. I think rugby.
I don't even think they air like soccer like that though. Like any good leagues, I don't think. At least not that
don't
I
think
know
so.
of.
I think they're bigger overseas than they are here.
Oh, I got you.
Like boxing was supposed to be like their introduction to America.
Got it.
And then they were trying to get the other sports too, but didn't really work out. Algin, you've been talking crazy all week. When Harbaugh beats the hell out of them boys, I want to see you on Monday, big dog, because that's what he gonna do. He pissed off. Don't piss off that man, Jim Harbaugh.
You logged in from your computer, right, Kyle? Montreal Screwjob was 26 years ago.
Bret Hart's still talking about it.
Still.
And then right after that, Goldberg when he kicked me in the face.
Well. Hey, ask Kyle's logging in through his computer, right, to Twitch? Okay, so as soon as I get the code, I'll send it to you. Assuming this guy responds. All right. Back to Jesse's question. For those just tuning in, Jesse asked, did the Kings figure anything out yesterday?
You can go ahead and answer first.
No. I don't believe that they did. I don't. Like, I mean, I'm thrilled that they won. Like, I guess I know what Jesse means by the question. Like, okay, so Keon tomorrow versus Oklahoma City, Kessler Edwards, Alex Flynn, blah, 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 blah. That's what we're doing. We're good. I don't know that that's what's happening, but no, I don't feel like anything was figured out. I think it worked. It got a win. It's great. I don't know that Mike is going to have the same approach.
And well, this was one of the reasons why I didn't like the whole must-win aspect of yesterday, because you were never going to fix this thing tomorrow. This is a process. This is a first step. I do think they took the first step. I do feel that way. They got back to playing at a different speed, at a different pace, and I don't know if that's all because of Keon or Davion, but collectively as a group, they say, "Hey, let's get up the floor a little bit." They still struggled a little bit scoring. Keegan, they're still waiting, for him to come around and make his shots. Malik didn't hit good game for sure, but he didn't hit any threes. So there's still things that they're trying to work out. But if you take anything from this game, I do think there's something you could take. If you take anything from this game, there's a certain level of intensity we have to play with from the Sacramento Kings that we have to play with on a consistent basis, and get up the floor. Let's get into that offense a little quicker. Let's be a little bit more about our scoring.
Yeah, I think I definitely think there's takeaways from the game. There's a ton of positives for the Sacramento Kings to take away from this game. I just don't think it's like, all right, we got our formula here. This is what we're doing moving forward. I don't think that happened. I agree with you 100% on. I'm more in line to believe whatever Domas was talking about yesterday, a shoot around, that I think that has had as big of an impact on the game that we saw last night as Keon's move, the Davion move, the Kessler move, the Alex move, all of that. Yeah. I think whatever Domas was talking about that took place behind closed doors, I think that had as big of an impact, if not a bigger impact, than anything else.
Domas was great yesterday. I say yesterday is talking about the entire day, as opposed to just the game. I mean, him, and his demeanor, when we heard him talk earlier,
he was pissed.
He was pissed off, as just like everybody else was talking about that game, and the way he came out during that game, the way he stayed locked in during that game, it was serious business for him, and he put his money where his mouth was with the way that he played out there. It doesn't get remembered because Malik shot the free throws, but on Malik's missed shot at the end of overtime, at the end of the game, Domas, who I thought was fouled, fought for another possession for Malik to get the loose ball and hit that free throw. I mean, he was a monster on the boards. He competed on a whole nother level that Portland couldn't match up with, and that team, that Kings team, fed off of, man. So Domas showed true leadership skills yesterday, and I loved everything about what he brought to the table.
Yeah, good call on your part. We haven't mentioned the game-sealing offensive rebound. This team was solid on the boards last night. Again, as messy as the game was with turnovers, I think there were. I might be rounding up a little bit. I think there were like 570 fouls yesterday. It was a lot, and it boiled down sometimes in games like that are just fights that are just not like super pretty. They're slow. They're plotting because of the fouls, because of the turnovers, because of the dead balls. It boils down to one hustle play.
Yeah.
And Domas fighting as he did through, the
Blazers
bulk
all
of that
over
game to get a rebound.
Yeah.
Or to get his hands on a ball that wound up in Malik Monk's hands, and he was able to kind of shut things down from there.
Yeah, and I'm not coming down Stephen McBride's lane or anything. We're gonna have a conversation. He said, "Well, no Fox, I need more from Domas." He's talking about it in the clutch, and he says, "I think I want Domas to be somebody he's not." I think you do too, because there's not a lot of, especially at center, there's not a lot of guys like that in the league.
Yeah.
That come winning time, they're giving them the ball. This is a guard-dominated league, a guard-dominated sport. And Domas did what he was supposed to do in that time frame, until it was time for Malik to handle the ball, make the decisions. Domas is setting screens, all this other stuff. There's Joel, Joker. That's about it.
It's probably
that
it.
you're going to like, hey, give him the ball as a center and let him cook when the game's on the line.
Well,
That's probably about it.
Like Nikola Jokic is probably the only one who can create stuff on his own.
Mhm.
You don't have you could get Jokic the ball in the inbounds. And he'll do whatever he wants with it.
Mhm.
Joel, you've got to run a play to get him in position to get him the ball. Like he's a big, like that's what you have to do with Domas. I don't want Domas at the top of the key trying to create like Kevin Durant was when he went against Victor Wembanyama a couple of nights ago.
Yeah.
That's not what I want from Domas.
Yeah.
So it's creating. Jokic is probably the only one. Joel, you're going there. Domas, the tough thing about going to bigs, and this is true for Joel too, and it's why Jokic is such a wild card because he could do so many different things with the ball. You put yourself in that position where Domas is like Stephen McBride says he wants him to, be in the clutch.
Mhm.
So let's go to a final possession with Domas. How many times do they not call a foul on Domantas Sabonis? Domantas Sabonis got both his forearms hit yesterday, and they didn't call a foul. Now you want to go to him in the post in a game-winning situation where he doesn't get whistles.
Right.
That feels like it feels like you're just asking for it. Like you're just asking to be pissed off because they're not going to blow the whistle if there's contact.
Mhm.
They're not going to blow. It has to be egregious contact, and it probably has to be overly egregious contact the way they officiate Domas.
Yeah.
That's not the route I would go.
Not at all. And then on top of that, I mean, that's not his game. And the argument I'm making is at the center position, that's not the majority of centers' game. Hell, maybe the greatest center to ever play, or one of them, or whatever. In the clutch, the ball went to Kobe.
Yeah.
Didn't go to Shaq.
Yeah.
That's how the game at that level is played. It's a perimeter game. It's a guard game, wing games, all this other. And the big guys, they get their touches on the block and stuff like that throughout the game. But come winning time, it's usually time for the guards to go to work, and where you get your big men doing their job is working on the glass, working putbacks. We didn't even mention this. Domas with Skylar, Dr. J, Dr. Mays out there killing the Kings. Domas with a big-time stop at the end of that game, going vertical, making a tough shot attempt for Mays. That's where your big man is doing his stuff in the clutch. So I understand maybe wanting a different Domas, but not a lot of guys who do that. That's not the center's role on most teams in that situation.
And
he had 27, 11, and 9.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
And it's crazy for some. That's still not enough. Yeah. That's still not enough. Again, with the exception of one game out of the 7, Domantas Sabonis is having another All-NBA start to a season. And I'm definitely referring to him as Dr. Mays moving forward.
Dr. Mays. I used to know Dr. Mays.
That man had 11 assists last night.
Tell you about that off the air.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Mays saved my life, changed my life. That ain't even going to be said on the stream. It's going to be off the air.
Wow. My goodness. Kenny sharing secrets today on KSFM beginning at 4 o'clock. All right. I'm with it. So the Kings get a victory. They'll host their first NBA in-season tournament game
Floor's
tomorrow.
down. Did you see it?
I didn't.
Yeah, it's somebody snuck a picture in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's down. The gray, the blue. It's all good. It should be a good time on
Is
Friday.
the outer part is blue or the outer part is
gray?
Okay.
And the down the keys and stuff.
See, that's the one tough thing about our setup tomorrow is we won't get into the arena until the arena's full, because we'll be out at the ice rink. So if you're coming through to the game tomorrow, come see us. We'll be at the ice rink doing our KSFM stuff out there till the game tips off at 7 o'clock. So come through.
A couple could now, we handled the meat and potatoes. Can we talk about a couple arbitrary things from the game real quick?
Can you note them real quick so we can get to these calls?
Sure. Sure. I like to talk to my people.
916-909-1320. Well, these two are definitely your people. TC, what's good, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
Oh, man, just vibing, man. You know, listen, that was a nasty, gritty win last night. That's a win that we needed last night for sure. But the band needed that. The band needed that. And you know what, D-Lo, look, Domas hurt us, bro. You know what? Like, hey, look, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I want to hear this.
I'm sorry. What you heard was me, huh? Tell me how he hurt us.
Hey, no, listen, no, not hurt us. Listen, hurt us.
Heard.
Heard.
H-E-A-R-D.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. He hurt us. And hey, check it out. Listen, like, hey, what's Will Smith, what my boy saying, Bad Boys, he said, what he told Martin when they were trying to go get him, when they were chasing dude in the porch, he said, for now on, that's how you drive.
Yeah.
Domas, for now on, that's how you play.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah,
I'm with that.
Domas showed up yesterday. I love to see that from him. He was a huge reason why the Kings came away with a victory.
He was. But there were some non-believers out there. Kamara, 916-909-1320. Come on.
I'm standing on business, dog. I'm standing on business.
I'm standing on business.
All right. Listen.
I told you this last night. I'm going to tell you this on the radio. I ain't doing a whole season of this with you.
Listen. We needed to win, but it left me unsatisfied because if they play like that on Friday against OKC, I don't think we come out with that. We can't play like that. It's 21 turnovers.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yep.
Okay, so Portland coming into the game, one of the worst teams in the paint and converting. It was still. You saw how many times did Portland get into the lane? They can't stop the dribble penetration. Okay, so that was terrible, right? And then you had we need Keegan to start hitting shots. This is listen. I'm glad they won the game. I'm glad they won the game, obviously. But like, we can't be pounding our chest talking about, oh yeah, we back, baby. Like,
don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
Don't tell me what to do.
Yeah. Leave my Stringer Bell tweet out of this.
Listen, I'm not running from it. I'm not running from it. Okay, I'm not running from it. I want better for my guys.
So,
but
Kamara, did you just hear me say it ain't nothing fixed? I said it like 10 minutes ago. I said yesterday, I was like, if they win or lose, ain't nothing fixed. What you want to see is them start to come out.
I want them to win games while they're broken.
Well,
that's what I want.
Now that is clutch right there. If you could do that,
we can agree. We can agree on that.
But you want to see they're in a funk right now. They're in a funk. Like they don't like they. That's just where they are right now. I don't believe this is who they are.
Yeah,
that's where they are right now. And you got to work out of those funks, man. It's not flip the switch and everything's perfect. Like it takes, hey, oh man, I'm watching the game. Harrison just made that pass. But but it's not
still as traumatic the second time around. Because from a viewer perspective, you just see it. You're like, oh no, that ball's intercepted. Like,
that was a Jimmy G right there.
That's 6 the other way.
That was a Jimmy G.
I almost forgot what that was like.
But yeah, like this is gonna take some games, you know, to get right, to get where they want to be. Their level of competition, the way they compete, I should say, the way they compete, the way they battle, that's your first step, because you don't have things just aren't going right. Like you got guys like, and not saying he can't do this regularly, but you got guys like Ayton just going off, like may have struggled all leading up in it. Skylar Mays, like you get a Skylar Mays coming out of nowhere cooking, like that's where you're at right now. You gotta battle through that. Last night I thought they battled through that, and they'll keep working to try and be better game after game.
Yeah, they definitely did. There's some positive numbers. Like we could talk about turnovers and all of that different stuff, but Kamara brought up points in the paint. Kings won that 58-50. Shout out Will Z if you're listening. Kings won the fast break points 18-9.
There we go.
Which is, I think that's their season. That was exactly the number Will was talking about. That's almost the exact average that they give up per game. The Kings were able to take advantage of that. second chance points, 26-10 in favor of Sacramento. So, no, the game wasn't perfect. No, it's not pounding your chest. We back, baby. 1 seed, here we come. It's like, yo, Kings turned the ball over 20 times. De'Aaron Fox is out. Keegan Murray's still not shooting well. And they won.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
That's what you do, man. You get that W, you figure it out, and you try to improve on like coach is talking about all this stuff. Yeah, we won, but 21 turnovers, we got to cut that down. Keegan, keep shooting. Shot didn't fall. Instead of being 4 for 17, maybe next game you're 8 for 17. Like that's, and who knows if that's 2 threes included there or whatever. But keep shooting. We'll have you shooting at a better clip. So you just keep working. Just keep working. That's all you could do. Keep working.
We haven't really had to pay attention to this, particularly because of the games in Houston and the way that they went. But the last 2-minute report is out. So I wanted to see if there's anything in here. Sure makes no sense, which does not affect. I'm just taking a look to see what's in here. Correct, no call. Correct, no. All right. Yeah, of course.
No, that's a good lead in. Speaking of last 2-minute report, sometimes I want to get upset with the incompetence and the ridiculousness in his job that is Bill Kennedy. But damn, that
Leave
guy,
that man alone.
That guy's a hell of a character.
Leave that man alone.
I can't get mad at Bill Kennedy, man. That guy's a hell of a character.
They did say the foul on Domas was incorrect. They missed the call.
Which one?
The one where he was hacked.
Oh yeah. I thought he broke his finger.
Yeah,
I thought he broke his knuckle when that happened. I was worried.
Yeah, they said they acknowledged that was an
DeAndre
no
Ayton
call.
also fouled Domas on the opening tip of overtime. Just pushed him out of the way. Bill Kennedy was right there to look at that as well.
Bill Kennedy is the highlight of.
Nah, he a character. And I say that affectionately. I got love for Bill Kennedy. He's not really good, but damn it, he's entertaining.
They're saying they missed a foul on Domas against Ayton. This is a lengthy.
I think I remember that one.
This is a lengthy
hit him on the
report. Hit him on the head.
Oh no, I don't remember that one.
Goodness, correct no call, correct call, correct non-call. So yeah, a couple missed calls in here.
Bill Kennedy, I mean, Shaden Sharp is standing in the circle, both feet in the circle, just standing there. That's a charge on Malik Monk. What? Thank God I wasn't even sure about that rule. Thank God they got the trigger, as they called it, the block charge trigger under 2 minutes, because Mike didn't have a challenge.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I wasn't even exactly familiar with that being a
I didn't know
trigger
that.
or something like
I didn't know that.
So when I saw that, I was like, bro.
I just saw the court. It doesn't look a little weird to you?
No, it's gray with blue streak down the middle.
And then the gold trophies.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like anything to you?
No.
It doesn't.
What does it look like?
That doesn't
I
look
hadn't
like
seen that angle. I saw another angle.
That
Retweet it.
look
Retweet
like,
it.
What doesn't
What does it look like to you?
Yeah, what does it look like to you?
it looks like it's Warriors colors.
Oh, absolutely not.
No?
No, not with that gray there. No.
I guess it's just the blue and the gold.
Well, the trophy is gold, but it's the trophy.
But there's like 3 trophies. That's a lot of gold. Well, it's the trophy and then the key. I thought this was the Warriors court. I was like, wait, Roar.
The Warriors court is
Like,
trash.
what?
Sorry,
What's
Drew Down, not being disrespectful. It just is trash. But
What's their colors?
remember we saw this like
Oh wait, was that the weird earthquake jersey? Was that the weird jersey?
No, yeah, that was the jersey, but their court is trash. Remember, I think it was Kyle who said it looks like ass.
Oh,
and it does.
Well, like
literal or trash?
Like I was gonna say, because never mind. All right, I guess it's just me. I don't know.
It's all right with me. I
don't have a problem
I
with it.
never
It's
thought
just-
Warriors when I saw it.
Okay. All right. What do I know? I'll put it up.
I also think it'll look a little better with the jerseys too.
Are they doing theater lighting for all of this, or is that 100% my imagination?
No,
Because I think I was watching maybe highlights from the OKC one.
OKC does. They do theater lighting in general.
Oh, okay. I don't think I ever know. Yeah, maybe it was maybe I never noticed that
Which is
before
the
because it was
worst.
like, I don't think it is.
There's only one place that should do theater lighting.
Yeah, what place is that?
The Mecca.
We do theater lighting for the KSFM show, but that's only because I can't look at the TV.
That's a good
with the
call by
lights
you
on.
too. That's a good call.
Thank you. I wanted to put this up on the screen. I think Jill retweeted that picture. I think that's where I saw it from. Talk amongst yourselves. It's taking longer than I expected. Goodness gracious.
I like the court.
Oh, this again. I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying that this did not have the effect that I intended it to. It looks. It's never mind. Forget it.
Those are from my seats.
Stop.
Okay.
You don't
Okay.
lie. You
Maybe
don't lie to
down
Kiki,
there.
bro.
Okay, bro.
That's where I be sitting, bro. What you talking about?
Okay, bro. Whatever you say. That's where the local guy posts his picture every day.
Yeah.
You be way up
Hey,
there.
this just kind of got me off guard. I don't even know what it's referring to. Aldrin just commented, Rob W, hell yeah, even the BBLs.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta let the. I just gotta let the.
Aldrin be going crazy in the chat sometimes, bro. Let's keep it a
Hey,
buck.
just let him live.
I don't even know.
I don't.
Well, where
don't
that
even
response
matter.
is
Just
coming
let him live. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answers to. Leave it at that.
Aldrin out there living life in the chat.
Let him live. Come on, man. Let him live.
So I was gonna say, shout out Bill Kennedy. Like I said, I do like Bill Kennedy. Guy's joke too, by the way.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
Shout out Bill Kennedy. I find him as a lovable character, even though he's not good at his job. I do not.
Is there an official you know by name who you think is good at their job?
No, because I don't know the young ladies.
I knew you were going to say the young lady. I was
She
just
is
waiting
good
to
at
see
her
if
job.
you.
The lady with the curly
You
ponytail.
make me sick, dude.
She's
Stop
good.
it. Okay.
She is good at her job.
What a coinkydink. Okay.
Name a male that is. I don't know.
I don't
any
know.
of
I
them.
just want to hear Bill Kennedy talk.
Fake Gucci's okay.
Don't call that
fake
man
Gucci's
that. Don't call that man fake Gucci.
No, that fits. Have you seen him? Like
no,
that's.
I didn't say he
cool,
doesn't
though.
look like.
He's cool. He's not bad. The one that's the bad, who's not good, is the other black guy with the bald head who hates De'Aaron Fox.
Oh,
He's awful. He's the one that yelled at the Suns crowd.
Yo, officials are funny, man.
Who was the one who just got retired because of his burner accounts? Was that Eric Davis?
Oh, I can't.
Eric Lewis. Shout out
Eric
Eric
Lewis.
Lewis.
Eric Lewis.
Celtics legend. Shout out Eric Lewis.
Eric Lewis.
But I saw old boy the other night that nobody likes. That CP3 hates. He was officiating games.
Scott Foster?
Yeah, looking shifty.
I don't like Tony Brothers. That's one I don't like. Tony Brothers makes me mad.
Yeah.
But well, it wasn't about like either. So I was gonna say I do like Bill Kennedy, but he's just not very good. But I do like Bill Kennedy.
So the one referee in the entire league who's good at their job is the one with the curly ponytail.
She hasn't messed up when I seen her. They have I told you we got a referee from Sacramento, young lady. I haven't seen her yet. I don't know who it is. But
Did you mention that?
Yeah, the other day when I saw Rob Carter, he told me.
Oh,
about it.
that's right. Yeah.
He told me about it. I don't know who that is. I gotta figure out who that is. But I did say fake Gucci though. I like fake Gucci.
All right.
I think he's cool.
If you're a good ref, we won't acknowledge you by name. You'll have a nickname.
That's
cool.
usually what.
Yeah.
That's usually the problem, right?
Well, we
Like,
know
if-
Bill Kennedy's name.
He's not a good ref though.
He's great at speaking.
He is. Remember when he looked at the person that walked across the screen? Bill Kennedy, that dude, though, man. I can't.
Was
can't
Bill
even get
Kennedy?
mad.
Was Bill Kennedy the one that got louder?
No, that
when
was the guy that yelled at the crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy that hates De'Aaron.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. That is the guy.
The
that
bald
is-
headed black guy.
Yeah, that was funny. We got to find the video of him yelling over the crowd is fantastic. We'll come back. Well,
I got one. When we come back, I got one other thing that just a little small thing.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Can I talk, man? Come on.
I ain't
man.
even say nothing. You did that you did that yourself. I was gonna say I ain't even doing nothing.
I was all confused. I was like, what's going on?
See?
I didn't realize he was pausing
Look,
himself.
you sensitive. You
No,
pausing.
man, no,
False
you-
start. Kenny Caraway, 5-yard penalty.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Replay second down.
The response to the Rockets running the Lakers out of the gym sure was interesting.
Ooh.
We've got that coming up. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I just had a thought. Remind me of this when we come back, because this has to be said on the radio.
Okay.
This is crazy. Woo! Oh, Sheree Mitchell. All right. Shout out Sheree. Yeah. From Frack.
We got it in the rundown later, but they're throwing it in the chat right now. Lakers might be cooked.
Mm. Mm. You know what, Lizzie? That's my fault. I don't have one ready. Like, I have some things I wanted to talk about, but specifically, I wanted to talk about something. I didn't get a chance to get it ready. My bad, dog. No, I don't think so. I mean, I might, but I don't have plans to get those new Napoleon. What is Napoleon? Is it Napoleon? Is that the ice cream?
Yeah.
Yeah, Napoleon Jordan 11s.
Neapolitan.
Neapolitan. I knew that wasn't right. Neapolitan.
Devin Booker got the worst shoe in recent memory.
Yeah, it's not good. He had some better.
I saw those. Even those are like, those aren't basketball shoes. They don't look like them.
He's trying to get like an Air Force One type feel to it. And I'm like, nah, bro. Yo, man, I gotta check it out, man. I really gotta check it out. You know, I gotta dig deep into what everybody's saying. I know a lot of people think Kansas is the best team in the country. Duke is there again, obviously. I've seen a lot of Creighton buzz, so I gotta look into that. Purdue, because oh boy came back, the center came back. You got to check him out. And they're not ranked right now, but I like what I saw from Michigan the other day. Watch that game. The little guard Drew, I think his name is Drew Martin. He can go. He can go. So I gotta dig deep into it, John Pauls. My bad, bro. I'll have something about a week. That's something about a week. Arizona, yeah, I heard they got, yeah.
Are they going to get out the first round of the tournament, though?
Probably not. Probably not. You know how that goes. USC is supposed to be good too. Kansas took the center from Michigan, Dickinson, 071 guy. Although he's good, he'll be good for Kansas, but I feel like he kind of like defensively, like he's a good ball player. It's nothing against him, but they were kind of limited though. No, that's the best pizza place in Sacramento, man. Slim and Huskies. It's number one. I know y'all be talking about pizza or whatever. I ain't got nothing against pizza or whatever, but nah, Slim and Huskies number one, bro.
I got to get to Balk after the Sac State game. That's my mission. On Saturday, not Tuesday.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Did they Did somebody come at them about that?
I don't know. I just saw the Malik tweet about the parlays, and then Davion and Kevin jumped in. It was kind of rough after that.
And why did they get cooked?
Because people were saying nobody picks you guys on our parlays.
Apparently, somebody did. I heard people saying they were getting cooked. I didn't understand.
Poor King's Muse caught a friendly fire block from Davion.
Oh no! Not our bro, the King's Muse.
Oh no!
Poor King's Muse is like 50 Cent. What did I do?
No.
You say have me for?
No, not our guy. Not courtside Muse, by the way. You see that? He was courtside Muse last night.
Oh wow!
He had Rice hooked it up.
I don't think I know who King's Muse is.
I don't either.
Oh, Davion, we gotta get.
Yeah, we
that.
gotta make that right. We gotta make that right, man. King's Muse can't be getting blocked by Davion. We gotta make that right.
Yeah, we gotta fix that. King's Muse ain't bother nobody. I don't know what all this is about parlays. I don't.
Yeah, I guess the Kings messed up people's parlays.
I'm trying to find like
or at least one person's parlays.
Yeah, Malik just. He didn't quote tweet it. He just IDC bout y'all parlays.
I love the way you read.
What? What Malik? All right.
And then everybody was with him. Herder was like, respectfully.
Yeah.
And then
And Davion got him.
Yeah. And then I guess Jesse said they're getting cooked for that.
They were going at them on Twitter.
I'm with Malik.
Oh, you can tell. Either. Oh, you can tell these punk ass Twitter people don't watch basketball.
What they saying?
Well, start Karen, but respectfully, and then the Drake tweet, bench players talking like starters. I hate it. Like
what?
Oh, okay, bro. Folks don't bet on you, brother. Nah. LMAOOOOO. Bro thought he was the main character for a second.
What?
Y'all are goofy.
Yeah, no, I don't know what those people were talking about.
Yeah, that betting community. Oh, you know what we didn't ask about? I know we got special ed brought it up. What y'all think about the crown?
I like the crown.
The DPOG.
Yeah, I like the
crown. Domantas, they got a throne and everything.
Yeah, I like the crown. I like that. That's a good look.
Okay.
Good look. Oh, the other thing there was two things I was gonna say, but the one smaller thing I was gonna say was, what'd you think about the in-arena beam? Did you see it?
I loved it. Yeah, that was
dope.
They had that for the Laker game.
Yeah, I thought that was dope.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a perfect addition.
It took Domas by surprise.
Yeah, it sure did. It sure did.
Domas said, "What the hell?" No, the in-arena beam is a good thing. The beam in general is a good thing. It always don't ever forget that.
Yeah.
So there's that. But you know what I was thinking about referees, and it's gonna go crazy. I saw somebody in the chat. It might have been Drew Down. You know, I love you, Drew Down. Just relax. But the amount of complaining, crying, and whining the night the Warriors are ref by Scott Foster. That's gonna be crazy. Didn't Chris Paul finally get a win last year?
Did he?
He finally got a win last year, I think, against Scott Foster.
I'm sorry. There's more to this. Kamara is sending me these tweets. What the hell was this parlay thing about?
I don't know. Someone's probably playing Prize Picks and they lost out or something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Yo,
these are crazy.
That second comment was uncalled for. Yo.
CP3 broke the losing streak too last year.
The one that says, "Bro, I put you one time because I thought it said Donovan Mitchell."
No, the one they said to Kevin Herter.
Bro, you're a diversity hire.
Come on, man. Come on.
This is wild. Why are Kings going? We gotta find the origin story to this. Boy, it got ugly on Twitter last night with them betters. Goodness gracious.
Somebody they need to watch their mouth talking to the Kings like that.
Twitter's always gonna be funny, man.
Nah. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't play with Malik. yeah.
Malik ain't the one.
Yeah, y'all are barking up the wrong tree, man. Don't play with Malik. Stop that. And don't play with the Houston Rockets. Our man Kyron hit the DMs last night. Hey, the Rockets beating the Lakers. Does that change how we feel about what they did to the Kings? Like, no. Look, we told you for 3 days.
Yeah, we told you.
That's not the same Rockets team. We told you. There's no pushovers in this league.
Now, may change how we feel about the Lakers.
And that's fair. And it's less of what happened to the Rockets. So this is talking out both sides. What happened to the Kings at the hands of the Rockets? That was about the Kings.
Yes.
What happened to the Lakers at the hands of the Rockets? That might be about the Rockets. Because I think the Lakers have shown some signs of, man, they might just not be very good. And you know what?
Wouldn't that be a sign of the Lakers?
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be, but I think for me, it could be a sign of the Rockets because the Lakers, I feel like the Lakers have shown oh man, maybe this thing really isn't quite what we thought.
Man.
But you know what really got me? It wasn't the game that got me. It was the King that got me. I read LeBron's remarks. I was like, whoo.
I missed it. What LeBron said?
It's early for this, King. It's early for this. He was talking about we can't build chemistry because we're not healthy. We can't build.
There's no cohesion yet.
First of all, LeBron.
He used the line that made me laugh. I actually think he tweeted it. I don't think it was a.
We got to debunk that. Anthony Davis just missed 1 game.
Hold on. Let me.
I know he ain't talking about Jared Vanderbilt.
That's exactly what he's talking about.
Come on, bro.
I think he named them in his quote where he mentioned guys like that are missing.
Come on, man.
So he didn't tweet it. He must have said it. I'm not going to repeat it because you guys are sophomores.
No, go ahead. We were growing up.
Well,
we're growing up.
It was something about.
We're growing up. There ain't gonna be no reaction.
Yeah, we'll be serious this time. We promise.
I gotta find the exact quote. It was just something about how the unit can't grow because.
Oh man.
Look, you said
just say it.
It was something about how
I wasn't prepared for that.
The unit can't grow if the unit's not together. That's what the King said.
I mean, it checks
you
out.
said you weren't gonna laugh. You said this was a safe space.
I was preparing myself for something different. I wasn't ready.
I'm trying to find the exact line. I don't know where I read it at, but I'm trying to find the exact line. I must have read it as part of that Atlanta Hawks video that went out this morning.
Oh, Hawks, wild, man. It's a wild group over there.
It was we're really gonna lean into this in-season tournament thing.
Oh man, that's a wild group.
Oh no, here it is. I mean, we can't build cohesion if we don't have our unit. It's that simple. It's just we're very depleted on the injury side. That's what LeBron James said to Dame McMenamin. And when you got LeBron talking like that this early in the season, y'all brothers, don't even unpack. Don't even get comfortable in the apartment because come February, y'all gonna be playing somewhere else.
That's vintage LeBron right there.
Oh yeah,
but here's
that's mid-season LeBron James.
Was hurt. AD was hurt yesterday. You're on a 3 or 4 game losing streak. Jared Vanderbilt.
Oh, he was the key.
He's not moving the needle like that. What are we talking about? Jared Vanderbilt won't even play at the end of the games. You're going to have to take this on the chin.
Jackson Hayes.
I thought he played the other day.
He missed his 2nd straight game with an ankle sprain.
Come on, I ain't trying to hear that.
Jalen Hood-Schifino.
What'd you say?
Shoot.
Shavano?
Not Shavano. That's Buddy Hield's music. Oh, this is all a plan to get Buddy Hield.
They ain't. Lakers looking rough right now.
What did AD have? Were they
growing?
They were hip spasms.
Yeah, it was
right?
hip and growing. I don't know what's gonna happen there.
Dude,
Run that back one more time.
you heard it too.
It was him growing.
Wait a minute. Stop laughing. Stop laughing and say that word again.
Hip and growing. Ain't that how you say it?
Oh. I don't want to do this.
Growing.
No, you're growing. Why are you saying it?
There's no G on the end of it.
No, it's groin.
It's your groin.
That's what I just said.
Say it again.
Growing.
You said growing.
No, I'm hearing something else. I swear to
Black
God,
dress,
I'm hearing
blue dress.
I'm hearing something else.
Growing.
Groin.
You said, but I hear a G from you. There's not a G on the end of it.
No, it's the OIN. Like the
Where's
OI
the
is the
G?
OI. OI makes
I'm
the
hearing
OI.
growing.
No,
that's what I'm hearing from you.
groin.
I said, well, that's that growing.
It's over. We're done. We're done. It's over. It's
It
done.
sounds like you're saying growing.
Literally, to me, this is what's crazy. Sounds like we're saying the same exact word.
We're not saying. Do y'all hear this? Or is it
As
just
soon as
me?
he said it, I caught it.
Dude, this is what. Hold on, I just saw it. John Post, I swear you're saying growing.
No, I don't. There ain't no W in what I'm saying.
Say it again.
Growing.
He did it again.
Grow in. Grow. GROIN.
It's
growing.
Bro, this is really the radio version of blue dress, black dress.
I don't hear it.
Or blue dress, gold dress.
I don't
whatever
hear
it
it.
was.
It sound exactly the same thing y'all say.
So when I say,
if anything, I hear a G on your guys' end.
when
Like,
I
hear
say
growing,
when I say groin,
Mhm.
you hear the same thing you say?
I hear the same thing. I hear the same thing.
This is hitting Twitter later.
I swear. I don't know how I'm gonna do the next 2 hours of the show. Oh man. Wow.
We're not topping that.
Yeah, that D'Lo and Casey might have just peaked. That might be it. I don't know.
Set your headphones down in the middle. Set your headphones down in the middle.
I don't know
We're
what
gonna
to
walk
tell
out
you.
right now.
I don't know what to tell you. At least one person. I don't know. Maybe it's black dress, blue dress. Ral heard the same thing. I don't know. I don't know what I heard.
What do you mean you with Kenny?
I don't know. I'm hearing the same. I'm not even saying you guys say. I'm hearing the same thing.
We're
When
not saying the
when
same
it comes
thing.
out of when I say it.
Yeah, say it. Go ahead. When it what?
Yeah.
When it what?
When I say it, this sounds like what I hear from you guys.
Oh man,
what I
I
hear.
don't. Whew. Just give us a minute. I don't know what the hell just happened.
We still got like 13 minutes till break too.
We got 2 hours of show left. That's what I'm concerned about. All I'm going to be thinking about is Kenny saying growing.
AD hurt. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
The funny thing
With
is,
various injuries.
you said it, and I looked dead at Jesse like, did I hear that right? And Jesse's looking at me with confusion.
Groin injuries are never going to be the same on this show.
What'd you say?
Groin.
Groin. I don't even know if I'm saying it right
you
now.
are saying it right.
I've heard the
Groin.
same thing.
I can't believe. So if growing, you hear the same thing.
I thought Kenny
I
was
don't
doing
say
like a New York
grow,
thing or something.
Grow.
He said
Like
that.
I don't say grow.
No, you kind of
That's two different things. Like growing. It's like grow. Like it's almost like oing, growing. Like it's almost that.
Okay,
not grow. It's growing.
Say it quickly again. What Anthony Davis heard again?
Sip.
This
is growing.
All right.
We're just gonna have to ignore
it's
it.
over.
Every
Yeah.
time he says it, we're gonna have to ignore it.
No, just
because he did it again right now.
Just call it his hip or his. Call it his adductor.
No,
or
we'll do
his
the Jim Ross.
abductor.
His midsection.
The bread basket.
Gorilla Monsoon Caraway out here. I don't even know where this show was going. I think I said something about the Rockets. Oh, the Lakers. Oh, the Lakers being in midseason. That's where we were.
Are like
hey,
I couldn't say the Lakers are finished. They finished though. I'm just asking the question. I wouldn't say that.
Like, no, they're not
Jesse?
finished.
Not finished. Not finished.
Not like the season is over, but are they like right now?
Oh, LeBron's
right now, you
planning
look at
the exit strategy.
You look at the Kings, for instance. It's like, damn, Fox ain't there. They're a totally different team without Fox. but you still got to see it with Fox, right? The Lakers, like, what's the move?
Lakers
like,
aren't.
They were losing with AD out.
Yeah, I got concerns.
They're not.
Well,
finished,
no,
but
I
there's
don't have
moves- there's-
concerns.
I think there might be
care, but-
moves to be made.
Yeah, like, and I told you this. We talked about it before the season starts. Like, if there's this feels like one of those Cleveland Cavaliers, Isaiah Thomas teams where there's going to be 8 new guys on the roster February 9th or whatever the trade deadline is.
They don't even have pieces like that, though.
Well, the thing is too, like, can you even depend on Anthony Davis? Like, go ahead, trade Jared Vanderbilt, whoever you want.
That's
All the role players. Like,
Yeah.
like that's what it comes down to.
AD's the key, and he's not dependable. He was at average wise. He was having a solid season, but you just never know.
So let's because remember, let's just do a quick rundown here. Remember, everyone in the West was going to be healthy except for Sacramento.
Bradley Beal came back last night for the first time this year.
Yeah, and he played with Kevin Durant. Who didn't he play with?
Devin Booker.
Good. Devin Booker's been in and out of the lineup. Bradley Beal debuted last night. Anthony Davis has been in and out of the lineup. Jamal Murray is out the rest of November. Oh, and by the way, I ain't going to do an I told you so yet because it's too early. I'm just saying, I told y'all to mark this date. James Harden ain't won a game with the Clippers.
They played 2 games, sir.
Have they won either one of them?
They've lost 2 games without James Harden.
I said the Clippers haven't won a game since James Harden got there. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're right.
Thank you.
So let me ask you a question. Are we going to have this same conversation if they win 11 out of 13?
Oh yeah, if they win 11 out of 13, then I was wrong.
I don't.
You weren't wrong.
If they win 11 out of 13, I was absolutely wrong.
Because the story's not over yet.
No. I said mark this day when James Harden was traded because I talked about the way Russell Westbrook was playing. I talked about the way Bones Highland was playing, and I talked about in a roundabout way the Clippers overall were playing. If they win 11 out of 13, that means they're playing well and it's working. My feeling is it's not going to happen.
The move was cooked the moment he said, "I'm the system,
and
not
if,
part of the system." Whatever the hell he said.
And if it does start, I don't. And if it does, if that 11 of 13 happens with Bones Highland contributions, Russell Westbrook, excuse me, I'm sorry, Russell Westbrook contributions, then I was absolutely wrong. I don't think they can win without those guys contributing. Both of those guys. I don't know that it's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, all of it is the middle of the story. Like let's 11 out of 13 is different. They went 5 out of 6. That doesn't mean you were wrong. Because we're talking about the end game. Like at the end of the day, this is or is not gonna help them out. If they lose 4 in a row and then win 5 out of 6, are they both right?
No, but I feel like if you talked about James Harden being on his best behavior, right? For this. Like I feel like if they can get this thing in motion, I feel like they'll stay in motion. Right. I feel like they'll win games at a clip like the Kings won last year, where maybe you have that one, lengthy win streak, but it's, win 2, lose 1, win 3, lose 2. Like it's that type of thing where you're like, okay, this is working. Like it works. They're now ultimately the true judgment won't be there until the playoffs. But that wasn't my point. My point wasn't about the playoffs. My point was about putting this dude into this dynamic at this time. And I don't feel great about it.
Well, that's fair. I just think, I don't know.
You think he's going to buy in? Because it's not.
I don't know. What are they asking him to buy into?
Well, because Lawrence Frank that's the GM, right? That's his name?
Yeah,
Lawrence Frank kind of talked about it.
Him that.
Kornheiser calls him that.
He kind of talked about it when they traded for Harden or whatever. Like he's gonna need to like kind of fill in his role or whatever, like just like fit in basically. And then Harden does the I am the system stuff. That's why I don't think it's gonna work.
So yeah,
he told us, James Harden.
He did. He was referring to Philadelphia to be fair. He was referring to Philadelphia in when he was talking about they were trying to put me in like a system, but I am the system. If I'm Ty Lue, I'm listening to that like,
That's the thing. It's the self-awareness. Like, we need that from you
What?
here.
Yeah,
Because we don't need you to be a top 2 guy.
Because I've got Paul George here.
Exactly.
Who was off to a great start. I've got Kawhi Leonard here. I got Russell Westbrook and Bones Highland, who both playing really, really well. I got, different guys in Clippers uniforms who have been playing well this season.
I'm trying to look at something right now. In 2 games, 1, 2, 3. In 2 games so far, James Harden in both games has taken the 4th most shot attempts in both games, and he's been tied at 4 with somebody else. The first game, it was with Bones Highland, who took 9 shots with Harden. Last night, it was Zubac who took 9 shots. So in each of those games, 3 other guys have taken really significantly more shots than James Harden. So it's not him coming in and disrupting, so to speak. Now, minutes and roles and stuff like that, maybe he is disrupting that a little bit.
Don't leave that page yet. Ty Lue said Russell Westbrook would remain the primary ball handler when he's on the floor with James Harden. What's the turnover number? Do you have that in front of you? I assumed you did, but that wasn't
James
fair.
had 5 turnovers.
Led the team, I believe.
Yeah. Paul George had 3. Harden had 5 on when they play Monday.
So he's had back-to-back games with 5 turnovers?
No, he had 2 in the other game.
Okay, I'm sorry.
17 and 6 in the first game with 2 turnovers. Last night, I think he had 12 points, 8 rebounds, 5 turnovers. So.
And I heard him last night. Oh, it's on me. It's my fault. Okay. All right.
I don't know how it's going to play out. I want to be clear about that. Maybe that's me sitting on the fence. I don't know. Like, I don't hate the move, but I can't, at the same time, I can't tell you how it's going to work.
Yeah.
You think it's something they needed to do?
It depends on how, because there's a very real scenario, and this is the one I always brought up, where they're looking at these guys, Jerry West, Lawrence Frank, Ty Lue, all these guys looking like, yo, Paul and Kawhi cannot play 82 in the playoffs. They can't do it. We've had these guys for 4 years. They cannot do it. Nothing shows that they will. We need something to help them get through the season, where maybe they're not flat out sitting in a night, but maybe we bring in a guy like James and he can play 36 and Kawhi could play, 22 minutes and we still have a chance to win. So if that's the way they looked at it, I'll get off the fence and say, yeah, they needed to do it. They needed to bring in somebody that could hold down the fort.
I can see it from that point of view. My thing
I
is,
feel like that's flawed, though. I feel like that line of thinking is flawed because they were good enough to win sporadic games without Paul George or Kawhi Leonard.
Jerry West.
Yeah, but they found themselves number one, broken down by the time the playoffs came. Number two, they were in the play-in 1 year.
They were broken down last
Kawhi was
year.
out for the season. Paul George was out.
Kawhi got hurt.
Paul George was hurt before the playoffs.
But so wait, are we so are we for or not for load management? Because those are injuries. Those are injuries that happen. Those are injuries because of the amount of games that they played?
No, just because of the players they are. They're injury-prone players. And that the thought process is, so would you trust, hey, Paul George and Kawhi are going to be healthy this year?
More than I would trust James Harden.
So to Kenny's point, though, Jerry West kind of talked about it. Like he said, like the 2 times I think before, like where they've had a chance, injuries just killed their spots. Those guys just might be scarred at this point, like Kenny's saying, where we need that backup just because it's already happened so many times where they felt they actually truly had a chance.
Once again, not necessarily saying I would do it, but if that is the way you look at that group, then they answer Jesse's question. Yeah, like they had to go do that.
58 games last year for James Harden. Forgive me, I'm gonna do this the best I can because basketball reference.
What did James hurt last year? His foot or something like that? I think he
65 games the year prior.
Did he hurt his groin?
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Shut it down. Let's get back to it.
65 the year before. 2021. That was a short season, right?
Yeah. 72. Yeah, 72 games.
Yeah, he played 44.
Yeah.
So even in your line of thinking, this is your answer? It don't work.
What's
to me, this is I wonder if this is the Clippers' inferiority complex with the Lakers. Got to get another star. We're going into this arena next year. We could get James here. Things are going to work out, and we'll sign all of these guys back here next year.
The other aspect of it is nobody believed they were going to win as is. So what do? Do you just continue?
Well, who cares what people believe? Like, can you win with the group that you have or not?
They may not have believed they could
Well,
win.
see, well, that's different then.
If they don't believe.
That's different.
That's what I was saying. Like, we can't get there with just these guys.
Yeah, that's completely different.
Now you can still make the argument: should you gamble with James Harden? I don't know.
And I'd argue you couldn't, or I'd argue you shouldn't. But I don't know that there was another. I don't know that there was another.
They could have held out though. They didn't have to do it.
I don't think they did either. But I don't know that they would have landed anything of consequence for what they gave up for James Harden. But I do think someone would have taken those 2 picks. No matter where you think the Clippers are going to finish in those drafts, I still think someone would have taken those 2 picks.
They could have got D'Angelo Russell.
Well, D'Angelo Russell, they're well.
LeBron ready to make moves.
Kyrie and Buddy Hield will be.
Mavs lost last night.
Did they?
Yeah, they lost to Toronto.
Did they play it back to back?
No,
because wasn't
nobody
Orlando
played Tuesday.
Oh no, I'm sorry. We were just watching the we were watching the
9th
Mavericks
time yesterday.
We watched that Mavericks game 9 times yesterday on NBA TV.
We'll be back. We'll go back around the league.
Thank you for catching that. I saw Jesse. I was like, "What is Jesse pointing at?" He's pointing at the clock. Go to commercial, you idiot. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Growing.
I can't wait to tweet that later.
Growing.
What do you got?
So you're doing it again. You're doing it on purpose.
No,
you're
I
playing
don't
with
know.
my emotions
I don't know
right
what
now.
the hell you guys are talking about.
So I'm saying it right. Growing.
Yeah, I don't.
Growing.
Yeah.
No,
that
was different.
That one sounded like you said growing. Growing. That's what that sounded like.
Growing.
That one sounds like you took the G off. That sounded correct.
We'll never be.
It's
the
almost
same.
like it's like people that say library.
Library.
Who says that?
A lot of people.
Library.
They say what?
Library. I'm going to the library. It's a library. So you ain't never heard nobody be like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to the librarbary." That's common
I've
talk.
heard, yeah, library.
Yeah, library.
I don't think I've heard library.
Yeah, people say it all.
I think we roll in different circles. I'm going to
I
the
don't
library.
know.
The library.
A lot of people say it that way. It's library.
Groin.
Library.
Groin. Growing. Does it sound the same, or did I say something different?
Say it again.
Groin. Growing.
It sounded like you enunciated the.
Steven might have it
on the first one.
Say all 3 of those words.
Loin, coin, growing.
Hey, you did it.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, that's different from how you said it originally.
That's
It's different.
No,
it's way different. Way different.
I don't know what's going on with this blue dress.
Our PD's in the comments. What'd you guys talk about? Kenny doesn't know how to say growing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another good one, Ramsey. Kindergarten. Garden. I say garden. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Kindergarten. Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, but it might be 10.
How do you say suffocate? Because I say suffocate. I don't pronounce the R.
Suffocate.
Yeah, that's how I say it, but it's suffocate.
Suffocate. It is.
I say suffocate.
Anybody out there say tree instead of 3? I hate when people do that. My uncle used to do that.
No,
tree. You got tree.
No, I don't do that.
Tomato, tomato. Which one's right?
He's starting this week, right?
Kyler's back. I don't know what they're doing in Arizona. Sacramento.
Oh, this is a good one.
No.
This is a good one. Coupons or coupons? That's a good one.
Coupons.
That's a good one.
Let's just do this the rest of the show.
Often or often? Often.
No, this is a good one. Caramel or caramel?
This
well,
one's crazy.
We're back.
That's a good. Yeah, I don't. What we say? I say caramel.
Caramel.
Yeah, I say caramel. Not caramel.
Caramel.
Yeah.
Caramel. Caramel.
I don't know.
I don't know, dude. English is hard.
You imagine if they had his guest teacher class?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, your kid. You know, there's going to be a generation of people dumber because of homeschooling. Because of the pandemic.
And you know what bothers me a lot? Really bothers me. I don't know why, but it does bother me. We're gonna get a generation that doesn't know how to write in cursive.
No, see, that's cursive was useless. I did that in the second grade. I haven't done it since. It's so useless.
Don't say that.
Why does writing in cursive matter?
Because cursive is. I like cursive, and it's just foreign.
So
just I don't even know.
So
what is this?
I just want to get this right. A generation of children is ruined because you like cursive and they're not going to learn how to write it.
Yeah, you need to at least know how to.
Well, most of us don't know how to spell anymore because the way spell check works now, you used to misspell a word, you look for the red line, you got to go back and correct it. Now it just corrects it for you.
Yeah.
You can spell the same word wrong every time.
Yeah.
The word appearance kicks my ass.
APPEARANC.
See, the thing is, I don't know because it always corrects to what it's supposed to be. And when I'm in a rare document that doesn't have the autocorrect, it has the line, I'll look at it like, wait, why is that wrong? And I'm walking to it. Oh, wait, why is it wrong? And then I have to click on it and feel like an idiot.
I feel you on that because I can't spell restaurant to save my life.
Ooh. RESTRAUNT.
See, I'm pretty sure that's wrong because that's how I would spell it. I know that's
no
wrong.
idea. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Restaurant gets me too.
Damn words.
Yeah. And then there's times when I say exactly what I want to say and they change it anyway. I'm like, no. I said what I wanted to say.
Yeah, bro. I have never tried to type the word duck to anybody. So never once. Please stop correcting that. 9. What did they used to change kings to?
Kongs.
That's what it was.
Come on, man.
Kongs.
What are they doing, man? What are they doing?
916-909-1320. Our brother Jeremy's here. Jeremy, what's going on, my man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just wondering, do you think the Kings are going through some growing pains? I'm sorry, growing pains this early in the season. Hey, yo, I couldn't resist, y'all. I love you guys, man. Thank y'all. Keep me up, man.
It's all good, man. I love that, big dog.
Some growing pains for the Sacramento Kings. The funny thing is, I don't know if he was serious or not, but I think we can ask the question or answer the question. I don't know if there's growing pains. I think there's the desire to get better, right? There's the desire to grow on what you were last year, to be better than you were last year. And maybe there's some pain trying to figure out what that is.
Yeah,
I think they know what it is. Mike will tell you it's defense, right? I think there's difficulty in executing that while maintaining what you were good at before.
And I'll say this, and look, this is our job. We talk for 4 hours a day. This is, hey, we're not complaining. This is just what we do. But it really, like, further we get away from it, it really seems like we're only talking about Monday. Monday was jarring. It was traumatic. It was PTSD, like James said yesterday, for things that we've seen over 16 years of Kings team that just don't compete, that quit. A lot of people believe they quit. Like, it was traumatic, right? But they're a team playing without their best player. They played their asses off against the Warriors. They didn't make shots on Saturday, but they did fight to get back into that game, whether it was the starters or the bench guys. Like they competed to get back into the game and then fell short. Monday was Monday, and last night they played their asses off again.
Are we sure it's just Monday? Because, I mean, nothing has been smooth with this team coming into the season at all, whether it be starting lineups or whatever. It's because Monday, I feel like Monday kind of reinforced the worries you had from the game before that. It's just maybe you think maybe it has to do with just everything just kind of piling up. Like I said, nothing has gone smooth for this team to start.
Yes and no, but they played great
versus Utah
and versus the Lakers. And against the Warriors, they played fun. They had a bad quarter.
Yeah.
you know, and CP3 carved him up in that third quarter, and then Steph.
They fought
with
back.
Steph Curry, yeah,
they fought back, and Steph
so
ended it.
Maybe there's, you know, some growing pains, but I don't know, and I'm part of it. I'm not looking down at anybody. Maybe even I overreacted to this team as a whole because of what happened on Monday. Now, here's the other side to that.
So finish that. It's just a reaction, not an overreaction.
The other side to that is Mike Brown is telling you there's a problem with what he did in training camp and what he did last night. Domantas Sabonis is telling you there's a problem because how he was reacting yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's the other side of it's just one Monday. No, they're not treating it with their words and their action as if it's just something that, you know, we're going through to get through. They're saying like, no, there's a fundamental problem. We got to get better.
Yeah, I think the maybe too soon. I feel like that Kevin Huerter thing kind of lingered. The Kevin Huerter, Chris Duarte start, defense, physicality. I feel like that kind of lingered.
Yeah.
And you know, we have no clue what direction it would have went had Duarte not gotten injured. Chris did play last night. We haven't talked about him. Kobe didn't.
Yeah.
That was another guy that was out of the rotation. We didn't really talk about him. But Duarte did play last night. I think he played relative like 10 minutes, like a fair chunk. However, Kevin Huerter was hitting shots.
Yeah.
And that feels like a bit of a, to me, that feels like the main dynamic change here is that Kevin Huerter was hitting shots and you were comfortable going to him and being, what do we say, 4 of 9, I think it was, from 3. I'll take that. And he still was aggressive. Like, he missed a couple of shots at the rim. That was another thing the Kings missed a lot of shots at the rim, especially in that first quarter. They missed a ton of shots at the basket.
He can miss some shots at the basket. You know, he working through some stuff right now. That's the way, and not even like mental or anything. Just one of those things where the shot's not falling, and he can't get anything.
Bro. Keep shooting.
Go. You know, you talk about shots at the basket. He missed a couple of layups, you know, where he made good moves and missed it at the rim. So it's just one of them things. He's gonna kick out of it.
Malik
no
Monk, you kind of brought this up earlier. Malik's press conference was that calming force I needed. That was like,
I knew you would like that. When I heard what he was talking about, I was like, oh yeah, this is what Dame looking for.
You need to put you know, when things look a little ill, put Malik in front of put Malik at
He's
the
a
table.
new Harrison. Remember they always throw Harrison?
Yeah, but he's way better at it than Harrison. With all due respect, because Harrison is, you know, that's part of his bag. Like, he's diplomatic.
Right.
Like, he I mean, not that he won't answer your question. He's not going to show a lot of emotion. He's just going to talk. Malik will make you feel some type of way, one way or another. And I think if Malik was on some of these bad Sacramento Kings teams, he wouldn't have sounded like Tristan Thompson. He would have sounded angry. And I think that's the difference in Malik and Harrison and Malik and, you know, some of these other guys. De'Aaron is super even keel.
Yeah.
Domas showed his first hint of emotion yesterday when it comes to this type of stuff in that post-shoot-around press conference or post-shoot-around media scrum. He didn't yell or scream or anything like that. He just delivered a message forcefully.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that was like, oh, this, you know, when I think it was TC, right, that called and it was like, oh, Domas, like, oh, wait a minute, we need to hear what he said. It's like, okay, there's something here.
Yeah. He and Domas, I remember I've talked about this play before, but when he first got traded here, it was like 3 games in. And I remember he boxed out somebody and boxed him out. And they just stood, the other Kings in the area stood around and let the ball bounce a couple of times. And the guy, it might have been TT, jumped over, like Sabonis got a foul trying to continue to box this guy out while the ball was sitting there. And Sabonis looked at these guys. He had just been here, like, it felt like a week or so. He's like, hey, The hell is wrong with you? I'm doing my job. Get the goddamn ball.
Mm-hmm.
And that moment, I was like, oh, Sabonis don't play.
Mm-hmm.
He don't play. Like, he's not really like demonstrative. He's not like loud and boisterous with his words, but he's serious about his business. He's serious about this game. And we saw that come out yesterday. He was not happy with what happened over the weekend in Houston. And it wasn't loud. It wasn't like overly stern. It was stone cold yesterday. And he was serious about his business. And I love that. I love that from Sabonis. We need that here.
Yeah.
And we need a Monk who will be a little loud and boisterous and a little more definitive. Like I like, and then you need a Fox who's like, hey, whatever y'all talking about, we just gonna hoop. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna hoop and do our thing. That's why I think this group, and then you got your Keegans and it's guys like that. So I think this group works so well together because their emotions and approaches play well off of each other.
Yeah, it's a great dynamic. This team has a great mix of different personalities, and now it's the Oklahoma City Thunder coming up next. And that Thunder team is solid.
They handled business last night against Cleveland.
Cleveland, this is for you. The Sacramento Kings' next two opponents, by the way. The Oklahoma City Thunder and the Cleveland Cavaliers coming up on Monday.
I think Shea had 40-something, huh?
43, 7 and 6. Yeah, he had
Sac State right now.
He had himself a day. Oh, man, look at all those bats. Oh, my God.
Steve Alford coaching that. I didn't notice that.
What sort of half-ass excuse is he giving for bats flying around?
Bro, it was a 10-0 run by Sac State. All of a sudden, they let the bats out. Come on, man. It's not a coinky-dink.
You'll like this from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Quarter scores, 36, 34, 29, 29.
That's what I need.
They scored 128 against Cleveland.
I feel like I'm being greedy asking for 30-point quarters all the time.
That's a lot.
If you give me 3 30-point quarters, I think you're going to win way more games than lose. And I know that, yeah, it's math or whatever, but a lot of people know you got to defend. You got to, like, I was thinking about this yesterday. I think I understand everything Coach Brown, these coaches talk, because they're right. They're right. They're not wrong, right? They are not wrong. You have to defend, and you have to defend at a high level. And I'm not trying to go against that, but I'm also looking at the personnel. And I feel like Mike might be preaching to them, hey, it's a win for him if you can hold a team under 30 for the quarter. It's a win for me if you score 30 or more. Do you understand the different tones that are being set? And I man, not that I don't care if you play defense, but our goal is to score 30 a quarter, not to hold the team under 30 with this particular group. And like I said, I hate saying that all the time because he's right. Fundamentally about basketball, I coach these, I teach them about defense and stuff. Fundamentally, he is right. But with this group, I think it's got to come from the offensive end.
I guess it's just the team probably has to find a way to strike some sort of balance. Do what you do offensively, and Mike has to let them do what they do offensively. But you've got to give me something.
Yeah.
On the defensive end.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where so this is all everything we saw last night is interesting because not only is there one main component, there's two rotational players out. The captain's out, the main guy is out, but Trey Lyles is also out. I imagine when Trey returns, there'll probably be a certain acclimation time process for Trey Lyles. I don't think that'll be the case for De'Aaron. If De'Aaron is available tomorrow, we have no idea if he is. If De'Aaron is available tomorrow, he's going to play like he plays. If Trey's available tomorrow, I don't think he is. I think Trey's 12 minutes. We're going to watch what Trey does pretty closely.
I understand that. I wonder if I always wonder about that stuff. When you push it in practice, and you're trying to see, like, is this guy ready to go? What's the difference between that and a game, right? Like, so if we're
unpredictability, maybe. Like, you can control more in a practice than you can a game.
Yeah, yes and no, because you're thinking about movements, right? So if I'm like, hey, get in there in this scrimmage, that's the same, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It
You
is.
know?
It is. No,
So-
I mean,
so I wonder if
it's a more comfortable.
True. No, I get what you're saying, but I wonder if they, and this is a training staff situation. Well, one of the it's just gonna be KC because I don't know. if
Yeah,
D-Lo
I ain't gonna make it. I ain't gonna make it.
You want to
dude.
step outside real quick?
I can do 13 round
Yeah,
live.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, let's start with Tim Zoo and what's in. No, no, but
Goodness
I
gracious.
guess that's.
This is how I'm going out. This is how I'm gonna die. Like I'm literally just dying. Like I'm just gonna die on the show.
Just slowly coughing
It's just
for the
way
next
it should
six,
be.
next
Like,
5 hours.
Just die.
I wonder.
At this rate, I'd feel better if it just like ended.
Coughing.
Oh,
Here's
man.
Barbie World cough.
Barbie's World.
Oh, that'd be incredible. How'd he die? Well, he's talking over Barbie World, and that was it.
Pound Town.
Talking over bongos. Just kick the bucket.
Talking over bongos leading into Pound Town.
Pound Town. Yeah.
Poor guy just couldn't take it.
Kenny knew every word to Pound Town yesterday.
No, Pound Town not my song. I ain't gonna lie, that's not my song. Ski Yee, that's my joint. That's my
Hey,
one right there. Pound Town, that's a little too much.
Call
man.
it what it is, though. Mrs. Mac 10's got a great point. The ratings, though.
COE.
Con-
COE.
Man, ESPN 1320 and KSFM been running stuff since D-Lo died on the air. Yep.
Well, we were running stuff before D-Lo died on the air too.
Oh, that's facts.
Yeah, it is what it is.
We just brought in more casual viewers after the death.
Wouldn't be the first time that happened.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Oh man.
See,
Oh, man.
hey, look at Chiron thinking. He's thinking. D-Lo dies. Odyssey. Hey, Kenny, go push our new sponsor, Cliffs Cremations. This is a good point.
Thompson's Funeral Home right in Oak Park. Shout out Thompson's.
Impact 316. Is D-Lo okay? Find out tomorrow. Sacramento sports leader.
Oh, shout out my man Dr. Wallace. As if it's any funeral home, it's gonna be my man Dr. Wallace. He always taking care, man. He's
I
staying on
apologize.
business.
Yeah, well, thank you, Manny. I'll miss you. I'll miss you guys too. I'm doing.
Oh no,
He can't even get to his thought.
Let me text Dr. Wallace right now, man. Hey,
It's
Doc,
tough for our
bro.
boy. He was gonna say right now too, I got it, boys. I got it. And he just couldn't even get through that.
I can't speak. Damien can't live. It's just crazy. It's crazy out here, man. So look, we talk about Trey Lyles trying to come back. We talk about what it's going to look like when they come back. I wonder if, like, when they do all that before, like, this is my thought about like the coming back from injury. They push you to the limit when you're trying to get back. So by the time it's time to play, there should be no restrictions. It's usually not how it works, though, right? Like he's on a minute. He's back, but he's on a minute restriction.
I think the minutes restrictions would be more safe though, because I think when they're putting him out there, like, yeah, it's like okay, like he's ready to go, but I don't know, maybe he's just getting into game shape.
What did Bradley Beal do last night? Let me see. His first game of the season, I think he might have played over 30.
Is
over
Trey
30 minutes.
Trey Lyles? I don't want to sound like a jerk when I'm saying this, but is he really gonna make like that big of an impact when he's back?
Don't be a jerk. Jeff.
Like as far as like that's not gonna fix what the Kings need. Like I feel like they need Keegan. Keegan, like his shot dropping more
They
would help.
definitely need that. I mean
Kevin's
that
not picking it up.
changes everything.
Yeah,
Once
I think
Keegan starts feeling good about his shots and what he's doing, that changes everything right there. Trey might and I don't know if this is exactly how it would play out, but he would keep you from having to go to Sasha if Sasha's, now, or play a lot of minutes with Sasha if he doesn't have it that night. You could just go Trey for an extra 5 or 6 minutes than you normally would.
Yeah, because going back to the Keegan thing, I think if Keegan was like hitting his shots, because like right now nobody's doing anything. It's all bad right now. So just all of these problems are out in the open, like in front of everyone's face. Like if not even just specifically Keegan, but if like a bigger issue they had was playing better, they'd probably mask a lot of the stuff that we're seeing too.
Let me ask you this, and once again, this is not he's fine. I'm not trying to shade, but if Trey's there, maybe you could go him at the 4 a little bit more for Harrison. Maybe if Harrison's playing like 33 minutes, you can have him more at 27. Trey plays those minutes. You get your rebounding, you get some toughness, you get some defense, and Keegan's a little bit more at the 3. Maybe that's the role that Trey plays.
Yeah, I can see that too. How do you feel about Harrison? With Harrison, I feel like it's more like shame on us than it is on him because we've known like this is just Harrison Barnes. Like we shouldn't be expecting anything different, to be honest.
True.
Like I kind of just leave Harrison alone.
That's kind of how I feel too. I think he had a good rebounding game last night, or a better rebounding game. I want to say he had 5 rebounds. Yeah, he had 5 rebounds, 12 points, 5 assists, 5 of 8 from the field. That's a good game. It's a good game from Harrison. Jeremy Grant was lighting him up, but Jeremy Grant, he lights up a lot of people.
That's $150 million man right there.
Yeah, he lights up a lot of people. So I'm not going to put that on him. Is it fair? Am I selling him short by saying 12 and 5 on 5 of 8 shooting is okay for Harrison? Should I expect more out of a guy that got paid that money, that you're starting 3, 4, whatever he is?
No, because he was the same 12 to 15 and 5 guy or whatever before you paid him. Like you paid him. I guess that's my thing. You paid Harrison Barnes knowing who he is. Harrison Barnes is what, 10 years into his career? He's not getting any better. He's not going to get any worse. I don't think. He is who he is at this point. Like we all know just what you're getting with that guy.
Yeah.
And that's why I just don't really put too much of it on him. Like you knew what his problems were.
And to what we're talking about here, if Harrison has that same game, but Keegan goes 8 of 17, Kings probably win it by 8 or 9.
Yeah, that's
you know what I
saying.
mean? Like that's, I think we talked about it yesterday. I think a lot of this starts with, and I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm just saying this is how the team could get back into the groove that we're used to, with Keegan and Herter hitting shots.
Yeah, I think that'll mask a lot of the stuff going on. Are you concerned about Keegan at all?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I'm not either. I'm honestly kind of encouraged that he's still getting his shots up.
Still getting the shots up. He's trying different type of shots. It's not always the catch and shoot variety. He's trying to go off the bounce a little bit. Last night, he had a really good moment late in the game where he, there was a kick out to him in the corner. Normally, he would have just settled for the 3, gave a little pump fake, whipped around, went baseline, finished with a little scoop at the cup. So there's a little more variance to his offensive game right now. And sometimes with that comes some growing pains. Okay. So it comes some growing pain. He's trying to get used to, how to get the shot off in different spots on the floor. And I think some of that has to do with it. He's just in a shooting slump, regardless if he's missing catch and shoot shots too. So he's just in a shooting slump, but I think he'll be fine. I don't think he's far away. I think he's going to be right there. I think it's only going to help him when De'Aaron comes back, because now he's got another shot creator for him out there. So
Keegan, he's a 5 of 8 game from 3 away from like breaking the slump. I think.
Yeah.
Like I think once he sees like his shot go down, it'll be back to normal after that.
You think Kevin Huerter's broken his slump?
He's coming out of it. He's definitely coming out of it. He's been playing with the last couple games. I think yesterday, like his overall shooting numbers weren't great, but from 3 he was fine. So that's all that really matters to me. But yeah, I think he's starting to break out of it a bit.
Just keep playing, man. That's all Kevin got to do, is just keep playing, keep getting after it, and everything will work out. But I think that's just the big case of what's going on. These guys are 40+% shooters from beyond the arc. I don't know if Herter is for his career, but he was last year. And right now they're in the 20s and low 20s. That'll
come back to normal.
Yeah, just like I said, it's the same energy. Just like if Kevin was shooting 65%, he's not gonna keep that up all year. The numbers say he's a high 30s, low 40% shooter. It's the same thing. He ain't gonna keep up 20% for all year. The numbers say he's a high 30s, low 40% shooter. And that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him as much as maybe I was when the stuff was going on like early on in the season.
He's kicked out of it. Like,
yeah,
he's buckled down, and he's kicked out of whatever was going on. And I say it all the time. I'm so impressed with how he's responded and played.
A good thing that kind of maybe comes from the slump too is that we saw him doing like impacting the game in other ways too when he wasn't shooting the ball like those first few games. So maybe like now it's just kind of like, all right, we're expecting that from you too. Like you're gonna hit the shots, but also you're gonna have to do all this other stuff you were doing.
Exactly. What do you have? Another 5 rebounds last night, 4 assists. Yeah, I love in a roundabout way, almost like Kyle Shanahan being mad at Brandon Ayuk. Maybe Mike Brown in the long run has helped Kevin Huerter get better.
Well, yeah, coaches talk about it. They want to see how you answer that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. So we don't know if Damian's alive or if he'll be back on the show, but we'll be back right after these commercials on, I was saying a sitcom. I don't know why I said it like that, but we'll be back on D-Lo and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports show and station, ESPN 1320. I guess I'm not using the restroom right now. Just making sure my guy's good. Hey, how are you?
Best person in the office.
Big ups, big ups.
"27 years ago last Sunday, I think was the day. 26 years ago. I'm trying, yo. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
I got a 50-cent question. Bear with me here. Is he like the Mike Tyson of rap as far as like his run and just he was a monster and he was just he was that guy. He wasn't like the longest runner or anything like that. And I think now he's still kind of like got that intimidation and like respect factor from everyone.
No.
No?
No.
All right. I was thinking about it.
No.
Who is the Mike Tyson of rap?
It's a good one.
I see what Jesse's talking about. It might be 50
Yeah,
Cent. Because 50 is a legend.
Mm-hmm.
He is a legend. Mike Tyson's a legend. But their reigns of dominance weren't as long as their legendary status would have you think it was.
Yeah, because 50 wasn't like longevity or whatever. Ended a few careers like Mike Tyson did.
Mike for real was like
it's not terrible.
Maybe 5 years.
Like I said, like now, like
85 to 90, 86 to 91. What year was Buster Douglas? 91?
90.
Oh, that was 90? DMX is a good one, Alan. That's a good one.
That is a good
DMX is a really, really good one. Yeah, that's a really good one.
That might be the answer because DMX was the reign wasn't that long, but it was
it was ferocious.
It was unbelievable.
2 #1 albums in the same year.
Yeah, DMX might be the answer.
That's a good call.
50's a good one though too.
50's a good one, but that's Alan. You may have.
I think DMX would be more.
I think that's the one. That's a good one.
We right here. We ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, he was
right here.
That's a good callback right there, Aldrin. That's a good one.
Shout out Dipset, baby. Santana set.
I'll never forget that week leading up to the verses.
Man, literally everyone. KC, don't do this, man. Don't do this. Don't do this, Casey. Oh.
One of the most viral moments from that show too. Like came from that.
Who's still cooking right now though? Who's still standing? Well, they're both still standing. But who we hear from on a weekly basis?
Oh, stop it. That's not the same.
They made him pivot.
Did you see?
Took him out the rap game.
Did you see? Brandon Marshall and them guys are beefing? I didn't like that.
I did.
That's because Brandon Marshall's talking to.
Yeah, Brandon Marshall
he's starting it all.
Yeah, I don't like that either. But
doing too much.
Yeah.
We ain't going anywhere. Right here. Y'all can act like Dipset is out of the history books if you want to. Whatever.
No, Dipset ain't out of the history books.
Dipset was a movement.
I wouldn't go that far. Maybe in New York it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever takes my mind off my impending death. So I find maybe if I just talk a little bit more calm, relaxed, we don't laugh at things like groin and groan, we could get through this. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River Casino has something for everyone, including Kenny and mine's personal favorite, SR Prime, baby.
Yeah, man.
That's the fine dining. They also got the market at Sky River. You can go to skyriver.com right now. Become a member there. Get $20 in free slot play. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino.
I think it's time for me to get back over to SR Prime. I was talking to my guy over at Sky River the other day, and they say 32 Brews is now open 24 hours on the weekend.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, so
that's a great place to catch a game if you've never been to one of our live broadcasts. That's a great spot.
Catch a game. If you come out to Tiger with us tomorrow night, maybe after Tiger, you go to SR or go to 32 Brews.
You're really pushing your luck, bro.
I'm not saying me or you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying if somebody is there,
that is
and
not
when
going to
it's
be
done,
part of the D'Lo and KC.
Yeah, that, you're on your own, buddy.
Yeah.
But I was just saying they may not want the night to end. You can go to 32 Brews, 24 hours on the weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna be outside tomorrow. We're gonna be outside tomorrow. Y'all better take advantage because you know I don't go out very often.
Hey, man.
That's of course if I make it till tomorrow. 916-909-1320. Chicago. What's up, baby?
What's up with it, y'all?
Chi-Town, what up, my guy?
Oh, man, I enjoy you guys, man. First off, shout out to Jesse for not blocking my call. Shout out to TC and Leezy and all the guys, man, and call in and make the show very interesting, man. But so I'm going to pull a receipt real quick. Last week, D-Lo, you said that we could call you about anything, any therapy or I'm having a problem with my girl right now. So the issue is we got a cool little house, but no dishwasher. So I am the dishwasher. So I'm the type, I clean up as I'm cooking. I'll try to get a little stuff out the way. I don't like spills and stains and all of that. So, but at the end, when we're done, she would take the spaghetti, the leftovers, throw it the whole plate in the dishwasher, or if it's rice and some gravy, throw the whole plate in not the dishwasher, but the dishwater. And I'm still washing dishes. So how do I wash dishes with spaghetti noodles and meat and stuff floating all in the water? So I finally was kind of irritated about it, finally said something about it. We got into a little issue and, a little lightweight argument about it. You want to say, well, you do stuff I don't like. And I said, well, what did I do? So I go in the bathroom and it's only us there. And sometimes I take a leak and don't close the door. So she said that's hella irritating. But then say something, like if it's, like, I don't know. Communication is rules the nation. I just want your opinion. Did I go overboard about the dishes? And
well, so Chi-Town,
my cough is getting me. I think I'm just gonna go back outside.
Well, the love doctor, KC, we'll break this thing down. So first of all, Chi-Town, I agree with you. I understand. I'm the type where before I wash the dishes, I wash the dishes.
Yeah,
that makes any
facts.
sense.
Yeah, no, that's fact.
I'm with Chi. I don't want
Yep.
no noodles and ground beef hanging out in the sink while I'm trying to clean the dishes.
Yeah.
So I understand that.
Mhm.
Now, you finally said what you had to say. Got to know how you said it, though, Chi-Town. I think Chi-Town's gone, but it's the way you deliver it. The delivery could have been a little harsh, could have set her off a little bit.
We'll see.
And she may not have liked the delivery.
I think what's happening too is that wasn't even the issue. Because if she brought up the way you go to the bathroom, like she's been like y'all aren't communicating enough.
Not communicating.
Y'all got to talk to each other.
Not communicating. Now they got to talk.
Y'all
to each
aren't
other.
growing together.
They're not growing together.
You got to stop, bro.
Sorry, my bad.
They're not growing together. Now here's the deal about that, though. Like you said, they're not communicating. But there is situations where she may, do one thing that you don't like, and vice versa. And it may just be said, like, you know what? I don't like that you leave the door open when you're using the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that's who you are. I love you. This is who you are. I accept it because it's part of you. I don't like it. And you get it out. That doesn't mean it's going to end. Like if I was Chicago and she said that to me, I'd be like, hey, all right. It don't really bother me, but I don't like that you don't, you're not cool with that. I want to have respect for, our common area. I'll close the door. That's how I do it. But Chi-Town might not close the door, but her just saying, hey, I'm not really feeling that and getting that on the table.
That's got to be enough.
Yeah. She has to say it just to get it off her chest, not saying I demand a change.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So the biggest thing here, Chicago, is the love doctors break this thing down for you. Communication. And what you might want to do, be honest with you. You might want to just say, hey, baby, I don't want to fight with you. I don't want to fight with you. Look, I didn't have to say it that way, but I appreciate what you do in this house. I'm gonna do my share. I don't want to disrespect you.
This sounds like the intro to a Boys to Men song.
Let's talk so we can work past this. All right,
Maybe
baby,
I
I
knew
love
about it. I just didn't even care. You just don't understand how much I love you, do you? I'm here for you. Then Bass went too far. Stuff. I know him got the sheet all night. I ain't even mad about it. Shut up, Bass. You lying ass. You know you mad about it. Stop it.
Hey, I don't want to know.
Yeah,
If you're playing me, keep it on the low.
Mrs. Mac 10 makes a great point. But also, shut the door.
Yeah, that's a little. I mean, that's a little wild. It's a little wild, Shy. Like, shut the door. Shut the door.
Yeah, it's easy work. Just shut the door. Yeah, leave a little mystery, bro.
But Miss Chicago, please don't put the spaghetti just in the sink like that, Miss Chicago. He's washing dishes. We don't need the noodles and sauce all over the place, Miss Chicago. Come on now.
So JS Mama 916 says, speaking as a woman, the bathroom issue has been bothering her for a while.
Mm-hmm.
She's been waiting for the moment to drop this on your head.
Yeah. And it might be good that it happened. So she can, because if that didn't happen,
stronger.
If that didn't happen, she probably wouldn't say nothing, and she was just going to build up that resentment to it.
If you need help with your relationship, give us a call, 916-909-1320.
Just holler at the love doctors.
That's what we do here. Again, 916-909-1320. We'll help Matt George with any marital issues he may have when he joins us coming up in about 20 minutes or so. Stilo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento. ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Well, no.
Yeah,
That's not what Chicago said. That's not what he said.
That's
but
not
this
what he
was.
said.
I ain't gonna lie, that thought crossed my mind as well when he
No,
mentioned it.
no, you
I
gotta
won't
go.
say it out loud though, because I don't want to throw him under. But
Zabo says Chicago just got the door while he's stinging up the whole house. No, you got to listen closer to what.
He didn't say that.
That's not. I heard what Chicago said.
Yeah.
That's not what he said.
He didn't say that.
Chris got a great point. This is the perfect time for a Mitch call. This is the
Mitch, where you at,
perfect
dog?
time.
Mitch, pull over to the side of the road and call us, man.
I feel like we're trained for therapy, taking Mitch's call, 3-4 times a week.
Mitch.
And that's what the Sacramento Kings is, right? It's Mike looking at that team going, look, I'm going to make some compromises for you, but you're going to need to make some compromises for me.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse asked a good question before the show started. I ask you this. I ask Matt George when he joins us in about 20 minutes. Does Mike, because we've joked or perhaps not. So this fixes everything? Like everything's good now? And I think we're all of the agreement, like, no, it probably doesn't fix everything, but the idea when you took the floor against the Portland Trailblazers was to go get a victory. Mm-hmm. You did that. Beautiful. The goal when you take the floor in the in-season tournament game tomorrow against the Oklahoma City Thunder is to get a victory. Mm-hmm. Does Mike Brown continue to tinker with the lineup? Does Keon Ellis start against the Oklahoma City Thunder?
I mean, I would have him start. The goal is obviously always to win games. But I would say the first goal that I would set for that team last night, if I was Mike Brown and the rest of the coaching staff, is let's get back to playing better basketball. Remember, we was talking about it yesterday when we talked about this game, and I said the win or the loss is not. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but that it's game 7. Kings won game 7, by the way. It's game 7. Like the season is not going to be made or broken whether or not you lose this game, but whether you start to get in the space where you're playing a certain type of way, that could help your season a lot more than whether it's a win or a loss. So you could still have the bad habits and not be playing hard and scored 89 points or whatever the case may be and win the game, and you're no closer to being a better team than you were before the game started. You could, if they would have lost that game in overtime yesterday, they would have been closer to being a better team than they were before the day started. So the results, for me, the results don't matter. It's about making the steps towards getting out of the funk and starting to play better basketball. And they did that. It was a successful night all the way around. It's not all the way fixed, but it was a very successful night all the way around.
So to go back a little bit to what Kamara said when he called, again, 916-909-1320. Kings did turn the ball over 21 times. And there was you defend without fouling. Well, that didn't work. And there was a point, I don't remember what quarter we were in. It could have been I don't remember what quarter we're in. It probably doesn't matter. There was a point where they not only were they not defending without fouling, they weren't playing offense without fouling. They got a Domantas Sabonis, I think, moving screen.
Yeah.
And then I think they got Herter or maybe Keegan for the same call, like a couple of plays later. And so if we take the result out of this a little bit, you say, you got the 121 points in overtime. You start to see, Davion, you start to see some semblance of what you're hoping for. But I'd stop a little bit short of saying, well, we got back to playing good basketball last night.
No, you start making steps towards that. So got back to playing good basketball, in my opinion, is, and this isn't what you said, that's saying everything's fixed. Everything's not fixed. They got back on the path to playing. There's things they got to correct. There's things they got to continue to work on. But they got on the path to playing playing good basketball. They were not on the path on Monday. On Saturday and Monday, they were hitchhikers. They were on the side of the road.
All right. I'm starting to sit a little more with what you were talking about earlier, that we're really just talking about Monday.
Monday was
because
Monday messed with people a lot. Messed with me. I'm people.
It might have messed with them.
Yeah. So Monday was something that I think maybe that team, us as fans, us as people that cover the team, say, I don't ever want to see that again. Let's talk to figure out how we will never see that again.
Mm-hmm.
That was unacceptable. That was something that we were supposed to be long gone from.
Yeah.
And yeah,
that way, and it's magnified because it came on the heels of 2 losses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No matter in Saturday's game wasn't good,
right?
But it wasn't Monday's.
No,
and that's what like everything kind of goes back to is you could point out the issues with the Warriors game. Scored 101 points in that. That's not the Kings.
Right.
But it wasn't Monday. It wasn't what we saw on Monday. And so we've got Oklahoma City coming in on Friday. And it's a team that put up 128 points last night. You know, this is a team where, you know, it could be the Spider-Man meme, right? In terms of dynamic guards, capable of scoring a ton of points.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things where I think the Kings have a hell of a fight ahead of them if De'Aaron Fox plays. If he doesn't, man, I feel like they got a lot of they might have an uphill battle ahead of them if De'Aaron Fox doesn't play. Shea is dynamic, and Josh Giddey, like they've got a really good squad there that they like to get up and down the floor. They like to score points. Again, we saw it last night. We saw Shea with 43 last night.
Yeah.
I don't know that you can afford against a team like that, and you're kind of rolling the dice with the Portland Trailblazers a little bit. Maybe you are asking Dr. Mays to beat you. Maybe you're asking DeAndre Ayton, to stay smooth with that jump shot that he has. All right. But I don't know that you can take the floor tomorrow and be cool. Like if Kessler Edwards gives you a lot of defense. He does, like Kessler Edwards wasn't invisible when he was playing. Right. I just don't know if against a team like that you can have, 0 from Kessler Edwards. I don't want to make this about Kessler Edwards. I don't know that you could have 0 points or an empty stat line from a guy playing 15 plus minutes or minimal offensive contributions from a guy in the starting lineup. Keegan's either got to snap out of it tomorrow, or you've got to find you're probably going to have some things hit tomorrow night. With or without De'Aaron Fox, you're probably going to have some things hit tomorrow night.
That's one of the things that me and Jesse were talking about. I think it really comes down to, and it's not to blame this guy at all, but Keegan Murray and Kevin Huerter hitting shots, especially with Fox out, makes everything look so different. And you got half of that last night because Huerter was hitting some shots, and it was like, all right, well, we can hang in there, we could breathe, we can get with these guys. Just imagine if both of them hit. Keegan doesn't even have to light the world on fire, but if he's 8 of 17 instead of 4 of 17, you're probably looking at winning by 10. You know what I mean? Like it's that crucial, especially with these guys out, or when I say these guys, I mean Trey Lyles and De'Aaron Fox. So, yeah, I think that really that could go a long way, and maybe a longer way than we're giving it credit for. Be with Keegan hitting shots, Kevin Huerter hitting shots, and having those two guys going together, because then, a 12-5 performance by Harrison, which was solid. It's fine. Like, not here to talk.
One turnover.
That's
crazy.
Not here to talk crazy about Harrison, but you're not looking at him like, yo, we need you to score 17 tonight. Like, you can give us 9 or 12. But if you look at that box score as well, guys kind of stepped up, in the absence of Fox. It wasn't just Domas didn't have 37. Yeah, he had his 27, but Harrison had 12. Huerter stepped up, gave you 17. Alex Lynn had 10. Davion stepped up. He had 16. Like you needed, other people to kind of help get you to the 33 that De'Aaron normally gets you to. And you got that last night.
916-909-1320. Our man Zabo on the line. What's up, baby?
Yo, what's up, guys? Thank you for clarifying that Chicago comment. Because I was about to say, this dude's holding the door open doing all that. Jesus. But no, what I was going to ask is who y'all think early in the NBA season, who y'all think got the belt right now? Jokic, Giannis? Who y'all think?
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't. Where are we at with the belts? That's a good question. Who has your belt?
Pretty sure Jokic has mine.
Jokic has yours.
Yeah.
Anybody know who has mine?
Jokic.
I think it's unanimous.
Is it Jokic? That makes sense.
Yeah, undisputed.
Yeah.
I don't know that I could take it from him.
No.
I don't know.
What are they? 7-1 right now, or 7-2, or something like that. You know who wants a LA Knight style match though? A boy in Minnesota. They won a match. Did it again yesterday.
Okay.
K Cesaro.
That's so.
I'm just
no,
telling
don't do
you,
that.
he won a match.
I'm just kidding. I just had to get that one in.
So, okay. I know how we're gonna ignore the dude in Dallas.
He probably won a match too.
Because
remember,
we need a
remember
fatal
what we're
four-way
talking
for
about.
the number one contenders.
I think we
we
do
might
because
need
I got a
that.
guy on my side too that I want to throw in there. What about Embiid? They're 6-1 right
No,
now.
that's
He had the
that's
48
very
the other
very
day.
fair. And I know you're sore about it because
They don't win 4 in May. It's fine. Trust me. Philly win all the regular season games. He won. We know what happens in May.
Because remember what this is for anybody that's new to it. It's not necessarily MVP or anything else like that. You could have matches. It could be like a what they call a premium live event match once a month. Jokic got it. Look, he took on Anthony Edwards. And Anthony Edwards, he might have got him. Was the belt not on the line? Because they smacked him up pretty good.
That's your call. That's your call. Was the belt on the line?
I didn't say
do
it.
it.
I didn't say it was.
Do
so
it.
It wasn't on the line.
Non-title match?
Yeah,
It's the Raw before WrestleMania. Is that what it was? Because you know what happens
a
the
tag
Raw
team
before
match.
WrestleMania. Anytime the guy wins on the Raw before WrestleMania, he's getting his ass kicked. I remember Booker T beat Triple H the Raw before WrestleMania, only for Triple H to pedigree his ass after talking about his nappy hair and telling him to dance for him.
Triple H was really problematic.
Bro, we really pretend that stuff didn't happen. Like the COO of the company.
And Triple H was like really bad.
So I was gone at the time. I don't know nothing about this.
You don't know about the Booker T Triple H WrestleMania match?
Nah, I was gone, man. I was
okay.
gone.
All right.
And the build-up, I don't know nothing about the build-up.
It's not good.
So and nobody said nothing.
No one said nothing.
It wasn't even like, yo, gone too far. Can't say that.
He said it to Booker T in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, did blackface too.
He did that. Well, because it was The Rock, everyone. No. X-Pac really walked out there in blackface.
Come on, man.
I remember The Rock being asked about this like a long time ago. They asked him how he felt. He was still with the like associated with the WWE or with the W. Like it might have been in their awkward transition time.
Yeah.
And he was like, we didn't really like it, but we were like, don't go out there with white lips. Like you can't, like if you're gonna do this, don't do the white lips because then we got a problem.
Did they?
So they
did
never
run it-
liked. They didn't like the idea.
Yeah.
And
Did
they made
run
it
by
clear.
him?
They did. No, they did. And they were like, we don't like this, but I guess if you don't go out there with white lips, it's whatever. And they took that as, all right, cool. And they went and did it.
Nah, we're not cool with it. I mean, it's not like you're doing it this way, but we're not cool with it.
No.
Oh, that's all we needed. Yeah, thanks. We'll go do it.
Thanks. We're going to go do it right now.
Did you hear when I said I don't like this? Didn't care.
Let's get Manny in here real quick. 916-909-1320. What's up, Manny?
I mean, there's a reason why Triple H took over, right? And Vince is being the next Vince. Well, man, one thing I did love about yesterday was the fact that they had the big lead for a minute, they relinquished it, and then the fight was still there, right? Which was the opposite of the last two games where you didn't see that fight. And yeah, there were a lot of mistakes made, and we saw some lapses and stuff. But like you said, like you just wanted to see the fight, and then obviously you want to see the win, but you wanted to see the fight to make sure they were still there, that everybody was still had that goal. And the same thing with tomorrow, right? It's a better team tomorrow. It's a team that's on the rise, and you want to see the same thing. Like there'll probably be some mistakes made. It's still a learning process with a couple new guys, but man, just at least if you run into those issues, like still have that fight and you have that dog in you.
Yeah, I'm with it 100%, and we saw that yesterday. So that was a great sign for me. That was a great sign. I needed to see that from that group. So
we'll come back. We'll get Matt George's thoughts on all of this. Our man Matt George of ABC 10 Locked On Kings podcast. By the way, if I used to I listened to Matt's podcast. I watched it. I've watched it a handful of times, but
I don't think I've watched it before.
He does a really good job because he films all of the stuff for ABC 10, so he's able to incorporate highlights into all of it. It's a really really good video podcast. Matt does a great job over on his Locked On Kings podcast channel. So we'll talk to Matt when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Our man Matt George at home today.
Hey,
what's up, buddy?
So you were just saying nice things about me, which makes me feel bad about this bit I'm about to do. But I mean, I got cough drops.
Oh man, please send them my way.
NyQuil. I got Mucinex. I got what do you need?
So you know what's funny is like when I don't. Like the KSFM show is easier because like we can talk for a couple minutes and I just get quiet. And it's like when I talk, that's where it gets to be like a problem. The last couple of nights, this started to become like a bit of an issue Monday. I didn't cough Monday night, Tuesday night, like I slept like a baby. I did one thing differently last night and I realized like what it was. I took an edible. I took an edible the first two nights, and I didn't take one last night, and that it wound up keeping me up.
It'll kill you. You got to be careful.
Well, there's that, you know.
I mean, and
bringing us the dangers of gummies.
I don't know how personal you want to get, but some Imodium if you're feeling that,
sir. Will you stop it?
If you're feeling that way.
No flu game, Johnny G, because I ain't got a flu. I ain't got a temperature change. It's just a cough.
What else we got?
Honestly, I'm scared to go to the doctor because I feel like a doctor one day is just going to say, "Sir, you can't talk anymore. you're losing your voice. You
drink tea and honey?
That's what I'm drinking. That's what.
Yeah, usually that helps.
That's why I was cool the first hour because I had that apple cider vinegar and it had honey and ginger in it.
I think the honey's what soothes it.
That don't work for me.
Don't nothing start, Leezy. I don't get sick, bro. I'm telling you right now. I'm not getting sick. All you little hoes out here telling me the cough is just the beginning. I ain't getting sick. That's not what happens to me. No, 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 no. I ain't getting sick. I'm taking like 500 ounces of fluids.
Per usual, I was way too late at the Golden One Center last night, and I saw them installing their new the court for the in-season tournament, and then the Kings just posted a picture of it.
Mm-hmm.
I still am struggling. Like I like the gray. I'm struggling to get behind the blue down the middle. Like, what are we trying to be? I know it. I know it's the blue jerseys to kind of tag team with that, but I mean, I'm also old school and don't like that the Sacramento Kings are doing everything in their freaking power to go away from purple every freaking year. But what are we doing here? Nobody else has a purple court. That would have been dope. Why are we doing gray with a blue stripe? What are we doing here? I think it'll probably look good in person.
That looks way less Golden State Warrior-ish than the one we saw.
Yeah, but what are we trying to be? Dallas? Orlando? Like,
no.
And what is the paint design? It looks like the Dallas Mavericks court, but they put the Kings Lion logo in the middle. Like that.
Are we sure that's not purple?
No, it's blue. That's blue.
It's blue because it goes with the jersey.
It's the royal blue.
The same royal blue,
right,
which
right,
I get 100 years of history and stuff, but there's a reason why that jersey's 100 years old. You're purple now. Embrace the purple.
But there's a purple shortage for the beam.
Ain't a
You gotta
purple shortage.
you got to put all the purple in the beam. You haven't
Purple
heard?
shortage.
There's a purple shortage.
That's dumb.
Domas and De'Aaron told us.
Every other team's trying to steal Kings purple because the Kings are acting like they don't want it no more. Own purple. That's your color. Don't let the Lakers take it. Lakers have purple jerseys.
Lakers have always had purple jerseys.
No, I know, but your purple is your primary. Purple is their secondary. Don't let them have purple jerseys and you're walking out here with more black and white and silver and blue. Make a decision.
Lakers have had purple jerseys since the 70s.
I know. Yellow's their primary color, Kenny. They get yellow. Yellow's theirs.
Say it one more time. My headphones a second. Oh, I lost you. Hold on.
I swear the people in my life don't know what I do for a living. Hang on, Matt. We are back here with our good friend Matt George of the Locked On Kings Podcast Network and, of course, of ABC 10. And yes, Matt, I was saying good things about you before you joined us. I think you're I was telling everyone I listen to your podcast very regularly. I found myself watching it, like watching it, not just having it playing, but watching it for probably one of the first times last night. And you do a really, really good job of putting that together with the highlights that you don't film highlights, you film the whole damn game for your ABC 10 duties. And it makes for a really good podcast, man. So great job with that. It's always been a great listen. It's a really, really good watch.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I stay way too late at the Golden One Center to get it done, but there's something. I mean, it's been too noisy in there because they have to replace the court after every freaking game because the NBA is back to 97 different courts for each team. But
I don't like the way he said that.
He's not happy, Matt George.
I don't like I didn't like it when you remember. I can't remember what year it was. It was the year I think before the bubble year, where the Kings had 3 different courts. They had the blue court, they had their home purple court, and then they had the black court with like the medieval looking line in the middle. And they changed it literally every single game. I didn't like it. Commit to a court. Like commit to your court.
What is this, 1978? Like,
Yes.
no, we can change courts.
Kings out here hoeing around with different courts.
No, we can't, because when you change the court, then I got to go up into like the suites or something, and I can't shoot down on the court after the game because you're too busy with your hammers and making a bunch of noise.
Oh, so this is about you.
It's about me, absolutely. And it's about like purple is the best color in the world. Purple is your color, and you keep going away from purple. It makes me upset.
I mean, they're paying homage to 100 years of
this purple shortage. We've been over this.
Who cares?
Wow.
So we don't care about our 100-year history here.
No, because there were 97 different cities that you were involved in before you came to Sacramento. Sacramento's history is purple. The Kings, the royal color.
Literally not just purple. They were blue for like the first 12 years.
And everybody and their mother is blue and red and white. Have some originality. Stick with what makes you you. Everybody and their mother wants to be the country's colors. No. Commit to your own thing.
Leave everyone's mother out of this. Why are you so cranky today?
Because I don't like it. I don't like them going away from my purple. My purple, I want the old Kings logo back too. I don't like this little like letter stamp that they got. Go back to the old Kings logo.
Which also is almost paying homage to the old Kings logo. They went back to their logo.
It's still the Sacramento era logo with the Sacramento coloring. When they came to Sacramento, they rebranded. They said, forget Kansas City, forget Rochester, forget all that nonsense. That's not us. We're here in Sacktown now. We got our own colors. We got our own logo. We got our own building.
They literally didn't do that for 10 years.
Which was their fault, their problem, but they finally caught up.
They have the logo they have now is the same logo they had when they got here and they had for 10 years, just a different color.
Boring, lazy, go back to the old one that looked like barbershop poles and nobody knew what the hell was going on, but there was a basketball in the middle of it. I like that one. You know what I missed too are the two logos that were on each side of the court, the little SK with the crown on top. Those little logos they put like on that just inside the 3-point line. Those were dope. Those were dope logos too.
Those logos. Yeah.
Do you want to complain about anything else?
No, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm good, Matt. We're happy that you're here. Let's talk about last night's win against Portland. I think one of the prevailing conversations is it felt like coming out of that trip to Houston, the Kings were broken. And the discussion today was, well, are they fixed after that win against Portland? There's obviously a lot of good, a lot of bad that came out of that game. As Malik pointed out, the most important thing to get a victory. But what do you think? Like, what did that win last night do for you?
Well, they're sure as hell not fixed. I can tell you that. But a win by any means necessary is exactly what this team won. And I walked into the Golden One Center last night going, I don't care how the Kings win. I don't care if it's ugly. I don't care if it's a blowout. I don't care if it's 1 point. Just find a way to win this game. And there was a large portion of that game where I felt like, wow, the Kings are playing much better. And then I look up at the scoreboard and see, oh, the Kings are only up by 4, or, oh, wait, the Kings are trailing by 2. Like, I have the feeling that if Fox were playing last night, if everything else went the same, but Fox were there, I think the Kings would have probably had a pretty comfortable lead for the majority of that game last night, but he wasn't. And the Kings still struggled to create separation. They once again got up to a double-digit lead. I think this time it was only 10 compared to like 14 or 15 that it's been the other couple of home games. Once again, they blew a double-digit lead on their home floor, which is something that I want to see this Kings team get better at. But ultimately, they won the game. So you feel good about that part. You feel good about the effort being there. You feel good about some guys kind of turning things around and stepping up. I love the game that Domantas Sabonis had. I loved moments from Davion Mitchell. You could tell he was really playing with like a fire lit under him. But this Kings team still has issues on the offensive end of the ball. And when it comes to their shooting, like I realize that I'm kind of in the minority of looking at the Kings shooting struggles, because like Will Z put out that amazing stat that talked about, at least going into last night's game, that the Kings were generating the most wide open threes out of anybody in the league. And they were towards the bottom of the league in 3-point shooting percentage. And most people, I think Kenny, you said so too, like most people were looking at that and going, I'm actually encouraged by this, right? Because, okay, the Kings are missing shots. Those are going to start falling at some point, right? That's the same thing we said over the course of the 7-game playoffs here. At some point, they're going to drop. They never did. Now we're 7 games into the regular season. At some point, they're going to drop. So to me, this is going from a shooting funk to now a trend. And it started, in my opinion, with the Kings trying to focus up and ramp up and pick up their effort and physicality on the defensive end of the floor. 9 of those 14 games have been against the Warriors, so that's probably an important aspect of it too. But I think like I still need to see that this team can play at that level offensively that they're known for, while emphasizing defense as much as they are.
So here's what I'll say to that, Matt. And you know, I'm about, and I hear what you're saying, but I'm about keeping the same energy and doing the same things. Real quick, let me ask both of you guys, what did Keegan Murray shoot from 3 last year? 41%, I believe.
Was it that high?
Yeah, I think he shot, 41%. What did Kevin Huerter, I got you right
It's
here.
like 37, 38.
For his career, from beyond the arc, he's a 38% 3-point shooter.
Kevin
Huerter. If they were shooting 60, 70% from beyond the arc right now, well, they're not going to do that all year. Their average says they're 40% shooters and 38% shooters. That would be the conversation. It would not be, this is who they are, this is what they're going to do. So now that they're drastically below that, they're not going to shoot that all year. Their career, the back of their basketball card, says this is probably what they're going to do throughout the course of a year. And that's why I say it is a good thing that you're getting those wide open looks, because averages, for better or for worse, always come back to around where the averages are.
I understand that completely, and I think you make perfect sense, except those averages are when the Kings were giving up 118 points per game. Now they're trying to get down to, I think they're around like 114, 115. It might even be a little bit lower than that. So they've made a like 3, 4, 5 point improvement on points per game that they're giving up. The problem is they've dropped off around 6 points per game scoring wise. So it's kind of the conversation that Kenny, you and I were having a little bit coming into the season is how much do you risk what you do well on the offensive side of the ball for the emphasis on the defensive end? And I think at this point, we've seen a large enough sample size to know that clearly the Kings, whether it's physical, mental, whatever it is, clearly the Kings focusing on the defensive end of the ball is having an impact on their offense, right? Like it's whether they're walking the ball up the floor for no reason. They, for some reason, completely went away from pace and then picked it back up last night. They had 0 paint touches in those 2 games in Houston. That's not true. They had very few paint touches in those games in Houston, got back to actually attacking the basket. Granted, I don't think the Portland Trailblazers really had anything defensively to stop the Kings from getting to the basket last night, which was good to see. But like, since there's been this emphasis on the defensive end, which I understand why, like the Kings need to improve defensively. But ever since that point, the offense just has not looked like itself. So, I mean, I hear you completely that, like, I firmly believe that Keegan Murray's going to work his way through the shooting slump. I'm glad we're seeing Kevin Huerter working his way through the shooting slump. But the Sacramento Kings are putting up the most threes out of anybody in the league, and they're towards the bottom of the league in three-point shooting, period. So either you have to change the amount and the volume of threes that you're putting up, because as a team, everybody is missing right now, which I think correlates with their emphasis on the defensive end, or you have to find a way to not emphasize the defensive end so much, or get this team to start shooting better. And I mean, I'm just looking at the trend of 14 games at this point. Granted, there's a 3-month or however long break in between that, but since the defensive emphasis has started, this is what I've seen.
And real quick, I'll say, so what do you say about this, Matt? It's not de-emphasizing defense. It's reaffirming offense. That's what I think happened a lot. Like it was, and once again, I always say this isn't fair because this isn't exactly what was said. But the feeling was, it was like, whatever about offense. I don't want to hear about offense. We need to be better on defense. Then like that was the thing. And I'm like, nah, it's not whatever on offense. Like empower that. You use that to empower. Be like, hey, we're this great offensive team. We have to get better on the defensive end. But we literally, this is what we do. We score 118 to 120. Catch up if you can, and I think they got away from that because there was so much talk about the defense. And you got to get back to, once again, not necessarily taking away from defense, but empowering that offensive mentality as well. Like, hey, yeah, I know we got to play defense, but let's get back to what we do. We get buckets, like we score, we get up and down the floor. I think it's more that as opposed to take away from defense, possibly. What you think about that?
Well, I hear that, but also how much more can you empower a team who's getting a lot of wide open looks and they're just missing them? Like you can empower them to move the ball the same. Like the Kings are moving the basketball well. They're generating open threes. Even with De'Aaron Fox out, they've been generating open threes. Almost everybody is missing, which again, it could be like a team's just in a funk right now. They're going to work their way through it, which I truly hope is the case. But I need this team to prove it to me because they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt of they can play good defense and score at the rate that they're capable of scoring. They haven't proven that yet. So if I'm going to choose one over the other, I'm choosing the offense that won them 40, however many games it was, or 50, whatever it was. I already forgot the win total, 48. They won 48 games and secured you a 3rd seed last year. I'm going to choose that offense over a slightly improved defense with the personnel that the Sacramento Kings have. Because if the offense drops off 6-7 points per game like it has, and the defense is league average, this Kings team might be a play-in team. So to me, I see you say reaffirmation. I want to see a reaffirmation or a re-emphasis of the offense is what we do. The defense needs to improve to support that. Not, hey, let's improve this defense so much and we can sacrifice a little bit on the offensive end, when a little bit, at least through 7 games, to me is more than I'm willing to see drop off.
How do you find the balance?
That's a wonderful question.
The balance between scoring points, being at those numbers Matt was talking about from last year, and still getting better, right? And improving. The idea is to improve on what you did last year. How do you do it then? I'm asking that rhetorically. I don't expect you to answer. There's probably going to be some give somewhere. I just think the argument that maybe you're both making, I'm not sure, is the give is too much. The give is too much, and the get back isn't enough. Being league average, like Matt just said, on the defensive end, that ain't going to do it. And being league average on the defensive end, when you're losing 6 points off of what you did last year, that really ain't going to do it. Now, if you're losing 2 points off of what you did last year in your league average, that could be an entirely different story. But that's what Mike has to figure out, and that's why I'm so curious what we see tomorrow in terms of rotations and lineups, because, Matt, obviously that was a big story yesterday with Keon Ellis, Kessler Edwards, Alex Lynn, and so on. You know, we see Kessler. Kessler's always been a guy who we associated with defense. Keon Ellis, defense. Chris Duarte, defense. Well, you're going against a team that's putting up some points right now. You may not know how to strike a balance for 82 games, but you better find a way to strike a balance tomorrow if you want to beat Oklahoma City.
And I see
like the first ever play-in tournament.
I see the reactions in the chatty house, and they're the same reactions that I'm getting on the podcast. Like, I feel like this is an overreaction. It's too small of a sample size, and I understand that. But I also think, like, we're clutching this security blanket of at some point it's going to improve. And we're basing that off of 1 year. It was a really good year, and I fully think the Kings can repeat what they do last year. They can repeat that, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. So my concern is, like, they haven't earned the expectation of things are going to work themselves out the same way like the Denver Nuggets may have, or like if the Milwaukee Bucks go through a shooting drought or shooting struggles, they've been consistent of a top shooting team over the past handful of seasons to where it's like, okay, I believe that the Bucks can survive a slow stretch to start the season or a bad shooting spell because they've done it before and they've overcome it and they've been victorious. Sacramento has not proven and done that yet. So for so many people to just go, it's only 7 games, the Kings will figure it out. I hope you're right. But I mean, I'm looking at it through the lens of Mike Brown and the coaching staff aren't sitting there going, we'll be fine. We'll just shoot our way through it. They're trying to figure this out. And clearly the Sacramento players, based off of Domantas Sabonis' comments or at shoot around before last night's game, clearly they're not just waiting around to start to have a conversation. Like, the identity of this Sacramento Kings team has been in question so far this season. Granted, the absence of De'Aaron Fox magnifies that tenfold, but Fox returning does not mean that suddenly everybody's going to start hitting shots, because the Kings have been missing shots with Fox in the game too. Fox has just been good enough to carry them through that at times. So, I mean, I think these are legitimate concerns that we can't just ignore because it's a small sample size or it's too early in the season.
I still think, I don't want to say ignore. I don't know if I'm ignoring it, but I think we're talking about 2 guys. We're talking about Keegan and Kevin Huerter. And the reason why I will say it's too early is the Sacramento Kings as a unit, as a group, they haven't shown anything but the 1 year. But Kevin Huerter has never shot less than 36% from beyond the arc. He's at 28 right now. Well, I'm going to say he's not going to shoot 28%. He's not going to shoot 30%. He's probably going to be anywhere between 35 to 38%. Keegan Murray's a little different because we've only seen him 1 year, but I'm going to say he's not going to – he was in the mid-20s. It might be lower now. He's not going to do that this year. Like, that is – I have no problem saying that's going to change. I have no problem saying it's too early to worry about that, because that's going to change. Now, when you talk about who else is shooting threes, I mean, you could talk about Sasha. Maybe you could use his Euro stat, be like, he's never shot this bad before. I don't know. It's Euro. It's not the NBA. Maybe you don't want to correlate that. But other than that, we're talking Duarte, Kobe Jones, guys like that who probably aren't even going to be playing that much once De'Aaron comes back. And when De'Aaron was here, the offense was putting up 128 points per game.
No, I hear that, and I think you're absolutely right that Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray are the emphasis. But you just rattled off some names there, and like looking at the 3-point shooting percentage, the shooting is Sasha Vezenkov's primary skill. He's shooting 27%. Granted, he hasn't been putting up nearly as many shots as he probably thought he would coming into the league. Chris Duarte self-describes himself as a shooter. He's known as a 3-and-D type player. He comes in, he's shooting 33%. Malik Monk, one of his primary skills is 3-point shooting, although with the Sacramento Kings, that's adapted more to, he's become more of a floor general and playmaker than he has a shooter, which he's been throughout his entire career to this point. Malik Monk is shooting 33%. He was 0 of 7, I think, from 3-point range last night. Like, this is not just a Huerter and Murray issue. The two of them shoot the most threes out of anybody, and they're missing. So naturally, we gravitate and our attention goes to them. But there isn't anybody. I mean, Harrison Barnes is shooting in the 40s, but Harrison Barnes sometimes doesn't shoot the basketball, period. And there were still a handful of minutes last night where I was watching Barnes stand in the corner and stand on the wing and not move. And I'm wondering, okay, is this the Kings offense that Barnes is just supposed to get out of the way for spacing? Or is Barnes just standing there because he doesn't know what else to do with himself? Like, to me, there are too many good players. We talked about coming into this league, Kenny, you and I were hyping up and raving, like, look at the depth on this team. How do you stop this team? There's so many weapons that can kill you from the perimeter. And for the most part, every single one, including guys that weren't around for the playoffs, are struggling to start this season. Again, maybe just a team-wide funk. I certainly hope it is. But I'm concerned that so many different players are struggling with some of their primary skills on the offensive side of the ball when this is an offensive roster that the Kings have constructed, because I don't know if it's because or maybe they're impacted by the focus on the defensive end or what the Kings are asking of them on the defensive end of the floor. I'm just seeing players that are normally solid from 3-point range not shoot well consistently now to start the season and even in preseason.
If they play at the right pace, they'll be fine.
I agree. I think so too.
The thing that bothers me the most is when they start trying to slow things down.
Exactly.
That's not the game. Yesterday, I thought they sped it up a little bit. They at least were trying to, and you just saw better. It wasn't like a great offensive performance. We saw a better offensive performance. As long as they do that, I think they'll be okay.
I think one thing that talking with and to Sacramento Kings fans for the last few days is one thing I think, like First Take and Skip and Stephen A and all those guys have done is every reaction becomes an overreaction. You've got to trade this person. LeBron James has got to retire. Kawhi Leonard just beat LeBron James last night. He's the greatest basketball player of all time. When you bring up points that you're bringing up about this offense, that Matt's bringing up about the way these guys are shooting, it's not an overreaction to anything. Mm-hmm. It's not let's wait and see where they're at in 20 games. No, it's a reaction. Mm-hmm. Our job is to react to what we see, good or bad, on a night-to-night basis, covering this team. And that's what we do. We react to what we see, and reacting with doesn't have to be you don't have to lay a disclaimer out that the sample size is short. We're seeing Keegan Murray shoot bad. Mm-hmm. Keegan Murray knows he's shooting bad. We've seen it for a stretch of games now. There's nothing overreactionary about that. It's legitimate to have concern about, hey, when's he going to get back on track? We had the same concern about Kevin Huerter. Now we're starting to see him get back on track a little bit. That was one of the really positive things that came out of last night's game, is you're starting to see these shots fall for Kevin Huerter. And Matt, I'll ask you this: reactions, overreactions. Did Mike overreact taking Davion Mitchell out of the starting lineup, or did he simply react to what he have seen over the last couple of days and thought, or the last couple of games, and thought Keon Ellis might be a better fit there?
See, I think it's a totally normal and necessary reaction for Mike to move Davion out of the starting lineup. There was nothing Davion Mitchell was doing that suggests that he looked capable of being the starting point guard for this team. I'm questioning whether or not he can be he can be a primary point guard in this league. Like, he hasn't really shown an ability to do that at any point, and we're in year 3 now. So it's very different running the starting unit versus running the second unit. So I give Davion grace in that sense, but expectations for this Sacramento Kings team are much higher than, hey, we'll just make it to the playoffs again. Like, and that's that's where I see people say, like, look at the Kings record to start last season versus look at the Kings record to start this season. They're the same. The Sacramento Kings are fine. Think about the difference of expectations, though. Last year it was, hey, maybe the Kings can make it into the play-in. We'd love to see it at best 6th seed. Now the expectations this year placed upon the Kings by their head coach and by their star are, we think we can contend for a championship. What about the way the Sacramento Kings are playing to start the season suggests they're anywhere remotely close to contending for a championship? One player goes down, and offensively, this team completely fell apart. So that's the bar that I'm holding them at. And I'm not used to playing the pessimistic side over the optimistic side, if anybody knows my history, but this is just what I'm seeing. So going back to your question, D'Lo, like, I think moving Davion Mitchell out of the starting lineup was essential, not just for the Kings to get off to a better start, but essential to send a message to Davion Mitchell like, dude, this is not good enough. And we have high expectations for you as our backup point guard. To me, the Kings only have one true point guard on this roster. That's De'Aaron Fox. He's hurt right now. I was really puzzled by the choice to start Keon. Now I'm just rooting for the guy. And I don't think Keon Ellis did really anything wrong last night. I think he turned over the ball 4 times, whatever. He went from a two-way guy who never played to not just starting with the first unit guy, starting as the most important position on the floor. As the point guard, you are leading that second unit. Doesn't matter how much you run through Domantas Sabonis. Doesn't matter how many assets you have out there that can also control the basketball. You are the leader of the unit as a point guard. And Keon's not a true point guard. He's a 2. So I was not a fan of the decision initially. I was willing to see it play out, and the Kings got off to a good start, and the Kings are 1-0 in games that Keon Ellis starts, so it's sour grapes at this point. My choice would have been Malik Monk, because Malik is the only other player not named De'Aaron Fox on this roster who plays the way the Sacramento Kings want to play from their primary ball handler. He's the only other guy. And I get, because I've defended to the end of the earth, don't move Malik out of the second unit because he's essential with that second unit. But that's when the Kings are at full strength, or at the very least, De'Aaron Fox is healthy and playing. When Fox is out, I don't care about the impact of your second unit. You're replacing your star. So get your best player that you can grab from that second unit to help replace your star. To me, Malik should be starting, but the Kings won the game last night. I don't know if Fox is going to play or not on Friday. If the Kings roll out Keon Ellis or Davion Mitchell or anybody against OKC tomorrow and they play the way that they did last night, I think it's going to be an ugly night. So we can be happy that the beam was lit, be happy that the Kings got a win by any means necessary, which I think is exactly what this team needed to get back on track. But there's still a lot of things that they have to clean up, and every single team is good at this point, or every single team can throw something at you that you should be at least a little bit worried about.
For sure. Matt's pissed off today.
Yeah, he is. He is not here for your nonsense.
It's been a week, and D'Lo knows why. It's been a week.
It has. Can you? I'm bad at this. Did you ask Domas the question about what yesterday at shoot around about what the discussion was with the coaches and players? Was that you?
No, that wasn't me. I wasn't there. I think it was Brendan that asked.
Oh, Brendan got you. Oh yeah, we don't acknowledge him.
Another guy.
Nice guy. He does. He has to know. I think we gave Brendan love earlier. Brendan knows we love him. We who everybody that's over there.
That's right.
Except Chris Verlot. He's just a pain in the ass.
Don't tweet him.
No, I can tweet him. I can tweet him. He can't tweet me. He'll get called into the principal's office if he talks to me. Take some pictures on Friday night. That's for sure.
Let me ask you this, Matt, and this is something that we've been trying to decipher. Do you think all of this angst that we've had over the last 48 hours or so?
Thank you for saying
really come. Oh no, because I've had it too. I was upset too. But do you think it all comes down to the way Monday played out? Because when you look at the game, when you look at the team with Fox, I don't know the exact number, but they put up 130 in one game, 122 another game, 137 another game. The offense wasn't an issue. Fox goes down. They play against the Warriors. Offense is an issue, but you don't have Fox. You still play hard. You lose by 1 on a shot from a Hall of Famer. Saturday, they didn't play well, but they just didn't play well. You know what I mean? And it's just what you're going to have those games. Monday.
The bar right there. They didn't play well, but they didn't play well.
Air horns.
Monday was James Ham said it was traumatic for us as Kings fans. Like that was, oh hell no. Like we're not doing this. But like I said, when you break down these games, it's not like there's 3 Mondays in there. It's one game that had us going back to a time that we don't ever want to go back to. Other than that, all of it was relatively fine. So all the angst that everybody had, does it really come down to one game?
Yes, a lot of it does. I don't think there was anything that was relatively fine about anything that they did in the first game in Houston either. They came out flat and got their ass kicked by Dylan Brooks and the Rockets. Now, I feel a little bit better about the Rockets because they just kicked the Lakers' ass last night. So I think I underestimated the Rockets. I have no problem saying that. Rockets fans are having no problem telling me in my comment section that I underestimated the Rockets, and that's fine. I went into those 2 games against the Rockets with the expectation that splitting this should be the absolute minimum. 2-0 should be the hope or expectation for the team, regardless of if De'Aaron Fox is playing or not, again, based off of the level that they want to get to and how good they think they are. And in both games, they got punked. Like the second game was definitely worse than the first game, Kenny, not just because the Kings dropped down by 40 at one point in that game, but because the Kings tried to start the game in game 2 versus not trying to start the game in game 1, and they still trailed by 10 points or more and only scored, I think, 22 in the first quarter. At that point, it was like, oh, this team looks more engaged and they still suck. Like the Kings could not get within the 3-point line, period. That was concerning. I think the Rockets are a really good defensive team. I think Ime Udoka has that team playing very, very well, playing aggressively. So I think it's also exemplified the fact that those 2 bad games were against the same team, right? Maybe giving us a little bit of playoffs PTSD of playing the same team twice in a row and getting beat down twice in a row, right? So I think there's an element of that too. Also, this is a position that the Sacramento Kings really haven't been in before. It's certainly the first time in my career that I've covered a team with as high of expectations as the Kings have. So there's definitely some angst with what happened over the weekend for sure. But the angst is less from look what the Rockets did to you and more from look what you were doing to yourself. And there were moments where the starting lineup was still, even with De'Aaron Fox out, was still 5 guys that played together all last year and should be very familiar with each other. 4 starters that played in a starting lineup that played more than any other starting lineup in the league, or at least one of the top in the league last season. And those guys were looking at each other like, we don't know what the hell to do. That's what scared me, is the primary strength of this Kings team. They looked lost. They looked deer in the headlights. And if a team like the Houston Rockets can do that to you, like, what do we think the Rockets' ceiling is? Maybe a team like the Kings were last year that surprised everybody and get to a 3 seed. Is that the absolute best? Fine. I don't think anybody expects the Rockets to win a championship. If the Houston Rockets can do that to you, what are the Nuggets going to do to you if you clash with them in the playoffs?
So real quick, I think we gotten to the point where we're a little too flippant of this. They didn't have De'Aaron. You still need to. I mean, come on, man. Like to take the top player off of any team in the league, and they could lose or get their ass beat by anybody.
But does their all NBA center take 4 shots?
Well, did he take 4 shots in the game against the Warriors? That's what I mean. We're talking about one game. We're talking about one game. And against the Warriors, he went for 23 and 16 in a 1-point loss.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play well on Saturday, 11 points or something like that. I get that, but he came back last night and put up a big time numbers.
But I think Matt said that. Like, he was like, yeah, that game shook him up. I think and you pointed out it shook a lot of people up. And I could absolutely be, reaching here with this thought. If you listen to Domantas last night, I think that game kind of shook them up a little bit. Cause you talk about like what, if the Rockets can do that to them, what could the Nuggets do to them? I don't think that game was about what the Rockets did. I think it was about the Sacramento Kings.
I agree.
And Domas saying last night, he admitted at the post game, he said a loss tonight would have been tough. That would have been. I don't know how. You always hear play. It's a long season. One game. We take things in stride. Blah blah blah. Domas acknowledged at the end of that game last night at the podium, a loss would have been really, really tough on us. So I think that speaks less to the Portland game and more of their internal reaction and feelings about that Houston game. to your point, Matt, talking about Houston, Denver, I don't even think that was about Houston. That was all about Sacramento. That was all about those guys, and that's what they got addressed, I'm assuming, in that conversation that Domas was talking about before the game last night.
And real quick to Matt, because I want to make sure he answers. I'm included in that. I was shook up by Monday. I didn't. Tuesday was not a good day after watching that on Monday. I'm included. But all I'm saying is I step back now and you look at it in its totality, and I see the other games they played without Fox, and nothing was like Monday. Nothing was like Monday.
No, I agree with you. I understand it. And again, I think where the overreaction comes in is maybe hyper focusing too much on the bad and not recognizing the good amongst the bad. There really was no good amongst the bad in Houston, but there was good amongst the bad last night. There was good amongst the bad against the Golden State Warriors. There was good amongst the bad in the first Warriors game that the Kings lost. So like, it's not like this team has been dreadful to start the season. They're 3-4 without playing well, which some people would say is encouraging too. This team is right below 500 and they haven't looked like themselves really at any point over the course of the season. And I would even say even the first game where they beat down Utah, they did that because Harrison Barnes decided to look like a superstar for a night. It's not because the Kings offense was unbelievable that night. So there's definitely optimistic ways to look at things. And to be honest with you, I miss looking at them through that lens. To me, people bring up the same point that you bring up. Like, you lose your star, you're going to struggle. I understand that completely. But the Kings, like, they lose a 31 point per game scorer. At least have your team make up 20 of those 31 points together. They haven't been. Like, they've been making up 5, 10, sometimes none. Like, they went from 120 points to barely being able to sniff 100 2 games in a row. So it's not that, oh, you lost your star, yeah, you're going to struggle. It's you lost your star and nobody could even come remotely close to replacing any of what De'Aaron does, which suggests to me you're not as good of a team as you thought you are. And when De'Aaron Fox comes back, you're going to get burnt out unless you figure that out, which I think the Kings will. But at this point in time, it's concerning because, again, the primary strengths of this team, I'm not seeing them unless Fox is playing and putting the team on his back.
That's Matt George, a very fiery.
I'm sorry. I want to be happy. Kings are going to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder down tomorrow night on that ugly ass court, but it's not going to matter.
Oh, okay.
Because they go away from the purple, but they're going to bring the purple beam into that gray and blue arena for no reason.
Matt, why don't you
I can't even be happy when I'm mad, man. Damn.
Can't even be happy.
Hey,
is that a bar?
That was the bar.
Hey, just real quick, Matt George, Locked On Kings, ABC 10. Say the word groin.
Groin.
That was it. You did it. That was it. It took 2 hours.
The whole time.
No, that's not what you were saying. I cannot wait for this clip to hit social media. Absolutely cannot wait for this clip to hit social media. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Make sure you're following the Locked On Kings podcast, and make sure that you are back here with Kenny tomorrow, because if you were listening today, this is it for me. I'm going to go do one final show on KSFM and say my goodbyes. But tap in tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Wallace Funeral Home.
And we're clear. Goodness gracious. Boy, Matt, you were fired up today.
Fired up.
That court.
Just
that court really got you feeling some type of way.
Saying what I see. It's not that bad. Like, I'm going to see it in person and go, okay, this is better. But I mean, I'm an old man when it comes to the Kings going away from their purple, because they've been trying to do it for since Nike took over. They're like, yeah, we're going to do every other color but our primary color. I don't like it. Purple's my favorite color, so I'm a curmudgeon about that.
I can't lie. I do kind of, I did kind of feel the same way. That's why I thought the commercial was very clever to just acknowledge, well, there's a purple shortage. I thought that was very clever. It's like, all right, that's a good buyout. I like that. We are going to
Twitter crazy. First of all, you see they're making shirts. They're making shirts.
I saw the
merch
shirts
already.
I saw the merch. Yeah, shout out.
Somebody
I saw the merch.
Don't tag me in that picture with Uncle V.
I saw the merch. I didn't see the picture with Uncle V, but I saw the merch. We appreciate you guys for being with us. We're going to head over to 102.5. Yep, end of the road, 420 hit of the day. Actually, it's not. It's the 30th anniversary of Enter the 36 Chambers. Enter the Wu-Tang 36 Chambers. So you know what we playing at 420, man. Make sure you tap in. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.